Hey, salute, salute. Let me see, is this thing working? Yo, you tapped into the fly frequency live from the 215 early in the morning. I just wanted to have this conversation. Some of y'all might be asleep or whatever, but I just had to get up here and get my bars off real quick, man. I want to talk about this whole Devin Haney and 147-pound division. First off, man, if you catching this on a replay, I'd appreciate it if you smash the like button. It's the cheapest way to support. You don't have to pay, you don't have to spend no money or nothing. Just smash the like button, man, and hit that hype button if you know where it's at. I still haven't found that. You already know what it's hitting for with the Cash App. It's going across the bottom there, along with the PayPal, and you already know the super chats is working. You if you're feeling generous, you can hit the super chat, and I'll read whatever you got to say. But I feel like I want to talk about this 147-pound division and these champions up there ducking and all of that. And I understand it's politics and all of that, but at the same time, we gotta hold some of these fighters' feet to the fire, man. Instead of just going after Devin all the time, it seemed like people faulting Devin actually for actually wanting to fight these champions, like for actually wanting to fight the best. Like it's unbelievable. I've been watching these content creators, different lives or whatever, people trying to get Devin to do this and do that, move up to 154, even move past there, move to 160, all these different scenarios, man, that people trying to introduce to Devin Haney as reasons or excuses. I'm gonna say excuses, for these other fighters not really fighting Devin. I just think it's crazy, man. Hold on. We got Anthony Manzano. Salute, bro.
Hey, Flyer, what up, bro?
Ain't nothing, man. I just wanted to talk about this whole situation at 147 with these champions up there. Seem like they all trying to maneuver around Devin Haney, but
I don't think
and
so.
we recognize that they don't want to fight him and all of that. But it seemed like people trying to cook Devin Haney or tell Devin Haney he should fight nobodies or he should fight these insignificant fights because the other champions don't want to fight him. Like I don't think that we should be on Devin to try to get him to fight somebody insignificant as
No,
opposed
I
to
think
us
this is
really
boxing
holding
in
these
general,
other but
bro. It's not
instead
just
of
with Devin specifically.
hold on instead of us holding these other fighters' feet to the fire, and them coming like Rolly Romero coming out blatantly and saying that he's not going to fight Devin Haney. He's ducking Devin Haney, and people try to make up excuses and say, okay, Rolly Romero, he got other stuff lined up. No, but right immediately after he fought Ryan Garcia, he beat Ryan Garcia, and he immediately said that he wasn't going to fight Devin Haney. Like it's a quick duck. Immediately he started ducking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see no excuse for that, man. I don't think we should be letting these fighters get away with that without some kind of scrutiny. But it seemed like people are aiming their guns towards Devin Haney. They putting the crosshairs on Devin Haney for fighting somebody different, for moving along, and leaving these fighters alone. When he's doing what we isn't he doing what we want these fighters to be doing? Isn't he moving like we want these fighters to move? We want to see the best fight the best. We want to know who's the best. So you had these champions, in position to fight each other, but they not fighting each other. And I think what
It
Devin is
has to do
doing is
with
the right
money.
thing. I mean, we
I
can
think it's more to do, honestly, for me. When I look at this, I'm looking at it from the financial perspective. Like like some of these fighters have an overinflated value of themselves, and I kind of blame Devin and Al. No, not Devin. Al Heyman and Eddie Hearn for this over giving these guys massive. Some of these guys who really haven't earned these massive purses. I understand they're getting punched in the face, but realistically, is a guy like Devin, like guys like Devin, and in general, these young fighters worth seven, like the money that a Canelo's worth, like they're actually the money that they're actually asking for, which is almost like Canelo or Tyson Fury money. Are they really worth 10 10 million per fight?
I mean, but when you say that, you're saying who? What that have to do about the 147-pound division?
No,
Because I
no.
know
This
for
applies to what we're talking. This also applies to what we're talking about. It's not just Devin. I think it's that whole division. They're over. They have this overinflated value of themselves, and that's why these fights don't happen. Because
but listen, I don't
I'm a
think
big
I don't.
Rolly fan. I'm a big Rolly fan. I'm a fan of Rolly, but I guess because of the Ryan fight, he assumes that every other fight that he's going to get is going to be worth the same amount that he got for the Ryan fight, because Ryan brought a ton of money to that fight, but who else in that division is going to make that
You
same
talking
amount
about
of
to
money?
the Devin Haney fight?
No, I'm talking about in general,
I mean,
not just Devin.
When you say Ryan Garcia brought a whole lot of money to the fight, what fight you was talking about?
I'm talking about the Rolly fight. Like Ryan brought a whole bunch of like financial, like
No,
I think
no, because when that was a fight on a turkey card. So they don't really get back end and all of that stuff. They just got guaranteed upfront money. So you can't really say Ryan Garcia brought money to their price. Each fighter's price was their price, and that's what I'm saying about. That's another thing about this whole situation that we got at 147 with the champions.
it's a prima
All of the
donna division,
champions,
to be honest. In general,
Devin Haney is the biggest fight for all of those champions. He's a bigger fight than uh Rolly Romero and Mario Barrios. Either one of those got or Lewis Crockett. Any one of those champions there, their biggest fight with another champion would be Devin Haney. And the only other fight that I can even see anybody arguing that would be a bigger fight than a Devin Haney fight is a fight with Ryan Garcia. And so Mario Barrios, he's fighting Ryan Garcia. Okay, cool. But then you got Rolly Romero came out openly saying that he's ducking Devin Haney. He don't want to fight Devin Haney. His excuse is because he don't want Devin to sue him. I mean, come on, man. Everybody
no,
know
and
that.
I can see the hesitancy with like that. To me, that's a logical. I don't think that's a ducking statement. That's, I think, a logical thing, because
You think that's a logical thing? You don't want to fight Devin because you think he's going to sue you? Rolly he's tongue in cheek with that statement there. He's not being serious. He's just ducking Devin Haney, but
okay. So
he's trying to
you
say
don't think
something funny.
he actually meant it?
He's saying something funny to try to, sugarcoat the fact that he's openly ducking Devin Haney. Immediately after he beat Ryan Garcia, he said he'd never fight Devin Haney, and that's the reason he gave why, jokingly or whatever. But then he says, I think that they should still fight. I think that the
Taking
rematch should still happen, right?
taking the fact that it was Rolly that said this, because Rolly says crazy stuff all the time. But like the other champions, I if in their back of their they're not saying it out loud. Rolly said it out loud and stuff like that. I think that's a lot.
I
Some of these
mean,
guys are
in the
these champions are afraid. Like,
Lewis Crockett situation, he did. I mean, I give him, his just due. He did say that he wanted to fight Devin Haney. That was a fight that he was looking forward to because I think he understand that that's a big fight for him. But that's the only one that I can say that it looks like it's political, really, because he's saying he wanted to fight Devin Haney, but Eddie Hearn is trying to play keep away with Devin
yeah,
Haney,
no,
and I understand that
that Lewis
situation there.
Crockett thing. Like, what is it called? Eddie tends to protect the British fighters way too much. Like, to the point where they don't really have tough opponents, and when they move up, look at what happened with Josh Taylor. He protected Josh Taylor so much.
But look, this is my whole point though. I keep seeing a bunch of content creators coming out and speaking negatively about Devin Haney wanting to fight champions. You know, they making up
Fans
excuses.
are never
Oh,
happy.
it's a
They're
weak
bipolar, dude.
division. They're saying it's a weak division and all of that. Why do we want to first? That's what it was first. It was, oh, it's a weak division. Why he want to fight Tank's leftovers and stupid stuff like that that didn't make sense. You know, that's no reason for, you know, the best to fight the to not fight the best. You know, that's not a good reason. You know, and we've been arguing, you know, for years that, you know, the fact that these champions don't want to fight each other. I mean, that's the biggest thing that people really cook Tank fans for, you know, because people say that, you know, Tank, well, it's not that it's not true either though. He was in at 135 and he never fought any of the champions that were there. You know, he never unified there. And so that's the biggest thing that people, you know, have to say about Tank that's negative is the fact that they say he don't fight. They try to say he don't fight nobody. And people try to take that literal, you know, to try to say, oh, Tank is fighting people. He fought this person, he fought that person. But what they're saying is he's not fighting any of the champions. The people who get belts at the division is considered the best at the division. Of course, there could be somebody coming up from, you know, in the rankings that's better than them. We understand that. But the
Is this
whole
a?
the whole
Is this
idea
me?
is
I
that
have a
you're
question for you, Saul.
hold on after this though. The whole idea is that you're trying to get to the top of the ranking system so you can get a shot at the belt to become the champion. So the people who are the champions are the people who, you know, reach the top of the division and got the belts. You know, so they have to be considered the best in the division. You know, they're out of the ranking system because they have the belt. And so I feel like once you get that was one of my gripes about the Muhammad Ali Act. You know, I was the reason why I was saying that it needs revision. You know, I wasn't, you know, I never was for the Muhammad Ali Act just being abolished, you know, just erasing it, because I understand that it protects the fighters and stuff like that to some degree, though, because you know you have loopholes and stuff like that. And one of the things
Yeah,
that
the promoter. It was created
one of
to
the
protect the
hold on,
fighters.
one of the things that I always thought that they should have had in the Muhammad Ali Act is the champions should be obligated to fight each other. You know, because you got four, especially now, and because I feel like the Muhammad Ali Act was more geared toward it. It probably fit better back then, you know, when it wasn't so many belts. But now we in a four belt era, so we got like you know, we got four sanctioning bodies with four champions. We ain't even going to talk about all the other belts that they have, but just the main belts that they have is four of them. So I
Hmm.
feel like, you know, you're it's hard to have an undisputed champion with these champions ducking, playing duck goose. You know, they don't want to. It's too much politics that people try to hide behind. You know, to not make the fights with the champions. So it should be something in the Muhammad Ali Act that forces the champions to fight each other once they reach the top.
And for me, and I'm not sure if you agree with this actually, the Muhammad Ali Act should actually have a standardized amount of, like, for each sanction, like not sanctioning body, each promoter, like like a, a standardized purse, so every promoter can go by that instead of choosing what they pay these fighters. And I think this is what causes these fights not to happen.
No, that I don't think that will work, and I don't think that would be fair either, because you got some fighters that stars in their own right, you know, and so to say that they have a set amount, you know, that they can get a set purse, it don't seem like it makes sense to me because of the fact that
No,
you
I'm
might have
saying
somebody
not a
like
set purse like that. I'm saying there should be parameter, like a minimum and a maximum, because I sometimes I feel these fighters are overvaluing themselves because of the promoters that they've been with their whole lives. Like I'm using Heyman and Hearn on this as an example. They overpay their guys, and when these guys leave them, they expect them to other promote, like they
I,
expect
I
every.
really I really don't think I really don't think that that's a good argument. As far as how overpaying fighters and stuff like that. Because who are we to say how much a fighter is worth? We had people. eh, let's take for example the Spence versus Bud fight. You know Bud was playing hardball. Bud wasn't trying to he wasn't trying to take no short as far as what he believed that he was worth. And that was in the way of the fight. If Earl didn't take it upon himself to concede, to some of the things that Bud wanted, then we as the fans would have never gotten the fight. So, I really don't like to argue, how much a fighter is worth and, them being overpaid and stuff like that. Eh, how,
They're getting
because
punched in the face, but the realistic
I feel like
the
we shouldn't be concerned about, how much these
we
fighters
shouldn't
get
pocket
paid
watch.
or how much they feel like they're worth. Because ultimately they the ones who getting in the ring and risking their lives for the fight. So if they feel like they worth a certain amount, I mean, I understand it, but
But
to
no,
a
but
degree,
what I'm
I
saying is
understand it has to be
unrealistic. Is like
discussed.
no, what I'm saying is unrealistic. Is like right, like guys like I like Tank, I like Devin, I like Shakur, but they think they're worth. What I'm saying is what I mean by unrealistic. They're thinking they're Canelo and Tyson Fury level where they're getting 50 million a fight and stuff like that.
I
That's
mean,
what I mean by unrealistic.
what make you say that? Like that really don't have nothing to do with what's going on at the 147-pound division. They not complaining about money or nothing like that. I don't
No,
think that
but
these fighters are being. I don't think
the
that they're being
147
overpaid.
has had a history of being a prima donna division. Do you agree?
I wouldn't say that. Why? What make you say that? Because what you mean? It being
As you
a
get
glamour division, being like a lot of stars in the division.
what I mean by prima donna is like as you get into the bigger divisions, it seems like the financial aspect is more prevalent than anything, and that's why some of these fights don't happen because the fighters are not agreeing on what the purse is going to be or what the split is going to be and stuff like
I
that.
mean that's why I was going to say earlier that I think it to some degree it has to be discussed. Because sometimes a fighter will like overprice themselves, but it's a lot of different things that go into that. You got to look at how much they made their last fight and stuff like that. If they're being offered like 3 or 4 times more, then I sometimes I don't understand. How somebody can argue for that person, to say they're not ducking or whatnot. But that's not the situation at 147 though that we dealing with. With 147, we just got champions not wanting to fight Devin. You got champions trying to maneuver themselves around Devin, and then people saying, well, Devin should be trying to fight Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is trying to maneuver himself around Devin. It's like all of the fighters there, and I understand, people trying to say, oh, it's a weak division, but that don't give him an excuse to try to play
I,
duck goose with Devin and try
yeah,
not to
no,
fight him.
and Flyer, I've said this from the beginning. The guy Dalton Smith. Wait, is it Dalton who's a 147 champion?
No, he's at 140. Dalton Smith
Who,
just beat. I think he beat
who's the British guy that has the regular WBC title and Barrios has
the
the
only
interim.
champions up there is Lewis Crocker. He's with Eddie Hearn. Then you got Devin Haney has the title. Then you have Mario Barrios there,
Is it
and Rolly
Mario
and
an
Rolly
interim
and Rolly
champion
and
though?
Rolly Romero.
No, I thought
No,
Mario is an interim champion because
no,
the
Barrios is a
WBC
champion.
is split into two titles,
No,
isn't?
Barrios is a champion. Rolly Romero is the WBA champion.
Am I
Devin
thinking of
Haney and Lewis
140 that
Crocker.
split? Like like because I thought there was a division in this area that has two WBC titles, an interim and the regular
I mean,
WBC title.
the interim belt is just to get you in line for a shot at the championship belt. The interim title it really don't matter. It's just a temporary belt. But those the four champions at 147 though. You got Devin Haney, you got Lewis Crocker, you got Mario Barrios, and Rolly Romero. And Rolly Romero he supposedly he had a mandatory coming up, right? But now we're hearing that Connor Ben could be, trying to get that fight with Rolly Romero. He trying to get the fight with Rolly Romero. He's the mandatory for Ryan Garcia and Barrios winner. So I mean, it just don't make no sense to me how these fighters, be trying to maneuver their way around Devin Haney, but you have all these content creators and the usual suspects coming out saying that uh, giving them a pass instead of scrutinizing them for trying to maneuver around Devin Haney and not wanting to fight Devin Haney. They wanna scrutinize Devin Haney for wanting to fight. It don't make no sense. It's backwards to me. I mean, and it's the usual suspects. So I kind of understand the hate and everything, but I just say it's diabolical, man. Like y'all don't see what y'all look like, the things y'all saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy how all these years we've been talking about the fighters not fighting the best, the champions not fighting each other, and then we got somebody who's just trying to fight nobody but the champions. He's trying to make all the fights that make sense, and you got people speaking out against it instead of speaking out for it. That's my whole thing. Now, I'm a realist. I understand that it's politics in the background. Yeah, I understand that it's politics and all of that. But my thing is the scrutiny that Devin Haney get for speaking out and calling out these other champions and trying to make an effort to fight the best. Um, whoever got a belt, those are the fights that he's trying to make, and it's people constantly pushing him to fight people who don't got belts. People who not in significant spots. They're trying to get him to fight insignificant fights. And and that's the part that's disingenuous. I see some of the stuff that some of the people in the comments saying. Let me say what's up to some of the people in the comments. We got and I can't see that good. We got the Vol 9846 in the building. Salute to you. Timmy T88. What's up, bro? We got 2 Cents Boxing in the building. What's good, 2 Cents? Big Dog Willie, I see you in the building. Rich Boxing in here. Bulbous in here. TSO, Bodega TY, salute.
Yeah, I was
Salute
dude.
to all y'all in the building, man. Smash the like button.
Yeah, I was mixing
Bella
up
Faith, salute
140
queen.
and 147 because the WBC in the WBC in 140 is split between an interim and a regular champ, like a standard champion. Because Dalton Smith, that's why I was mixing it up in my head. I thought the WBC in the welterweight division was split like you saw with the with
No,
the
Dalton
140.
Smith just beat Matias. He down at 140. But that I mean, we got some things that could happen to move around, the division a little bit, spice it up a little more. We got
They're saying they want the Shakur fight versus Devin because
I mean,
Shakur to
yeah,
move up to.
but I ain't really pushing that fight because I know Shakur don't really want that fight. That's not a fight he's going out his way to make. I'm pretty sure that if the money was right, Shakur would probably make that fight straight up. But
Matias is moving up to 147.
as of now, what he's saying lets me know that it should let all of y'all know too that that's not really the fight he want to have. Right now he don't really want to go up to 147. Let me say that. The fact that he's telling anybody who he fight at 147 he have to put a rehydration clause on him. That means he's not willing to go to 147 without a rehydration. That means he's not really trying to go up there. So people who try to say, he want to fight those guys, I don't believe it, man. He don't want to fight Conor Ben. He don't want to fight Devin Haney. He don't want to fight nobody up at 147. He don't want to fight Ryan Garcia, because I heard that too. Oh yeah, he want to fight Ryan Garcia with a rehydration clause. And I heard Ryan capping dad, say that Ryan would go down to 140 to fight Shakur at 140 with, because he didn't want to deal with the rehydration clause. But we all know that Ryan Garcia cannot make 140. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, no, and I've been saying this for a while now. I'm a Matias fan. I think he's moving up within the next month and a half, like to 147, because he's like Ryan. That kid is way too big for 140. If you look at him, he looks like he's walking around on 160. So I think that would be a fight for Devin. Once he moves up and stuff like that, I think Matias versus Devin would be a good fight.
I don't think that'd be a good fight at all.
Why?
I don't, because Matias is food, man. Everybody was saying that Matias was the boogeyman at 140, but I knew as soon as he fights somebody, who's a pretty good boxer and could punch a little bit, it was going to be an end to him, because he really don't got no defense. He try to walk through people's punches and impose his will, and that works when you fighting somebody who's willing to stand in front of you and do that a lot. But it comes a point in time when you're gonna face somebody who's gonna be either more bigger and stronger than you, or you're gonna fight somebody who's not gonna be willing to just trade with you, and they're gonna try to hit you and not be hit. And soon as you get in front of somebody with some punching power with a little bit of pop, come on, man, your face ain't gonna never win the battle against somebody's fist. If you keep letting it happen, he ain't really had no
Yeah, no,
defense. He
I
ain't even
agree.
seem like he had a.
That's the one weakness I have with Subriel, that he uses his face as defense. That's why he lost against Pero. Like, because Pero could, like, I think he was underestimating Pero's power a little bit, in my honest opinion.
Hey man, I
Like,
think that's just the way he fight everybody. He think, I don't know, for some reason he think that, he could take more punches than that. It's not about that, man. Who can, take the most punishment or whatnot. It's about hitting and not getting hit.
that's a
And that's
gladiator mentality, to be honest, though. You have to agree with me. It's stupid, but it's a gladiator mentality.
now what you said about Matias. If Matias went up to 147 and got a belt, then I would see, I would
Yeah,
say
if he
that's a,
beat
that's a fight
Amaro
that.
Barrios.
Yeah, is Matias going up to 147 though? I ain't hear nothing about that. About him moving up to
No,
147.
no. I'm predicting I'm a Matias fan. I'm predicting within I'm not saying he said it himself. I'm saying within a month.
So
I
it's like,
think
so
he's
basically it's wishful thinking from you. You saying
yeah
you
no
hope
because
that's
when you
something you
look
would
at him
hope he
he
would do.
yeah because it's unhealthy for him to because the last few fights he looked very drained and stuff like that at a 140. Like he's walking out at 168. When you look at him, he's walking around 168 at 140 and stuff like that. He's way too big for that division. He's forcing himself, and this is what I hate about some of these fighters that are forcing themselves to. This is a general boxing thing. I notice this with fighters. They force themselves to stay out of division because they know that either their power or their skills can't translate to another division. So they have to.
Oh, that's the reason why you think people stay down and and try to squeeze in divisions and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, because I'm I'm not hating on Devin, but he stayed at 135 for so long because he knew his power, his athletic ability could transfer, but his power wouldn't be able to transfer no matter how big he got. His power,
I mean
his
that don't to me that don't make sense to me. Because that we saw Devin move up to 140 and drop Regis. We saw him go up to
but
140, and then
Regis
and
had
what
a history
everybody
of
said.
having a weak chin, though. We've
No,
noticed, we've
no.
known this with Regis specifically. His chin was
See,
always
see,
weak.
see. Now you making an excuse now, bro.
No, no, no.
That is an excuse because you said his power not going to translate if he move up, but then we saw him move up and his power translate. He put
No,
Regis
no, but
down,
as boxing
and then
fans,
we move
haven't
it.
we complained
Hold on,
about
but
Regis
listen,
not having a chin?
but listen. You said that you didn't think that his power was going to translate. If he moved up, and that's why he stayed at 135. But we saw him not. We saw him move up not one division, but we saw him do it again and move up to 147 where he at now and put that guy down. So I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. A fighter's power is hindered when they squeeze down and try to stay at a lower weight division. It's against the fighter. It's the total opposite, and I believe that these fighters be squeezing in divisions when they pass that weight. They should move up, but they stay down there because they trying to reach a goal. They trying to accomplish a goal. They trying to get, they chasing belts. They chasing undisputed. And that's why
Even though
Devin
it's
said that,
detrimental to their health, is what you're
yes,
saying.
yes, that's what fighters do. I mean, we saw Devin Haney do it. We saw Earl Spence squeeze down to 147, and he stayed there long as he could to try to get, that
Do you
to
think? Do you
become
think?
undisputed.
Do you think?
And I think that hurt him at the end.
Terrence did. Do you think Terrence did that too?
I don't know if I say Terrence did that because Terrence was moving up in division. Terrence came from the lower weight classes and moved up. You
Yeah,
know,
he was 130, wasn't he?
No, then he moved. He became undisputed at 140, and then he moved up to 147. Became undisputed there. He was constantly moving up.
Yeah, no,
So
no,
he
no.
don't he
And
don't
this is
fit. So
where
he
what
don't
I'm
fit
saying.
that.
Like,
He didn't. Terrence Crawford didn't really stay at one division for too long. I feel like at 147 that was the closest. At 147, it started getting like kind of hard for him to make weight. But he got undisputed in that one shot. With he didn't have to go through all of the
we
struggles
were
of trying
talking
to get
about this
these
on
other
another
champions in
channel.
the ring.
I'm not sure if what your thoughts on this. We were talking about the athletic ability. Like, we were talking about how far behind, like in terms of like the athletic ability of fighters and stuff like that. And we feel that the American fighters are naturally more athletic because of the fact that they didn't start out as boxers right away, Flyer, because they started playing football, basketball younger, and they didn't start boxing until like maybe 14 or 15 years old and stuff like that. Like around high school age and stuff like that. They didn't start right away at a young age because they were playing other sports. That's why you see guys like a Ryan Garcia, like a Devin, like a Shakur, who are super athletic because they didn't start boxing right away at a young age. They were doing other sports and stuff like that, probably.
Yo, I feel like you jumping all around to a lot of different things, man.
I'm sorry, I have ADD.
Oh I want to rewind it back to this, you know, uh, drained fighter. I guess weight bully conversation. Staying down at weight classes too long and stuff like that. And people saying that they're scared to move up because their power wouldn't translate. They're afraid that their power won't translate. That's not the first time I heard somebody say that. And I think that it's
I
the
use a
furthest
perfect
it's the
example at
furthest
one
thing
four.
from the truth, though.
Yeah,
You know,
no, I'm
'cause
gonna use Sebastian Fundora as a perfect example of this. He should be at 1 foot at 168 by this time, but like when you look at him, like I'm not saying he like
I
him
think
and
people look at Fundora and look at his height and they just assume that he belong in a higher weight division. But if you look at his frame, though, he's real thin. He's not
I always
really.
compared him to Tommy Hearns because Tommy was tall and very lanky. That's
I
what
mean, yeah, that's the word right there, lanky. I don't think that he's being a weight bully or nothing like that. I think he's just tall, and people see how tall he is, and they say, "Oh, he's the same height as David Benavidez," and so they try to say that he a weight bully. But no, man, he not a weight bully. I don't think that it's such thing as a weight bully, really, because you squeezing down to a weight class to a weight division that you don't belong in, actually hurts you. It hurts you. It benefits the other fighter, not you. This conversation only turned made this type of turn when it came to Devin Haney and like Errol Spence. I think Errol Spence before Devin Haney even, people was calling him the weight bully, but it's not that he was trying to stay down there because he was scared to move up because he thought his power didn't translate. He was trying to stay down there he was sacrificing his health to try to stay down there to become undisputed. That was his dream, that he wanted to accomplish that goal.
Yeah,
And
no,
so he
and I
stayed there.
think the
Same
reason
thing with Bruce.
the criticism for Devin specifically, accusing someone, he called Ryan a weight bully, but let's be honest, when you look at Devin, most of his career as a fighter, he was bigger than most of the guys in at 135 and 140.
Yeah, I
And he
mean, yeah,
was
but think about this though. We're talking about Devin's physical attributes, right? He was already he was already when he first got at 135, would you say that he was too big for the division for
yes,
135?
naturally he was bigger than most of the guys because his physical his physical like
I
his
wouldn't
physical
I wouldn't
stature.
say I wouldn't say that he was too big for the division because he was making the weight easy. It wasn't hard for him to make the weight when he first started at 135. It's not that he was killing himself to stay down at 135. That only happened later, with him trying as a result of him trying to stay down there and get the Javante Tank Davis fight. Because Tank was there that whole time, and just wouldn't Tank just wouldn't fight none of the champions, man. And he just wouldn't fight Devin. That was the fight that everybody wanted around that time because um, you know, everybody thought that Tank was the bag, and so he was like the lottery. Everybody was trying to get that fight. So that's the only reason why Devin stayed down at 135. That's where Dranos came from. Because he was draining himself to try to stay down there as long as he can to fight Tank. And even when it was time for him to move up and he knew that he couldn't stay down there no more, he still was willing to sacrifice his health to still fight Tank. He was saying, at one point he was saying that Tank is the only fight that he would stay down there to get. Other than that, he was moving up. And then, Shakur tried to press him or whatever. So it was in his best interest, the best interest of his brand to go ahead and fight Shakur. And we already know we ain't gonna go down that road. We know how that turned out or whatever, but that's the only reason why he offered
Virgil's the
Shakur to fight.
perfect example of what we're talking about with Devin because Virgil forced himself to stay at 147 way too long, and it caused him serious health issues and stuff
Yeah,
like
but
that.
that's the point that the point that I'm making is that it's not because they're afraid to move up. It's usually because they're trying to accomplish a goal at that weight class and they don't want to, they got so much time invested that they don't want to just leave it, without accomplishing their goal. As we saw with Errol Spence, that might have hurt him. That was probably one of the excuses that we could throw in there for Errol Spence, aside from him not being able to see and having a broken rib and all of that stuff. And I think that's one of the things we could probably throw in there. The fact that he stayed down at the weight class for so long, draining himself, trying to get all of the titles, and he was trying to get that last belt from Bud. And so he had to stay that one last time and it didn't work out for him. And he realized that. I think, that's why he was saying that he wanted to fight at 154 because he was at a disadvantage. He felt like he was at a disadvantage squeezing down to 147. People flip-flop that now and try to say that these fighters is weight bullies and the reason why they're staying down there is so they can have an advantage. No, they're at a disadvantage when they're staying down there.
And I'm gonna go old school.
I
Remember,
actually hold on. I actually got a clip, that I was looking at that I clipped up from $1 million worth of game. Something that even though it wasn't boxing, they was talking about MMA, but some of the craziest weight cuts have happened in MMA. In the UFC, you had fighters like Fane and different things, difficulties that they was fighting. I mean that they was up against, trying to make weight. It was real drastic. I think even more so than boxing. But listen to this clip right here though.
To fight him, my first fight in Japan. So they you know how they do it. They wanted me to. It was no weight class, but they wanted me to lose 30 pounds to fight them. But they wanted me to do it the day of the fight, which is like suicide because when you cut weight, you lose that water around your brain and it's easy to get knocked out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no, I'm not fighting them then. So they were like, all right, we'll do it today. And they said, you got 3 hours. Or, you know, that was the most money I ever was going to make at that time. It was the most money I ever made at that time. So I was like, I was already in Japan. I was like, all right, let's go.
I mean, these fighters be knowing that, he disappeared. Yeah, these fighters be knowing that it's a disadvantage for them, you know, to drain themselves and stay down at these weight classes to try to accomplish these goals and stuff like that, whether it be money that they're chasing or they're chasing titles or whatever the case may be. They're putting themselves in harm's way. You know, they're not being a weight bully. They're actually sacrificing, you know, to try to get those things. You know, they're putting themselves in harm's way. You know, I don't understand, you know, how it got flipped to mean that these fighters is, you know, weight bullies or bullying somebody, you know, like as if it gives them an advantage. It doesn't. It puts them at a disadvantage, you know, by draining themselves to try to stay cut weight and stay down to a weight class that they don't belong in, that they probably should move on from. You know, and that's my whole thing with that. But I think it's back to my original point. I think that is crazy that, you know, people want to scrutinize Devin for wanting to fight the best rather than scrutinize these other fighters for not wanting to fight the best, for being afraid to fight him and stuff like that. I mean, call them out on it. You know, why not hold their feet to the fire instead of telling Devin he need to move all the way up to 160 somewhere to get a fight? No, man, that's not the way it's supposed to go. The fighters in the division is supposed to fight each other. And the whole point of this whole boxing sport is to see who's the best, right? And so and that's my thing with it being so many belts, you know, all of them can't be the best. So I think that so I feel like once they reach the top, whereas they can get a belt or whatnot and they become a champion, you're not done there. You know, you shouldn't just have to fight mandatories and that's that. No, the champions should be forced to fight each other so we can get a undisputed champion. So we would know who's the champion in that division, who's the best in that division. Now, I wouldn't be for all of the sanctioning bodies for the multiple belts and all of that. The one thing that I do like about it being multiple belts is that it seems like it adds more dynamic to the sport, you know, and of course fighters can make more money because I mean, one thing we can all agree on is that once these fighters get the belts, um they get more money. You know, their purses automatically become larger because they got money. You know, that's, you know, something for the fighters, even though they got to pay sanctioning fees. That's the flip side of it that, you know, people don't talk about. Once you get a belt, it do increase your pay. So, you know, having that hardware do benefit you. You know, they can they can promote the fight, you know, more. It promotes the fight more and all of that. People say that, okay, if he get a belt and he get it, you know, let's not make the fight right now. Let's wait till he get a belt and then he get a belt and then it'll be a bigger fight. Yeah, that's true. But you know, people only want to bring that up when it benefits their argument or their narrative. So you know, that's one thing that I always was for. I'm for it being multiple belts, but it introduces that one evil that I don't like, the fact that we don't know who is the best, you know, because you got, you know, 4 people who's supposed to be the best, but then they don't want to fight each other for whatever reason. And you got fighters, and that's why we call fighters ducks and stuff like that, you know, because, you know, when they have an adversary or whatever that's worthy, and we really want to see the best fight the best, so we want to see which one of those two is better, you know, which one is the best. And then we got one of them turning their back on the fight. They want to go a different direction to fight an easier fight. No, we want to see who's the best. You know, I don't know, it just don't make sense to me for us as content creators to try to scrutinize the fighters that want to make the best fights as opposed to the fighters who's ducking. You know, they ducking. I feel like y'all got the crosshairs on the wrong fighter. You know, we got somebody who moving the way we want fighters to move. We don't want fighters and it's always the same usual suspects, man. You know, we know who they is, man. The usual suspects, you know, that hate on Devin Haney. You know, they is hating on Bud. You know, the usual suspects. Big Dog Willie, you know who I'm talking about, right? I see Big Dog Willie in the trenches down there. Let me see what 2 Cents saying. She said, "What fighter would put themselves at a disadvantage?" I mean, we saw Earl Spence put himself at a disadvantage. We saw him squeezing down to 147 because he wanted to become undisputed. He knew he didn't belong in that weight division, but he was trying to accomplish the goal. And so, but once it fell through for him, you know, once he got beat by Bud, what he do? He was like, forget the belts now. Let's just let the rematch be at 154. You know, if it was some kind of advantage for him, you know, to fight at 147, he would have did it. But he knew he was at a disadvantage. That's the reason why he moved. He put in writing. He put it in right. He had to put it in writing that he could no longer make the weight of 147. That he could move to so the fight can move to 154. Now I'm pretty sure if he would have, you know, he could have made 147 and been in the same situation that he was in before. But you know, he understood he wanted to fight Bud with no disadvantages. So that's why he was pushing the fight to be at 154. Now, come on, it's not rocket science. Now, you understand that. I think you just trying to offer some pushback. Let me see what salute to Rollo Green. What's good, OG? He said weight bullying is what Tank been doing to these smaller champions. Keep pulling not even the best champion from 130 up. I mean, hey man, he got a valid point there. You know, if anything, if we could say anything is weight bullying, it's, you know, picking on a smaller fighter, you know, of somebody that's campaigning at a smaller division and you want to pull them up and fight them. Let me see. 2 Cents said, frequent, you can't force them to fight. So what's next? No, I'm not saying we could force him to fight, but y'all want to scrutinize Devin Haney for wanting to fight him instead of scrutinizing these other champions for not wanting to fight him. Like, it don't make sense to me. Like, y'all be hating Devin Haney so much that y'all let people duck blatantly and don't say nothing about it. Y'all just say, "Oh well, he just don't want to fight him." What you need to stop trying to fight him or whatever. And I understand, you know, you might, I don't know, you might have your motherly energy going on and everything where you want to protect the weaker. But you know, I ain't into protecting none of these fighters, man. You know, I want to see the fights. I want to see the best fight the best, and that's that. You know, anybody duck or turn their back on some smoke, I'm calling it out. I'm calling it. It's a documented duck. You know, Ryan Garcia, you know, going different directions and everything, and saying he don't no more rematch. He don't want to fight Devin is a blatant duck. It's documented. Rolly Romero saying that he'll never fight Devin Haney because he don't want to get sued is a blatant duck. It's a documented duck. Let me see. Big Dog Willie said Connor Ben pursued Shakur. I don't know. He must be having a conversation with somebody else in there. Let me see. 2 Cents said that was one fight. He stayed too long. Who else? That was one fight. He stayed too long. Who else? What you mean he stayed too long? Who oh, you talking about Errol Spence? Oh, we had another example, Devin Haney. When Devin Haney was at 135, he was trying to fight, he was trying to make the Tank fight. You know, he was trying to make the Tank fight. And even after he became undisputed, he stuck around and let it be known that he would stick around to fight Tank. Other than that, he was going to move up to 140 because he was too big he outgrew the division. You know, he was killing himself to make the division. And come on, we all know, you know, the pictures and stuff that we saw Devin Haney, you know, at weigh-ins, you know, at 135, looking like Skeletor and all of that. Come on, man. That's when you see the skeletal skull and the bicep, that's what that's for. That's Dranos. You already know that. I explained that to y'all a few times already. Dranos. That's what that is for, man. We saw Devin killing himself to stay down at 135 to fight Tank, and Tank still ain't fight him. Let me see what Bub's saying. I know Bub's got something. Let me see what he said. He said Haney is not at his best, putting himself at a disadvantage. So exactly, Bubs. I agree with you, man. He wasn't at his best at 135, and he still became undisputed. Come on, man. Let me see. The Queen Bella Faith said, "Too many man fans." Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Let me see what he say. Bub said, "Sorry, buddy. Haney putting himself at a disadvantage." Exactly. That's what we were saying, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. We saying the same thing. The OG Rollo Green said, "What you think Mario did against Tank?" He said it in an interview. What he say? The end outweighed the disadvantage. Yeah. I understand what you was trying to say. Yeah, he accepted that rehydration clause. You know, Tank moved up, fought him with a rehydration clause. You know, so he wasn't at his full capacity of strength when he fought Tank, and so you know he was subject to what Rampage was talking about in that clip about you know not having water around your brain and all of that, and be easier to get knocked out and hurt and all of that stuff, and how dangerous it is. Yeah, that part right there. Bub's going back and forth with Rollo. Let me see. Let me see what Bulba said. Frequency making the case for us keeps contradicting himself. What am I contradicting myself about? I don't understand. A bunch of casuals and man fans in boxing. Yep. 100%. Let me see. 2 Cents said, "Who's scrutinizing Devin?" So because I'm not crying, I'm scrutinizing him? No. What I'm saying is, y'all want to talk about who Devin should move up, and he should move up. He should fight this person. He should fight Boots. He should move up and fight whoever. You know, he should move on. No, we should be cooking these other champions for not fighting them, for not trying to fight the best. I mean, if Devin was in that position and people was calling Devin out, we would be cooking Devin, right? So why isn't it the same thing when it's the other way around? Like that's all I'm saying. Be fair, man. Y'all ain't being fair. It's always the usual suspects, though. All I asked was, what's next if they don't fight him? You said all you asked was, I ain't hear you ask what was next. Who was next? Oh, you talking? I think she talking about you talking about on your live or whatever. I wasn't on your live or whatever. I mean, I did catch some of it. I caught some of your live or whatever, but hold on, y'all. Yeah, yeah. You said all I asked was what's next for if they don't fight him. Well, if they don't fight him, I don't know what's next. You know, he entertaining, trying to move up. You know, he talking about moving up to fight Xander Zayas, but we know that can't happen because Xander Zayas seemed like he's trying to make a fight with Josh Kelly, and that's understandable. You know, I want that for him. I think that he should be pursuing Josh Kelly and trying to fight another champion in his division, as opposed to fighting that trying to fight somebody moving up to try to fight him. When people do that, I would say that if they're a big name, I mean, Devin Haney is a big enough name for him to take the fight, but I think what's more important for him is to unify, to unify the belts. So, I applaud what his decision is, if that's what it is, that he want to fight, he would rather fight Josh Kelly and get the belt. That's commendable right there, Xander Zayas, shout out to Xander Zayas, man. Young Xander doing his thing up there, man, trying to unify the belts, man. I heard somebody say, I don't know if it was on your live 2 Cents or somebody else live, but I heard somebody on one of these channels say that he was the weakest champion or something like that. Not Yeah, they were saying he was the weakest champion up there at 154. I disagree, man. I disagree. I mean, he got 2 belts. He trying to fight Josh Kelly. I think he wins that fight versus Josh Kelly, but we'll see. We was we was underestimating Josh Kelly in that Baccarat fight, and we saw look what happened. But some people, think that Baccarat won that fight. So I don't know. I think ultimately, I think Xander is doing the right. He's making the right move though. If he don't want to fight Devin, I wouldn't fight him either. Let me see. 2 Cents said, "Why can't we have that convo frequent? We can have that convo, but why can't we have the convo about these fighters ducking? That's what I'm talking about. Anybody else, it would be the opposite way around. But y'all choose to try to push Devin to fight somebody else. Y'all just so fast to accept the fact that these other fighters is ducking. Y'all don't want to say nothing about them ducking. But I understand what it is. Y'all the usual suspects. I understand y'all want Tank resume to age well and all of that stuff, the crazy stuff y'all be saying. Y'all believe that, them doing well in boxing helps Tank somehow. I don't know why that's y'all why that's y'all mentality, but pugilism, salute, bro. He said Haney in a tough spot with Keyshawn. I don't think so, man. I think that sound like that would be an answer to the whole situation if he went up there and got a belt. But I don't agree with Keyshawn just moving straight up and fighting Devin Haney right off the bat. I think he gonna lose either way. But I really think he gonna lose. If he just goes straight up and try to fight Devin Haney, straight off the bat. I definitely think he gonna lose. I think he need to go up there and try to get it popping with that deal that people saying that Eddie Hearn got for him, to fight Lewis Crocker, because I think he probably can beat Lewis Crocker. But I think that'll make him more established up there. It'll give him a chance to really get acclimated to the division. Kind of not really a tune-up, because I don't think no champion is a tune-up, but kind of like that. He'll get his feet wet in the division, get acclimated. He at least had one fight in before you go and fight Devin Haney, But it's a good fight though. I don't think it's a tough spot though. I don't agree with that. Big Dog Willie said, my problem with Haney cult is we ain't a cult, bro. We a clan. But he said, my problem with Haney cult is y'all calling everyone a duck. Rolly and Ryan, I understand, but Shakur and Boots ducking is crazy talk. Yo, man, it's not all of us, Big Dog Willie, man. You got some people in every fan base, I want to say that, be saying some things that I don't agree with. No, Shakur not ducking Devin Haney. First of all, you can't duck somebody who's in a different division. If somebody's campaigning in a different division, it's impossible to duck that person. I don't understand that. You call fighters ducks for fighting fights that they should fight. The fighters that they lined up with in their division, competition, their peers in their division. Shakur, last I checked, Shakur last fight was at 140, man. Devin Haney is at 147. Shakur can't duck Devin Haney if he want to put him on a rehydration clause. Now, I would say that's something that we frown upon. Rehydration clause is saying that you will go up there and fight him with a rehydration clause. And I understand people saying, well, don't speak about 147, but to be fair, man, Shakur is being asked about Devin Haney. In that situation with Devin Haney, he never said that he wanted to go up there and fight Devin Haney. He actually said the opposite. He said he wouldn't go up there and fight Devin Haney at 147 because he's too big. And he feel like Devin Haney is too big. He feel like that division is too big for him. It's not just Devin Haney per se. So I think he will be more, if you think that a division is too big for you, then you might want to cherry pick somebody in that division that you think is not on the level of your skills, or the gap is real big, as far as the skill gap. But to go up and fight the best in the division arguably, because I know some of y'all gonna be like, oh, he ain't the best in the division. Well, to go up and fight somebody like a Devin Haney in a bigger division, you don't want to give him too many advantages. Somebody who's close to your level and skill. Not saying Devin is better than Shakur or Shakur is better, but you don't want to give nobody no advantages. When the skill gap is close. Tony, salute, bro.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just want to bring it back full circle real fast. I asked you this before. I just want you to answer it again. Who the best Philly rapper? Who the number one Philly rapper?
I don't really listen to music now, so but I do. But I think, in my opinion, I think Black Thought.
Yeah,
is the
that's
best
that's
Philly
who I
rapper.
was saying too. But
No, Gilly, all right, but I think Black Thought, man, and the person that a lot of people sleep on is Will Smith, man. I know
Will
people look
Smith?
at
No, not Big Willie.
listen, man. I gotta tell you, man. Will Smith, man. People
Hold
look
on,
at
bro.
him as a commercial artist and all of that, but Will Smith wasn't no joke, bro. Y'all, because y'all live somewhere else, y'all wasn't, so y'all didn't hear, like the local radio stations and stuff that was going on. You had a rapper here. I don't know if y'all know who MC Boob was or Steady B or whatnot, but we had a Philly rapper. His name's Steady B, and he was tied in with a KRS-One. And KRS-One was a big deal back then. He a big deal now. Still, as far as the legends and all of that. But KRS-One was backing him. So he had a song with KRS-One. KRS-One used to be on the radio station with him and all of that, they on one of the local radio stations. And they used to be popping their stuff, and they tried to say something slick about Will Smith. They was like clowning Will Smith, yo. And Will Smith had this dude who used to do the beatbox for him named Ready Rock C. And so Will Smith called up to the radio station, bro, and they battled live on the radio station, and it wasn't even I would say it wasn't even fair because Steady B and they had a song already, and KRS-One, he backing them and all that. So they played their little diss song they had against Will Smith, and Will Smith did a freestyle with Ready Rock C doing a beatbox and destroyed them, bro. I'm talking, he destroyed them. I mean, everybody there was quiet, they ain't had nothing to say, and people was like, "Oh," you know what I'm saying? They didn't say nothing about Will Smith ever again, bro. He crushed them bulls. But I mean, a lot of people would say that they look at Will Smith like he commercial because of, his songs and all of that. But face to face, I'm telling you, none of them dudes ain't want no smoke with Will Smith, especially if Ready Roxy was there. And I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna give you that, man. That was one of my personal experiences that being in Philly. I don't know how many people here from Philly who witnessed that, but I did, and they never said nothing bad about Will Smith again publicly or on the local radio stations or none of that. I think KRS-One even distanced himself from Steady B and them. I know they caught a charge and all of that stuff, and they all locked up and all of that, him, Cool C and all of them, but yo, they wasn't ready for Ready Rock C and Will Smith, bro. I
Nah,
even know, and the name, and I think they called that freestyle battle cry. Anybody who in here from Philly, bro, who know what I'm talking about, you can hit the link and talk about that. But other than that, we gonna go back to boxing. What's good, bro?
yeah, no, what's good with you? I have to look that up, Battle Cry. But speaking of crying, the Tankalites are crying a lot because Dev, daring to be great. Dev only want to fight other champions instead of being applauded for it. People criticize him for only wanting to fight champions, and that shit to me is crazy because that's what you should want from all champions. All champions should only want to fight champions. Period.
Hey man, I agree, man. That's what I'm talking about. I don't understand how we got all of this scrutiny for Devin, you know. But we don't got nothing negative to say about Rolly Romero coming out and say he would never fight Devin Haney multiple times. Ryan Garcia ducking him right out. I understand Ryan Garcia not having confidence because he just got beat by Rolly Romero, but they try to flip it and say Devin is ducking him. I don't understand it.
I ain't never seen Devin Duck. Look, here's the thing. I'm gonna say this at the beginning to get this disclaimer out. I honestly believe Ryan Garcia will beat Devin 100 out of 100 times. I think stylistically, he just has his number. However, Devin is a better fighter. Just because somebody beats you doesn't mean they're per se better than you. It just might be for whatever reason you just can't beat that one individual, but they'll never do what you do. But with that being said, just to show that I'm not super biased to Devin, the thing about Devin is Devin, in my opinion, is everything you want from a champion. He ain't never ducked nobody. Anybody that he's ever called out, that's accepted a call, he's fought. Like I don't understand why he gets the hate that he gets. when he's doing what all the other dudes won't do. He's doing what Pretty Boy Floyd did before he became Money Mayweather, what made him Money Mayweather. Like, you got people like Tank who get all this praise for bringing dudes up from a weight class below him, beating them up. They're subpar fighters. Then you got Devin going up fighting the best of a division in Brian Norman Jr., because he was considered number one, beating his ass. Before that, fought Regis Prograis, who people thought was going to give him a challenge. He beat his ass. And then, he fought all the top dudes who would fight him at 135. So I just don't get it. Like, I don't get the Devin hate. And I don't understand why they hate on him. But yet the other champions, they don't never criticize. They don't never say nothing about them not wanting to fight nobody. They don't never say nothing about them never calling out nobody else good. They just give them passes. But Devin gets hate because he dares to be great. It's crazy.
Hey man, I'm just glad I'm on the same side of the argument as you, man, because you cooking right now, bro. But the one thing that I will say, I think you might be wrong as far as Ryan Garcia being able to beat Devin every time. I think, if we ever see the fight again, if we ever see a rematch or whatever, I think, you probably gonna be wrong on that, because I just don't think that Ryan Garcia have enough skills to compete with Devin if Devin fight his fight. Some of the things that I can say about the what we saw with the Ryan Garcia fight, without mentioning the Osterine and the 3 pounds and all of that stuff, aside from that, we can say that we saw Devin fight in a manner that we never really saw him fight before. We never saw Devin like on the front foot, all the time, just front foot dominant and, trying to stalk somebody. It's like he had an identity crisis kind of. But I understand that it was because he wanted to get his get back, and immediately after the fight, one of his cornermen, I don't know who it was, but one of his cornermen did a interview, and he was saying that Devin wouldn't listen once he got clipped by Ryan with that first shot in the first round, that Devin just, I guess he was embarrassed by it. They said he just wasn't listening. The game plan was just out the window. He was just trying to get his get back. He was trying to hurt Ryan or trying to knock Ryan down because he was embarrassed. And I think that played into Ryan's hands. I feel like if Devin would have fought Ryan the way that he normally fights, the way we've seen him fight, the way that we saw him fight Regis Prograde, the way that we saw him fight Brian Norman Jr., we know Devin fight on the back foot, or he's pivoting, or he's fighting you toe to toe. Him being a pressure fighter is just not him, and that's what we saw him do in that Ryan Garcia fight, and so that's why it looked the way it looked. And I hear people a lot of times say, "Oh well, Devin was winning the rounds that he didn't get knocked down and stuff like that." People are acknowledging that Devin has better boxing skills, but he was on the front foot. He was front foot dominant the whole fight dang there until Ryan Garcia tried to rush him and land the left hook or whatever. I feel like Devin wasn't fighting his fight. If we see Devin fight his fight in the rematch, which I think 100% he's going to do, he learned his lesson from that. Ryan won't be able to beat Devin even with Osterine.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree with Devin fighting a more aggressive fight style. But again, I just think that they have too much history. They've been in the ring with each other too much times. There's too much experience that Ryan has against Devin. You know what I mean? They have a history from the amateurs, now in the pros, and
But
I
that
just
goes
feel like
both ways though, right?
I know, but it doesn't matter because amateurism are built for people who aren't knockout artists. They're built for the more purist boxer to win. White of the glove is a point. Quality of shot doesn't matter. He who lands the most, whether it's pity patter or it hurts you, can win. And the thing about it is when you got a guy like Devin, he's got okay power. He doesn't have devastating power. He's not a hard puncher, but he's got decent power. But the problem is his decent power is not enough artillery to keep Ryan off of him. And Ryan's fast enough the way he can catch him. And if he catches him,
Ryan
he's
don't
gonna
got
put
good
him
feet
down.
though.
Huh?
Don't got good feet.
Yeah, but he's good enough to counteract what Devin's doing. Like he
You
even
you think that
even
Ryan? You think Ryan Garcia can outbox Devin, or you think his only shot is to knock Devin out?
no. I don't think he could outbox him, but I think he knows him enough to where it doesn't matter that he doesn't have the good feet. He knows where Devin's gonna be when Devin's gonna be there, and that's why he kept catching him. I just feel like I don't. Here's what I'll say. I don't believe Ryan Garcia will ever be undisputed. I don't believe Ryan Garcia will ever beat the number one of any division. I don't believe Ryan Garcia will ever be considered a generational talent. He'll be a good fighter for the era he's in, but that's where it stops. Devin, on the other hand, I believe possibly, potentially could be a generational fighter. I think the best two of the new age is him and Shakur. I think by far they're the best two, and the argument's still out on who's going to rise to the top and be the best of the era between the two. However, it's just like I said, sometimes people just have your fucking number. And I just think Ryan has his number. I think Ryan knows too much about him. And I don't think Devin has the artillery to ever keep Ryan off of him. And I think Ryan knows him enough to where it's going to be rinse and repeat of the first fight. He's always going to be in place to hit him with that left hook. He's always going to catch him with that left hook. And Devin's going to go down. He went down 5 times. They only counted 3. But he went down 5 times in that match. And I just don't see it playing out any different. I just see it doesn't matter how good Devin boxes, he's going to get caught, he's going to get dropped, and it's just going to look like the first fight all over again just because of I don't see nothing Devin can do to adjust to Ryan.
This the last thing I'll say about that. I think that Ryan Garcia would have a chance if he was able to hurt Devin early, as like he did, in that last fight. I think if he hurt Devin early, that's the best chance he will have because, that's contingent upon Devin Haney. That's based on Devin Haney's mental. Like, is he gonna lose focus again? Because I feel like he lost focus in that fight. He didn't, fight his fight. He abandoned his game plan. But other than that, I don't think that Ryan Garcia has good enough feet to keep up with Devin. You saying that Ryan Garcia, he what it sounds like you're saying is that Ryan Garcia is just going to walk through Devin punches. I don't believe anybody will walk through Devin punches. People talk about him being pillow fisted until they get in the ring, just like with Shakur. People talk about him being pillow fisted until they standing in front of it, and then they don't want to get punched in the face repeatedly. So I think that Devin Haney, with his jab, he'll be able to keep Ryan at bay with the feints and the jab. Ryan trying to counter Devin off the jab. It becomes more difficult when Devin is fighting his fight, when he's feinting and he's pivoting, he's standing toe to toe, and he's popping the jab and doing different things. I think that it becomes harder than if you're just front dominant, trying to pressure fight him. You're forcing your fight. You're forcing the fight as opposed to just letting the fight happen. If Devin catch Ryan with something, you catch him with something, that hurt him. But I think he need to focus on just boxing. Boxing. Ryan Garcia don't belong in the same ring with Devin, and that's why I think that Devin will beat him.
I mean, like I said, I hear you. I believe
Especially with zero
Ryan.
nanograms in his system, bro.
Hey, I already seen Ryan walk through his shots. I think he can do it again. But I'm about to fall off in the Walmart.
All right, salute, bro. I appreciate you hopping up here, giving your perspective. But
I don't know if you heard me. I'm about to fall off in Walmart. I listen from the sideline.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Salute to you, man. I appreciate you hopping up here and giving your perspective and everything. I just feel like Devin Haney is just a level. He's levels above Ryan Garcia as far as boxing, and if Devin keeps, the game plan, he keeps his focus. There's no way that Ryan Garcia could beat him, especially with 0 nanograms in the system. We saw Devin Haney get hit with his shot multiple times and still get up. Laced with Ostarine. I just don't think that, with 0 nanograms it's going to be able to work for Ryan Garcia. But back to not scrutinizing these other champions that don't want to fight Devin Haney. I mean, Xander Zayas at 154, he had a different weight class, and he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. He moving like he's supposed to move. He's going after the other champions. So yeah, I applaud that. And I'm rooting for young Xander Zayas to beat Josh Kelly and become the first Puerto Rican fighter to have 3 belts, that's unified. I support him in that. I want to see that. I want that for him. But as far as 147, man, come on, man. We gotta start cooking these fighters, man, for moving it the way that they moving. We need to start calling out these promoters for playing keep away and stuff like that. And I understand the others. I'm not totally oblivious to the other side of the argument. I understand, what people say about Devin Haney not really having a promoter, saying, oh, he have to commit to a promoter. But we supposed to be applauding these fighters that's going against the machine, man. We supposed to be applauding them. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, my bad, y'all. My son trying to put me to work, y'all. But yeah, I just think that we need to start holding these other fighters' feet to the fire for not wanting to fight the best, man. They trying to fight. They trying to fight around Devin Haney at the 147-pound division, and people seem like they're okay with it. People okay with it. But if this was Devin trying to do something like that, or this was Boots, trying to fight around people, we wouldn't hear the end of it, bro. All these content creators will be making videos on it, talking about how Boots ducking or Devin Haney ducking. Come on, man. We got to keep the same energy all the way around. Let me see what some of y'all saying in the comments. Let me see. Bub said Fundora is the champion. Why Haney not going after him? Well, I don't think Fundora is an easy outing for anybody. At 154, but I don't think that Fundora is I don't think Fundora is a better fighter than Xander Zayas. I think I will pick Xander Zayas to beat Fundora. I don't know how you see that. Fundora is getting better though. I admit that Fundora has grown on me, as far as the way he fight now, because I always thought that Fundora never fought the fight that he's supposed to fight. It seemed like he banged on the inside a lot. He didn't really fight tall. He didn't use his attributes. He didn't use his physical attributes to his advantage as I feel like he should. He wasn't, working off the jab. His jab should be his main punch. Being that he's, he got the reach and he's, his height, his jab should be his main punch. He should be on the outside trying to, stop people from getting in, catching people on their way in with the jab. And, he could punch a little bit. He got a little bit of pop. So, I think he should be coming behind that jab, but trying to keep them on the outside. That should be his whole strategy for most of these fights, being that, he's so much taller and lankier than his opponents. I feel like that's his fight that he should be fighting. And he recently started doing that a little bit more, making it harder for these fighters to get in, popping them with the jab a lot more. And I think, him learning that made him a better fighter by far, easily one of the better fighters up there. But as far as the champions, I don't think that he'll be. I wouldn't pick him over young Xander Zayas. Big Dog Willie, salute, bro.
Was cracking. So I just got home from work. Yeah. So what are you talking about, Fundora now?
Yeah, well, I was just answering that comment right there. Buzz Boxing was saying Fundora is a champion. Why Haney not going after him?
Because he's from 154. I don't understand. Like, so this is the thing, like I said this earlier, I have a problem with, like, you answer my question, you're actually reasonable, but there's other people who think that if he's on if you're on Haney's list and you don't want to fight him or you can't fight him right now, you're ducking him. And I was like, I think that's why a lot of Haney, like a lot of people who hate on Haney, that's one of the reasons why. And his dad, but that's one of the reasons why. Because he put this.
Well, I think people misunderstand that list. People think that, if their name is on that list, they got to fight him now. No, I think that list is, a list of fighters that they would have, they're expressing interest in having a fight with those fighters, because those are the bigger names. Those are the people that everybody think is the best. See, where that list came from, it actually was formulated on the Boxing Voice. Bill asked the audience, well, who do y'all think Devin should fight? And they was, trying to come up with names or whatever that they want Devin that they think Devin is the fight. And so all of these people that people considered the best was people that went on the list. You had Boots on the list, you had Shakur, you had Ryan Garcia. A bunch of people wanted to see the Ryan Garcia fight, so he was on the list, but he dropped down to the bottom when he said he didn't want to fight no more. And you just had that list formulated from people, saying who they want Devin Haney to fight. And so they just, put them people on the list that they felt like they would be interested in fighting too. Now, Shakur being at a whole different division, Tank being at a different division, it's understood that they're not ducking for not fighting them, but they just expressing that those some of the fighters that they would have liked to have a fight with too. Who wouldn't want to fight Tank? Who wouldn't want to fight Shakur with the things that they doing? If you want to prove that you the best, you want to fight the people that's considered the best. I feel like Shakur fans should be honored that he on that list, because that's letting people know. That's letting them know that they're looking at him like, yo, he that dude. I think of all the
You should
people
be
on the
honored to be on that list.
yeah, you should be honored to be on that list, because Devin Haney is he's talking about fighting the best,
When they
man.
were trying to fight, but they were already about to fight at one point, and they were trying to, the list has nothing to do with. They'll eventually fight. I mean, I'm very sure Shakur will be up there in a couple of years, regardless, or next year, if not sooner. So I'm not worried about that. And Shakur's not scared of Devin. Devin's not scared of Shakur, so I'm not worried about that. Now, Tank's a different issue, because I don't think Tank ever gonna fight neither one of them. So,
I don't think we're gonna get that fight either, though, to tell you the truth. I don't think we're gonna get Shakur versus Devin Haney.
why wouldn't
I think the best we're gonna do is get them trying to, not be outdone by each other, trying each one pushing each other to do something better than the other person. But I don't think we're gonna see the matchup between the two, because
Why
I feel
not?
like
Why
that
not?
because I
Why
feel
not?
like because Shakur can still make 135 now. That's
Shakur's not going back.
feel like
Shakur's not going back to 135.
I know he's not going back, but I'm just saying he feel like he can still make 135 comfortably. Devin Haney is never making 135. He can't. I'm confident that he can't make it no more. Shakur is at 140 right now. He could campaign at 140, but Shakur feel like 147 is a division where everybody will be bigger than him.
No, I
He
think
don't want to
he's saying
campaign
that.
there.
I think honestly, I think he's saying that right now. He just moved up to 140. So I think he just left 135, moving up to 140. I think in a couple of years, at the most, he'll be up there, because he'll be in his 30s. He'll be early 30s. He'll start filling out. I'm not worried about him. I mean, he'll be up there. I know that's the division he wants. That's the glory division. So he'll be up there. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I know that. I agree with that. I understand that
so
too.
That's when the fight can take place, unless Devin moves up to like 154 and 160 or something
exactly.
like that.
Now that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say you talking like Devin Haney gonna be standing still, suspended in time. No, Devin Haney is a young guy too. He gonna be growing in the divisions. I feel like Devin Haney, by the time Shakur get to 147, Devin Haney might be at 154 or 160. 154 at least. So I don't think that we're gonna see that fight. I think that's just that's water under the bridge. That one time when we had them at 135, Devin was willing to make a sacrifice to try to make the weight again to fight Tank, and Shakur jumped in the way, and then he almost reaped the benefits, but the whole deal didn't go through. I don't want to dive back into that rabbit hole again, but the fight didn't happen there. I think that was our only chance to get that fight. Just like Tank. If Tank not going to move up to 147, I don't think we're going to get that fight, because I don't feel like Devin can make 140 no more. So, Tank, I think the biggest Tank is willing to fight is 140. He might fight somebody like Conor Benn at 147, but he ain't fighting no Devin at no 147. He wouldn't even fight him at 135. So what make me think that he got
Tank he ain't fighting Devin or Shakur. So I'm not worried. He ain't gonna even fight Keyshawn. He ain't gonna fight none of those guys. He don't want to fight them.
But to further answer Bub's Boxing's his question, I think it'll be more enticing for Devin Haney to fight Fundora, if he had 2 belts. I think he just singled out Xander Zayas because he has 2 belts. We even saw that in a tweet. He said, "Wait, he got 2 belts," and that started the conversation with him because he got 2 belts.
frequently, this is the problem when I have with this is the issue. I mean, you guys can call out the people up there, but once you guys go up there and then campaign up there instead of just say, I want to go up there and fight them. That I don't
I mean, I
like,
feel
when you
like
guys went, because that's when people start getting skeptical about Bill Haney and about his, because Bill Haney be doing some shit. If people get skeptical, that's when it makes it sound like he just calling on anybody, and then if he doesn't, if Xander don't respond to Devin, then all his fans will call him a duck, and that's the issue that
look,
we have. I'm not lying. I'm dead
look,
serious.
but I feel like it's the same thing with. I feel like what that is, it's the same thing like Shakur Stevenson. What Shakur did, Shakur was at 135, right? And he called out Tio. Why did he call out Tio? Why? I mean, why?
No, but he went up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why did he fight Tio though? Out of all of the champions, why?
No. But I'm just saying, if Xander don't fight him, Xander don't fight him. You guys gonna call him not say you guys, but you guys gonna call him a duck. I'm not talking about.
No, I said that earlier that Xander. I think Xander is doing what he should be doing by fighting unifying with another champion. If I was Xander in that position, I wouldn't fight Devin either coming up in the division. Like what? I mean, Devin is a bigger name, but what kind of credit is you gonna get for fighting Devin Haney? Moving up into the division. So it's more like it's benefiting Devin Haney. Devin Haney's getting the shot. You a unified champion up there. You should be handling your business up there like you trying to do. He want to fight Josh Kelly next to Unify. That's what he should be doing. But what I was asking is about Shakur Stevenson. I was asking you, why do you think he fought Tio? I'm not saying that he thought that Tio was the easiest or nothing like that. No. Tio is the most decorated.
He's the best at that.
Exactly.
He's the best at that division. Yeah.
Exactly. Tio is the most decorated up there. Tio is the lineal champion up there. He's the bigger name and all of that. He's the one that everybody think is, people should be thinking he the best because he's the one who went up there and beat Josh Kelly, who was undisputed, who didn't lose to nobody. He wasn't undisputed when he beat him, but he was the man up there because he got stripped and all of that stuff. But he was the one that was undisputed. So Tio going up there was commendable, and to fight him, that was commendable. He became the man up there because he beat the man. And so now we got Shakur calling him out because he's the number one guy in the division. Whether the haters want to admit that or not, if you really being fair and you being logical about it, you understand that Shakur challenged Tio.
The only person complain about the Tankamaniacs because their fight ain't doing nothing. They're the only one that say that Tio is garbage. They're the only people that are saying that shit right now. So
that's why I said it's the usual. That's why I always say it's the usual suspects, man. It's the usual suspects. We know how they think. They mind think they think different, man. They different. They think it's okay to not fight no other champion if you're a champion and stuff like that. And to argue about the money and all of that stuff. What we care, we as we as fighting fans, we as boxing fans should just be worried about making the best fights. Seeing the best fight the best. We shouldn't be worried about this person ain't getting paid enough. Who's the bigger star and all that. So what? I just want to know who can beat who. So what? Your fighter is a bigger star than the other fighter who's challenging. I just want to know, can he beat him? Show me he can beat him.
Well, I see the Tankamaniacs and just people who hate on Shakur, dumbasses in the chat and stuff like that saying Shakur duck. What's his name? What's the kid's name? Abdullah Mason, because he moved up to 140. Like him moving up to 140, like he intentionally ducked Abdullah Mason for moving up to 140 and fighting Tio.
You talking about you talking about, I thought you were saying Abdullah Mason moved up to 140. You saying
no, I'm talking about Shakur. Shakur moving up to, they were like, oh, he ducked Abdullah Mason because he moved up to 140. I'm like, how's that ducking because he moved up?
No, they wasn't even in Abdullah Mason ain't call him out. He ain't call out Abdullah Mason. So, it ain't.
Yeah, but you got dumbasses doing the same shit like that because they hate. That's a stupid hate shit. That's what I'm saying. Like,
the only thing better than, it's a few things that's better than fighting a champion in your division, and one of the things that's better than fighting another champion in your division is fighting a bigger champion in your division, a unified champion in your division, or something like that. Or moving up and fighting a champion in a higher division. That trumps to me. Let me know if I'm thinking crazy, but to me, that's a bigger feat than beating somebody who's in the division you're
I'm
already
saying
campaigning in.
the number one guy in that division too. That's the thing about it, the lineal in that division. So yeah, I didn't like I said, I didn't have no, but you hear people just come up here to say whatever because they just want to be haters. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, at least you don't think like some of the Haney-acts. We got Hanos clan, Hanos clan.
Hey
At least you
man,
don't.
Hanos clan in the building, man.
At least you guys, at least you don't think like the rest of them. So yeah,
I mean, they
but
just want to see the fight the best though, for real though.
no, but I had no problem. I had no problem with Haney. I mean, Shakur goes up there. Hopefully, I want to see them fight. Hopefully they can fight when they're still, in their prime. They're still young. I want to see the best. I want to see some old man fighting. When they're in their 30s, like 35, 36 years old, fighting shit like that. I want to see them fight now. But I mean, I still want to see them in their prime. So
see, this what I be talking about. Look at this guy right here, Buzz Boxing, talking about Haney fighting Xander is a cherry pick. A cherry pick for who? Devin Haney calling out Xander Zayas can't be a cherry pick for Xander because
that dude's a
he's
troll.
getting called. He the one getting called out, and Devin Haney picking the biggest champion in the division. He's the only unified champion in the division, bro. Unified is having two belts is better than one, right? He's I think that's my answer to your question right there, Buzz Boxing. Why he didn't fight? Why he ain't call out Fundora? Because Fundora got one belt and Xander got two. If Fundora had two belts and Xander had one, he probably would call out Fundora.
What's up, Flyer? What's up, big dog?
What's up, man?
What's good, Jonathan Jackson?
Hey, big dog, you see me yesterday getting dragged for defending Shakur?
Dog, were you on Taking Maniac channel?
Nah, BF.
Oh yeah, I didn't see. I wasn't on BF channel yesterday. I was sleeping. No,
yeah,
BF
well, we
always
had Haney fan on Haney fan crime.
No, I wasn't on BF channel yesterday.
Now.
No, because I mean, you're not really a Shakur fan. You just trying to make things. It's like when I defend Devin, like from the Tank and Maniacs, and I had to defend him like I was doing last night. While I was doing not like a couple of weeks ago, and just even when Devin won that fight against Brian Norman, I was like, why you guys hating on the man? He just beat the best dude at 147. You guys hating on him, saying he's garbage. And before that whole fight even happened, Norman's going to knock Devin out. He's going to knock him out, and he's going to make him quit boxing. All that crazy shit. Then once he beat him, Brian Norman's garbage. He cherry picked. I'm like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you have to defend people when they're wrong.
Yeah, we wasn't really beefing or nothing like that. It was a boxing conversation basically.
Yeah, it's cool.
I was just saying that I thought Raymond was a tune-up for him. He didn't like that. So
who was a tune-up?
Raymond Mortale.
Hey, look,
there's really no reason to fight.
Buzz Boxing said Sebastian Fundora is currently more popular and holds higher standing in the boxing world compared to Xander Zayas, primarily due to his status as a unified world champion who defeated Tim Tszyu. He ain't no unified champion. What you talking about, bro?
He was a unified champion. He ain't now. He dug Xander Zayas. Talk about that, Buzz Boxing. He dropped the belt because he didn't want to fight Xander and Crawford. So, what you got to say about that?
Well, he's trying. So he says Xander Zayas is a cherry pick for Devin, or is it the other way around? What was he saying?
I heard a lot of people say that, big dog. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, he said who Xander got on his resume better than Tim Tszyu or Thurman. Yo, it's not the point of who they got on their resume. We talking about the hardware. You know what I'm saying? If Devin Haney could get up there and fight somebody with two belts over fighting somebody with one belt, why wouldn't he go for that, man? What you talking about? Like, that's closer to undisputed.
No, he's saying that. Oh, okay, I heard what you're saying. He's saying that.
He's trying to say that Xander, he's trying to say that Fundora is more popular than Xander.
Xander has two belts.
We not arguing that. He might be. That's not even the argument. You might not think he is, but that's not even the argument. If he go up there and fight Xander Zayas, he get two belts off the rip. It's going to be a big fight because you got the Puerto Rican fan base getting behind young Xander Zayas. You know what I'm saying? You got history to be made with Devin Haney becoming a 4-division champion, one time it'd be one time unified and one time undisputed. But that'll get him closer to becoming undisputed. Devin want to fight champions in different divisions, man. He don't want to just fight people who don't got belts and all that. He trying to get he trying to collect belts, bro. So him fighting Xander Zayas with 2 belts makes it closer to undisputed. He got only 2 more belts to go. I mean that you can
I
say
think
that's a cherry pick.
if Bubba take a maniac.
Yeah, but he a tank maniac. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense now. I mean, that makes sense
Yeah,
now. Okay.
I mean, you should already know that, bro.
Well,
They want
I'm just
want everybody else to fight King Kong, but they don't want they fighters to fight nobody. They don't want them to fight nobody. Come on, man.
okay. Explains his comments. Yeah, okay.
They got to the point where they just defend ducks now. They don't want none of that. Since they fighter don't fight other champions. So now they want to say it's okay for the people that he beat. You know what I'm saying? The people on his resume, his leftovers, as they like to say. They don't want his leftovers to fight no other champions either. Come on, bro.
Yeah, they were complaining about Shakur wanting to fight Roach. They were complaining about that in Pitbull. They're crying about that. Was it yesterday? I think it was either yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. So Shakur wants to fight Pitbull or Roach. Why do he want to fight them? Why do he want to fight his leftovers? He's just trying to cherry pick. I was like, oh man. I was like, okay, here we go with that. Yeah.
Yo, hold on for a second, y'all. Oh yeah, what you was saying, Big Dog Willie?
I was just talking about how the Tankamaniacs were complaining about Shakur wanting to fight Pitbull and
oh yeah, Lamont Roach. Yeah. I was
Yeah.
just saying, I was expressing that on another live the other day about how I think that's a good idea for Shakur to fight Lamont Roach, because I think that I feel like Lamont Roach fights, the way he fight, is close to how I would see that Tank would fight Shakur if he was fighting Shakur. He's a good counter puncher or whatnot, and we saw him in a fight with Tank, and he arguably won the fight with Tank. His controversy and all of that stuff in the fight. A lot of people want to see Tank fight that fight, and we want to see Shakur fight Tank, and so I think that's a smart move by Shakur to eliminate Lamont Roach. Nobody going to see that. Nobody really going to want to see that rematch if Shakur beat Lamont Roach. Get him out the way. Just like Devin Haney was trying to beat Rolly Romero, because to get back to Ryan Garcia, because he beat Ryan Garcia. So we know now that it's a possibility that he can duck Devin Haney by saying, I want to fight Rolly next after he beat Barrios.
I know you
so,
did. Yeah.
So Devin was trying to get Rolly out the way. He was trying to fight Rolly Romero on the undercard of Ryan Garcia versus Barrios. And that's the same thing, and I think that Shakur should be doing here. That's like a strategy. You beat Lamont Roach. Now you done ate Tank food. Tank couldn't finish his food. You done ate his food. So but people should want.
They say he want to fight Pitbull too. He said he want to fight Pitbull too.
Man, I don't agree with the Pitbull fight, man. I mean,
well, Tank said. I think Tank said he want to fight Pitbull.
Yeah, that was I was going to say. The only reason I would say that I think that he should fight Pitbull, is because Tank said he want to fight Pitbull because he trying to duck Lamont Roach and fight Pitbull instead. But no, I think he should fight Lamont Roach because that's who the people. That's who we the people know. That's who we the people think that Tank need to fight. Regardless of him ducking or not. The ducking energy don't mean nothing. We think that he should fight Lamont Roach, right? So Shakur beating Lamont Roach satisfies that for us. Forget Tank ducking. We already know he don't want to fight Lamont Roach, but now Lamont Roach is out the way. And so if he still if he don't fight if Pitbull don't fight Tank by the time that Shakur beat Lamont Roach, then Shakur should fight Pitbull too. Eliminate both of them.
I
Take
know.
both of the people he trying to fight, and then only person left there is him. I agree with that mentality, man. You trying to duck me? You trying to fight that person? Well, I want to fight him. I try to get that fight first. Get him out the way, knock him off, and now who you
He
gonna
ain't
fight?
gonna. Tank will just find somebody else. He'll go back and fight like what's it, Raymond Mortala, or he'll fight somebody at his division, and then Raymond Mortala will become. Hello.
My bad. You still here?
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
going
I'm still
on?
here.
Yeah, Freak went out. He went out for a second.
Oh, I did. I wasn't. I thought I
Yeah.
wasn't talking. I thought he was talking.
Oh.
I stopped and Big Dog Willie started talking, and then all of a sudden he stopped in mid sentence and said, "What? What happened?"
Oh, because I heard this noise. I
What
heard like
noise you
a
hear?
beeping noise.
Oh, I don't know if it was my phone or what, but I swiped over and I'm multitasking on my phone.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what you're doing. Oh, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe that's what it was. But go ahead, keep cooking, man.
Oh no,
Freak been playing
I
them
was just saying.
clips.
Joseph Jackson, Jonathan, what you want to say?
Nothing, man. I really don't want to see Shakur over that fight. I want to see him fight Gary Russell because he got a
Oh
fight
yeah,
coming up. So they're basically on the same time schedule because he fight next week, right?
that'd be a good fight for Shakur. I want to see that fight
Yeah,
too.
and he'll
I
be
mean,
able
I
to
understand what you're
unify.
saying. You want to see a real fight. You want to see him fight somebody that's going to give him a comp. I don't think, to be honest with you,
I don't think Gary.
I don't think
I
Roach
don't
going to
think
give him any
Gary.
comp.
I don't think Gary give him any comp either. I just think it's a unification. It's a good fight on
Oh,
paper.
okay. Well, I think Gary would give him more comp than Roach would.
I don't think he gonna be able to cut off the ring because Shakur he gonna move in that fight. He ain't just gonna stay there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, well.
But it's a good fight on paper. That's why I want to see it because you never know what could happen. It's boxing, so
Who else? I'm
and
trying to think. Who else got belts at 140? It was him. Um,
Dalton Smith. That's a good
Dalton
fight.
Smith. That's right.
And then
Hey,
you got Richardson Hitchison, but they
Interesting. That's
got
right.
they got the brother thing going on, so they ain't gonna fight. That's why I
No.
want Richardson to move up to 47 because if he ain't gonna fight Shakur Stevenson, why are you down there? Like it don't make no sense.
hey, salute. We got Big Dre on the panel. I ain't see you in a minute. Big Dre, what's good with you, man?
What's good? What's good? My man, freaking fire in the chat. Welcome. Good day.
Salute.
Good day. Good day. Man, listen, I'm going to say this, and there's going to be some people who don't like what I say. Um, when the Lamont Roach versus Tank fight was about to happen, everybody said, don't nobody want to see that. Don't nobody want to see that. As soon as it was a good fight, now everybody wants to see it again. Um, and even if Shakur fought Lamont, I don't think that's going to take away from the desire to see Lamont Tank too. And the reason I say that is because of the different fighting styles. Um, I think Shakur might have a harder time with Lamont um, than he would with somebody like Pitbull. He's going to outbox a Pitbull, um, keep him at the end of the jab, step, step, keep him at the end of the jab, step, step, keep him at the end of the jab. But somebody like Lamont, who knows how to move, who is more of a boxer, um, who I think can move with Shakur, um, I think will have a better time um, in that fight. I'm not gonna count him out because I got to defend my man Lamont Roach because he owed me some hockey tickets.
Yo, yeah. It's not really about us not really wanting to see the Lamont Roach versus Tank one. It's the fact that the fight looked the way it looked. That's why people want to see him fight Lamont Roach again. It's because of what happened to him. Arguably he won and got robbed of his victory. So that's why most of us want to see Lamont Roach fight Tank again.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I
absolutely,
think. That's what it
absolutely.
is. Yeah.
I didn't want to see the fight the first time because I root for both guys.
Okay.
You know, um, Tank's one of my favorites, and Lamont's a hometown guy. So um, that's why I didn't want to see it because I root for both guys. Um, was I happy with the draw? Hell no. Um, the I'd like to see that fight again with both guys, and make it be worth something. And
Hey,
having
quick question for
Shakur
you.
fight,
Quick question for you.
having
Who do you
Shakur
thought
fight
win?
Lamont,
Okay, go ahead.
having Shakur fight Lamont doesn't take Lamont off the table for Tank. So go ahead. What's your question?
No, I said, who do you think? Who you thought who won that fight between Tank and Roach?
Well, I had Lamont up by one going into the ninth round. Okay, and the ninth round was the knee round, and that just, and I was at the fight, man. Again, that was live scoring. I was at the fight. I had Lamont up by one going into the ninth. The ninth round I gave to Lamont, um, but that was also the round of confusion. That was that screwed up the rest of the fight for me because we were so busy talking about what happened in the ninth round that we weren't paying attention to the rest of the fight.
Okay.
Um, but I personally, I thought Lamont won that one. Looking at the referee who swung the arm twice before he stopped counting, he said he never counted, but from where I was standing, he started to swing his arm.
Mm-hmm.
If you start to swing your arm, that shows me you're counting. And he stopped counting. I don't know what was going on. It just became a clusterfuck beyond all recognition.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, I gave that fight to Lamont.
Is it just because it was just shady, huh? That's the reason why you kind of gave it to him. It just didn't look right.
No, I gave the fight to Lamont because again, I had Lamont up by one going into the ninth round.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
It was a real close fight. They was dogging each other out. They was hitting each other with some real shit in that fight.
You talking about Tank? You talking about Tank and Pitbull? I mean
No,
Tank
Roach.
and
Roach.
Tank
Lamont
and
Roach.
Roach. Yeah,
Yeah.
Roach.
That was a good fight.
It was a good fight. Yeah, it was.
And
Yeah, that was definitely a good fight, man. We saw Tank get hurt twice in that fight, man. Well, wobbled or whatnot. We saw Tank take a knee in the fight. We saw, Lamont Roach get hit with some shots too that he took,
Yeah, he took
but
some shots too. Yeah, he did take some shots.
yeah, and we so even though we didn't want the fight because Lamont Roach was coming up from 130 or whatever, after the fight happened, it was like, whoa, hold on, you got to get that back, Tank, because most people thought that Tank lost. Only people who thought Tank won was the usual suspects, and they want to make an excuse for the knee and all of that stuff, but we was right about the knee, man, because they even made it a written rule now, so it won't be no more discrepancy. If you take a knee, a voluntary knee is going to be counted as a knockdown. Universally, it's written in all the rules of the state athletic commission, so it can't be no more mix up. And Tank got away with it. He got away with it this time, but
I
he
think that
ain't
well,
get
would
away
turn.
with it.
I think that would turn it
it's always
around.
Shout
been
out
a
to
rule.
Rex.
It's always been a rule that if your knee or your glove touches the canvas, it's a knockdown. Period.
Exactly.
Yeah, but people were
A
saying it was
knockdown.
out the judges or out the referee's discretion. That was the argument,
No, that
and
was
they
the
were like,
excuse.
that was that's the excuse. That's what you should say. And I was like, so the referee can now just change the rules midstream in the middle of a fight, says his discretion.
Well, the referee in the ring has a lot of discretion when it comes to a lot of things. Okay, because I've seen people get rocked once, and as they stumbling, you know, they didn't get knocked down. They were off balance,
Mm-hmm.
and they hit that. You know,
Don't do it, Big J. Don't do it, bro.
they hit that they hit
They waiting for you to say. They waiting for
they
you to
hit
say it, man.
they hit that lower ring rope, and catch themselves on the lower ring rope and stand up. And um, but if that rope hadn't have been there, that'd have been a complete knockdown. You
Yeah,
know,
you know what kills the argument of people when they try to say it's at the ref's discretion. The referee counted it as a knockdown initially. He started counting,
Yeah, that's the part.
and
That's the
Tank
part
basically
about
said, "What you doing, man?
it.
Stop counting, man. You want to keep your job, bro?"
And then went to the corner like I need to get this out my eye. Yeah,
Yeah, come on,
yeah.
man. It was so
I
many
think that's what did
infractions.
it
It
for
was
me.
multiple infractions.
Yeah, that's what it did to me because he went to the corner. I was like, "What is this guy doing?"
You can't look before he did that. Look, I'm gonna tell you all the infractions. The first infraction was he took a knee. And the second thing he did was he turned his back and ran away. You can't turn your back in the match, man. That's means
He
for
called a
calling a
timeout.
three.
He
Yeah,
called a timeout.
you can't call a timeout. He took that. He was saying like the knee. He thought the knee was a timeout, but the knee was the knockdown. But after you took a knee, you turned your back and ran away. Ran away from the referee. And then then the other infraction is your cornerman came to the corner of the ring. And then the next one is he touched you. He not allowed to touch you with a towel or wipe you off or do none of that stuff. Somebody outside the ring, you cannot go get anything or touch somebody outside the ring, or somebody outside the ring touch you, let alone somebody from your corner. It was all types of rules that was broken there, that people want to look past and make excuses for.
yeah. I mean, that's one of the things. First they said his knee didn't actually touch the canvas. Okay, well, it damn sure looked like it touched the canvas.
Who
Uh,
said that?
Damn,
Who
who
said
said
that?
that?
uh, I was talking to somebody who said his knee didn't actually touch the canvas.
Oh,
No, if he go that close, hell, he touched the canvas. Uh, but like Frequent said, the taking the knee, turning your back on your opponent, and having someone from outside the ring come up onto the ring apron and touch you. That's like four rules all in one 10-second period that were uh, that added to the confusion. Um, and another referee might have just called a disqualification.
yeah.
You know, so there's a lot of things that go on in that.
Hey man, man, that was so hideous. The way that was handled, man. Can't nobody debate me and say that they wasn't supposed to. The New York State Athletic Commission wasn't supposed to overturn that. Like they shouldn't have. It's so many reasons why they should have overturned it, bro. But they just didn't because it was Tank.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's like that though.
Reverse that, and put Lamont Roach in that position right there. Man, he would have took a knee. That it would have been it would have counted as a knockdown. If he would have asked the ref what he was doing or whatever, they probably would have disqualified him from getting touched by his corner.
But
Yeah,
frequently we know that boxing's not fair. So like some people get stripped after 1 week, and some people it takes 2-3 years to didn't even talk about it. So you see how that shit works,
well,
Like
look,
the queen said, the reasons for not overturning it is so bad. You look so crazy trying to come up with a reason not to overturn it. The New York State Athletic Commission looked crazy with their reason for not overturning it. They sound like a Tank fan.
well, they
You know
had
what I'm
to,
saying? It
they
looks
wanted
so
another fight in New York. I mean, boxing's corrupt. Boxing's corrupt
he
as shit.
literally, shout out to KO. I heard KO saying his reason why it shouldn't be overturned And you know that's crazy when the reason why he gave was the exact same reason dang near that the New York State Athletic Commission gave that they wouldn't overturn it. You know him, Fanon, you know, said the same thing. Shout out to the OG Fanon. He said the same thing, man. He said that what they were saying, what the New York State Athletic Commission also said was they didn't think it should be overturned because the urgency of that round might have changed,
Yeah, that's a
in
terrible. That's a
the
terrible
fighters. Yeah,
excuse.
that looked crazy as
That's a
hell, right?
terrible excuse. That's a terrible
Exactly. They
excuse.
talk about what might have happened, what the fighters might have done, how they might have fought harder if they both knew that it was counted as a knockdown. Come on, man.
That's a
That don't make
terrible
no
excuse.
darn
That's a
sense, man.
terrible excuse.
Terrible.
It
It sounds like a fanboy excuse. And then, on top of that, the New York State Athletic Commission let it be known that, they fanboyed out. The reason why they wasn't doing it is because of the stature and how, the popularity of Javante Tank
It's the
Davis.
money. The money.
Exactly, that too.
That's the main reason they didn't care about. They didn't care about that money. So
yeah, when you look at the number of look at the gate sales, and the taxes on those, just on the tickets from the gate sales, and that's a lot of money going into the New York State coffers. And then you've got um, the pay-per-view sales. The pay-per-view sales, the state of New York gets a cut of that too. So there was a lot of money going into the New York State coffers, and you want Tank to come back and fight again.
yeah,
When you sell 19,000 tickets and you have a complete sellout at the Barclays Center, 19,000 plus seats 2 weeks before the fight, you can't find a seat in that motherfucker. People, those are the type of things, type of events that you want, because that 90% of those people don't live in the state of New York, or at least 80% of those people don't live in the state of New York. That's people coming to New York, spending their money on hotels, taxis, food service, tourism, the whole shooting match. Those are our employment dollars. Those are tax dollars that come into the state that they want to come back.
Hey,
You know,
Big Dre, what you think about the subject I was talking about earlier about how a lot of these content creators and other fans or whatever, they really scrutinizing Devin Haney for not fighting Ryan Garcia or whatever, and for saying that he need to move on, trying to push him to 154 and different weight classes instead of scrutinizing these champions at 147 that's trying to maneuver around Devin Haney and openly duck him or whatever. I see more people making videos about that, and just giving Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero, and just giving them passes for ducking Devin Haney and basically putting the blame on Devin Haney and saying like, oh, well, stop crying to move on. And no, we should be speaking out about these fighters holding their feet to the fire for not fighting other champions. Like that's a big problem in boxing, if you ask me, about the champions not being willing to unify and fight other champions.
well, that's been a real big problem at 147 for a while, because go back 2 years when Boots first got his title, he couldn't get a unification bout to save his life. Um, Last year, they sent out contracts to all of the 147 champions, and nobody took him up on his offer. I don't know what the issue is, but being a single belt holder in a division, you should always want to unify. And I said the same thing about 135, because the champ at 135, you go back 3 years, everybody wanted to fight everybody, but didn't nobody fight nobody. You know, you had everybody had a belt. You know, Devin had a belt, Tio had a belt, Loma had a belt, Tank had a belt. Tio beat Loma, Cambosis beat Tio, Devin beat Cambosis. Oh, there goes the unification. Everybody is a one fight, you know, winner take all.
Everybody fought
For
each other. Everybody fought each other except for Tank, though.
no. Who did Shakur fight? What champion did
Well,
Shakur fight? At 135?
Shakur moved up. He didn't become a champion until after Devin left.
But no, he became a champion before Devin left.
No, he became a champion after
He
Devin left.
became a champion before Devin left.
I thought he literally got no, Devin was undisputed, bro. Devin was undisputed at 135, and Shakur, that's why Shakur was trying to fight him, because he was undisputed. And he got one of his belts because Devin Haney left. And that which was one of the reasons why I was saying that, you know, he should have fought Devin, because he could have became undisputed on that one, you know, fight. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. The fact is, you know,
well, they came up with a bunch of bullshit reasons why they wouldn't fight, and you know, and then
wait,
they threw out
who did?
Devin's team and Shakur's team. Okay.
Well, Devin was given.
There was a quote, a bullshit supposed offer for 25% out there, but it's 25% of what? There was no mention of what the.
I mean, we know when they talking about 25%, they talking about the split. They're talking about the split. It doesn't matter of what.
Yeah,
you know,
I know,
it's
but
a
you
25. They was arguing over who gets the lion's share of the money.
Well, we not the.
But the whole thing is though. My whole thing is though. You know, it's not really to dive into Devin Haney versus Shakur and who was wrong about that and all of that. My whole thing was, you know, Shakur wasn't a champion until after Devin left. You know, but I'm saying when the champions were there, everybody mixed it up except for Tank. Well, I guess we can't really put Tank in there because Tank wasn't the actual champion. Remember? Tank had the Tank had the WBA regular, where Lomachenko had the WBA super. You know,
okay, but you see,
so he
you
was
got
the
to realize
champion
the
in the
super.
division.
Come on now. We've gone through this before. The super is a designation for unification.
No, that's
the super title and the franchise belt are designations for unification.
No, I think that's what people be mistaken all the time.
That's what it says.
People mix
That's what it
those
says
two.
that's what it says on the WBA website.
People mix those two up. No, the WBA super
The
and
world
the franchise.
champion.
Listen, the WBA super. Listen, the WBA super and this franchise belt are not the same. They were not created the same. You might have been on one of them other channels where they try to push that, but that's not true. They were not the same.
No,
the franchise belt was created
for
Canelo, right?
The franchise belt.
Yeah, the WBC franchise belt was created for Canelo.
The WBC doesn't have a franchise belt. The IBF has a franchise belt.
No, you getting it mixed up, bro. The IBF the only one that don't have all of that craziness. The IBF is not the one. It's the WBC franchise belt and the WBA super belt. And the WBO super belt is not even the same thing. That's just, you know, a champion exercising his right to move up and challenge the champion in the next weight class up or down. You know, so that's not actually a belt. That's just something that they can exercise.
The super champion was a designation to allow for the champion to bypass a mandatory and accept a unification.
That was the WBA.
That's the WBC.
The WBA. No, that's the WBA. The WBC.
Okay,
the WBC.
What belt does Tank hold? The WBA.
Yeah, the WBA. Yeah, the WBA. Yeah, so with the WBA, you know, they have it written in their rule that anytime the WBA super is in the division, that's the true champion. And the WBA becomes the regular champion. The WBA championship belt becomes the regular champion or secondary champion when the WBA super is in the division. See, they give this, usually the super comes into the division once the WBA champion unifies. Then he becomes a super champion, and then they give him the WBA super belt, and then the regular belt gets put up for grabs for somebody else to get, and that's basically what happened with Tank. Lomachenko became unified. Actually, it was like a unicorn situation with Lomachenko. They actually
Because
gave him the WBA super on a promise that he would fight another champion. So he got it a little early, but that's usually what it means.
he applied to be or petitioned to be the super champion so that he could fight for a unification.
He did that with the he had to drop his belt. You talking about the WBC franchise belt? He had to petition for that. He petitioned for that. But as far as the WBA, you don't petition for the WBA super belt. They just give it to you when you unify and become, a unified champion. Then you get the super belt. That's what happened that's how Rolly Romero got his belt. His WBA belt that he have now. Boots was unifying with Stanionis. And once he unified, they gave him the WBA super, and they put that regular belt on the line for Rolly Romero, become the secondary champion. And so Rolly Romero became the secondary champion by beating Ryan Garcia, and then he became the full champion when Boots left the division. You see, so Rolly Romero wasn't the champion at 147 while Boots was there. Boots was the champion.
I
But
thought
then
Rolly was an interim champion
no,
until Boots left.
no,
I thought they fought for an interim belt.
No, they fought for the WBA championship, the secondary belt. Because Boots was the WBA super champion. So they put the regular belt on the line for Rolly and Ryan Garcia. And Ryan Garcia became the champion after he became the secondary champion after he beat Ryan Garcia. And then when Boots left the division, they elevated him to the champion, just like Tank got Tank had the secondary belt. All that time that Lomachenko and Devin was there, Devin unified, and then Devin became undisputed, and he had the WBA super, and Tank had the secondary belt. But once Devin dropped all the belts and left, Tank became the actual champion because he was the sole champion in the division as far as that sanctioning body is concerned.
Tank holds the world title.
Yeah, exactly.
The world title, and did not accept the super designation.
Exactly. So but that don't change the fact that he's the sole champion.
That's
he's
right.
the
He's
only
the sole
champion in that division. Yeah, so he's the actual champion. But while Lomachenko was there and Devin was there, he was considered the second. He still had that belt, but he was considered the secondary champion because the actual champion was the super champion, the person who had that belt. And then once the super belt leaves the division, then the secondary champion becomes the sole champion, thus being the actual champion. And that's what happened with Tank. That's what happened with Rolly Romero. Like father, like son. Rolly Romero did. Tank sunned him, and Rolly Romero did the same thing that he did. But that's the way that go, though, chat.
Well, I'm not gonna argue with you about it because I got things that I need to do today. But
why you still disagree with it?
The way I looked it up was the way I explained it, and I'm gonna stick with that, and I'm gonna hold to my guns. And the way you explained it makes sense. But with the way shit is in boxing, it can change. What's the saying? Oh, subject to change. without notification. So
Mauricio Suleiman is the WBC president, and he
yeah,
explained it. He explained it in the video.
subject to change without notification. Yeah, that's I Mauricio Suleiman is another one of those crooks in boxing. Um, and I say that just because of the bullshit dumbness that they did to Shakur just a week ago.
I mean, it go deeper than that.
No, no, but
y'all only
but
recognize it from that. He
no,
been
no.
doing
I mean,
crazy stuff since.
he been doing crazy shit the whole time. His dad did crazy shit. Okay, um, but the crazy shit to request a sanctioning fee um from a fighter for a fight you did not sanction is wild as hell. It's a fight you had nothing to do with. Your
I
belt
mean,
was not part. Your belt was not part of that fight. Your belt, it was not in the division which the fighter held. A belt held your belt in. You had no sanctioning power over that fight. How
I
can you
mean,
request a sanctioning fee for a fight that you had nothing to do with?
I felt the same way, but he's basically saying that that's actual a rule with the WBC that as a champion you have to pay sanctioning fees not only when you defend your title, but whenever you fight again. As long as you're holding their belt as their champion, you're representing their champion. Then you have to pay that sanctioning fee every fight that you have. From what I understand, I was looking at it the same way. Like, yo, how they want to ask for a fee,
Well,
for a fight, a bout
it
that
sound
they
like
didn't even
everybody looks at
sanction.
it the same way except for Mauricio Suleiman.
I mean, because it was a rule. I mean, according, I understand both sides. Mauricio Suleiman is saying that this is a rule that was always there. And Shakur knew about it beforehand. But he still went ahead and did it and didn't expect them to strip him or whatever. He didn't want to pay that 100K. And I understand both sides. It shouldn't be like that. I don't understand why. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm hearing that the sanctioning fee that they was trying to make him pay was twice as much as the sanctioning fee for the actual champion that he was fighting. The actual sanctioning body that sanctioned the fight.
Yeah, the sanctioning fee for the body to sanction the fight was 68K or something like that, and the WBC wanted
They want
120K.
100K. Yeah, that's
Like,
crazy.
how
It's
the hell? How the
diabolical.
hell you want more in sanctioning fees for a fight that you ain't nothing to do with?
And and it reflects throughout history. This whole time, how the WBC has been, trying to make themselves out to be the most prestigious sanctioning body by charging more in sanction fees and all of that stuff. It's just this a lot of discrepancies with the WBC as opposed to when compared to these other sanctioning bodies. To go back to even going back to the situation with Devin and Shakur, people were saying that Devin was lowballing Shakur and he couldn't offer him 25% because that's lower than the sanctioning body's fee. No, all the other three sanctioning bodies, the lowest you can offer was 25%. The WBC was the only one who was different, who wanted to be different and had theirs at 30%. And that was just so happened to be the one that he was in. Shakur put that petition into the WBC to mandate the fight. And he tried to get 50%, but also if he didn't get 50%, the lowest he would get was 30%. But if you look at that in the majority, it's different. The other three sanctioning bodies, the lowest he can offer was 25%. So why would Devin would be a fool to stick around and allow Shakur to dictate terms, or even the WBC to try to dictate, the terms where Devin had already offered them a fight, voluntarily, just on their own terms, knowing that they was already undisputed and that they don't lose that accolade. That accolade is already under their belt. They're giving Shakur the shot. Shakur was acting almost as if he was giving Devin the shot. No, you're the one getting the shot for undisputed. Devin is the champion. He's the A side. You can't tell him you know, you got to give me 50%, and you don't have no belts. You can't. You lost your belt on the scale in the previous weight class, and then you move up to their weight class and fight a nobody, Yoshino, and then skip the line and expect, to get 50-50 split with the undisputed champion of the division. That's ludicrous, man. That's crazy. I don't understand how people even side with that and saying that he deserved 50-50 split. And that's why history played out the way it played out. You had Devin move up
I
and go ahead and fight Regis and go ahead to be a 2 division champion, as opposed to
I
giving
never
him a
agreed
shot.
with the 50-50 split. And the reason I never agreed with the 50-50 split was because while Shakur was a unified champion from a lower weight class, um, moving up and, supposed to be the best thing since sliced bread. Um, but a 30%, I thought a 30% split would have been more than fair. At 30%, I think that would have been more than fair. It would have been a great fight, um, irregardless of location. So they
I,
could
th-
they
I
could have fought anywhere, and I think that would have been a great fight. Um,
I think people overlook the details. I think people overlook the context. You had Devin Haney at 135 draining himself, appearing as Dranos in these fights, just because he wanted to fight Javante Tank Davis. Well, originally he was trying to become undisputed, but he had accomplished his goal already. He became undisputed. He was undisputed. He defended it twice. He defended undisputed twice. That would have been the third time that he defended undisputed. You rarely see fighters these days defending undisputed once. Usually a fighter become undisputed and drop the belt to move on to the next. But we had him forced into. He had to fight Cambosis that other fight, so he had to defend it that one time, and then he voluntarily defended it again against Lomachenko. When he could have moved up and went ahead to the next division. But he stayed there and fought Lomachenko because he was in the he
he
was
was
in
I,
another
I thought
fight. That
he
was the
was
last.
contractually obligated to fight Loma because
No, he
it,
wasn't contractually obligated to fight Loma, but he did have to fulfill one more fight on Top Ranks under their promotion and whatnot.
right.
So it made
And the
sense. Yeah, that was the
and the
fight that they
name
picked for him.
and the name on that contract was Lomachenko. He
Well,
had a rematch.
I
He
don't
had
know
a
if that
rematch
I don't know
clause.
if the name on the contract was that he signed was Lomachenko, but it probably was their picking or whatever, whoever they wanted them to fight, so they chose Lomachenko.
Well, it's. I think it's.
But the point, hold on, but the point that I was making is, you know, he defended undisputed, and he was already, people can see that he was drained. He was Dranos in that division still waiting around, and so he made it known that the only fight that he will stick around for in that division is a Javante Tank Davis fight, because he was acknowledging that he was too big for the division. It was too hard for him to still cut weight and make that division, but he was willing to go through putting his body through that to fight Javante Tank Davis for the big bag, But then Shakur came up and did so much clout chasing or whatever, and jumped in the way, skipped the line, and all of that. So he offered Shakur to fight behind the scenes. Shakur came public with that offer, saying that he was worth more than the 25%. He wasn't accepting it and all of that stuff. And then ultimately, they moved along and went ahead and did what they was going to do, and Shakur is left, without the opportunity. And he said in hindsight that, he did that only because he didn't think that they would move on. Because nobody, remember, back then, I mean, people could try to deny it as much as they want to, but I remember I was there getting thrown in the back, on panels, kicked off panels, muted in comments and stuff like that, because and hearing people say that Devin was stuck in between a rock and a hard place because they thought that he would never go up there and try to fight Regis because they thought Regis would knock him out, and Devin was scared to move up to 147. They was thinking that he was, 140. They was thinking that he was squeezing down to 135 because he didn't have no power, and he wouldn't be able to hurt Regis or anything. If he moved up, he'd get knocked out. And people was kind of shocked when Devin moved. When
Well,
he chose Regis, including Shakur. Shakur made it known in the interview. He said, "Yo, I didn't think that he would. I didn't know he would do that. That's
I
why
didn't
I
think
was playing
I didn't
hardball."
think he would go up and challenge Regis, because Regis was somebody who in previous fights showed that he had some pop, he had some defense, and you know Devin went up to 140 and made 140, um, albeit with the controversy of his weight on fight day, but he made 140 and he looked damn good in that fight. You know, he beat Regis from turnbuckle to turnbuckle. Um,
I
Kept Regis.
appreciate you keeping it real and saying you ain't think he, was going to take that fight. You was surprised by it, but it's so
Oh, it
many people
surprised the
that
hell
would
out of
never
me.
say that though. It's so many people that just say, "Oh, we all knew that he was going to beat Regis. Regis was trash." Ain't nobody say that.
Oh
Like I
hell,
wasn't in
Regis.
history having, these guys throw me in the back and mute me in comments, going back and forth with people when they saying that Devin, you know, uh, trying to tease and say that Devin is going to get knocked out if he go up there. So now he got to fight Shakur. Shakur's going to beat him and stuff like that. Because that was the
Listen,
last thing that people
I
thought,
was
that
one
he
of the
would
people
move
who
up.
was saying that Devin was going to get knocked out because Regis had some pop. Okay, what happened to it, I don't know. Where it went, I
His
don't
pop
know.
was still there. You know what? The
It's kind,
same
but
thing. The
it's
same
kind
thing.
of
The
hard to
same thing.
show
We saw
pop
the
when you
same
can't
thing.
hit nobody.
We saw the same thing happen recently with Tio. Tio and Shakur. We can't say that Tio just all of a sudden became trash. No, Shakur made him look like trash. His levels, man. He was against Shakur. Anybody else, he probably would have styled on him and did his thing. But because it was Shakur, you know, the I would say that he arguably the best defensive fighter of today right now. He was fighting against Shakur. Shakur controlled the distance so well that he just looked like he was out of range the whole time, and he didn't know how to get in. So he would try to I think he had the best success he had was going to Shakur body in the 8th round. But other than that, he looked like he was a lost puppy out there, man. Did you see his face? He looked like he wanted to cry. He had zero answers. His corner had zero answers. I really think he needed somebody else in his corner. It just was all wrong for T.O., man. It's not that T.O. trash. Shakur is that good.
Well, see, I said before the fight, if To gets aggressive, if he gets aggressive and he gets aggressive early, it's going to be a long night for To, um, because they are both better defensively than they are offensively. Um, Shakur is a great counterpuncher. Shakur is excellent at maintaining distance. Shakur has quick hands. Um, while To, I would say, is just a little bit more athletic, um, but he is much better on the back foot than he is on the front foot. Um, and I said it on multiple panels that if To gets aggressive, it's going to be a long night for him because Shakur is just so much better on the back foot. And Shakur just proved it. Okay, I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna maintain distance, and I'm gonna be on this back foot, and I'm gonna counterpunch the hell out you. And while To was fast, Shakur looked faster.
Hey man, that's one of the things I could say I wasn't wrong about a whole lot of stuff, but I definitely was wrong about some things in this fight, man. I wasn't picking T.O. to win or nothing crazy like that, but I thought it would be a harder fight for Shakur because some of the things that I thought was true turned out not to be true. I thought that T.O. was, hands down the faster guy as far as the hand speed. I thought he was the faster guy. I thought he was more athletic than Shakur and all of that. And I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong about those things. It looked like I was wrong. Like The only thing I can say is maybe he might be more athletic than Shakur, and maybe Shakur controlling the distance and all of that, and his timing probably offset that and made him look like he just didn't know how to fight. But the hand speed, I could say for sure I was 100% wrong about that. I thought that Tio was his best bet was going to be to stand toe to toe with Shakur and not be on the front foot against Shakur. I thought that his best bet was to stand toe to toe and he can outpoint Shakur with his hand speed. But that wasn't the case because I think that Shakur's control of distance offset that. It kind of took away Tio's speed because you have to work on trying to get in position to try to throw a punch. And whenever you come in, Shakur is catching you coming in. Shakur's hands is faster than I thought they were. So, he was catching Tio, and Tio looked like he just couldn't get out of the way of some of those punches. It seemed like he was landing jabs at will.
Well, like I said, Tio showed really good hand speed, and
before the fight, but not in the fight though, and not in the Shakur fight. To me, it looked like he didn't even know how to punch. He just looked like he was just trash, man. I don't see nobody else doing that to Tio that way.
I wouldn't have called Tio trash that night. The fight was actually closer than it looked because if Tio hadn't have, doing some of those leaping punches, putting himself out of position while he's trying to throw a punch.
But we can say he coulda, shoulda, woulda all night long. But all we got is what how Shakur made him look. He was doing those things because he couldn't. He was trying to figure out how he can get to Shakur. Because Shakur is tagging him all day, but he's out of position most of the time. Shakur slide in and get his off, and then get back in position. And Tio is out of range to throw punches, and his problem was. Most of the night it seemed like, his problem was trying to get in range to throw punches, because whenever he would close the gap, he would either get hit or Shakur would take a step back. And he was always out of range. Shakur didn't run, but he just controlled the distance well enough, whereas, he can take a step back, and when Tio's trying to get in, he'll pop shot him. He'll pot shot him with a jab, or he might throw a little combination or whatever. Everything that Shakur did was based off of him controlling distance and catching Tio when he's coming in. And I don't think Tio had an answer for that, man. That it was a bad style matchup for Tio and his IQ.
Well, it was a bad style matchup because it was a bad game plan. Tio went into that fight all wrong. So when you go in wrong,
what you think? What you think Tio should have been trying to do?
I think for Tio, it should have been he should have made it more of a come to me fight. It would have been boring as hell, but it would have been a better fight for Tio.
If he just stayed on the back foot, like fell back and didn't push the action.
Yeah, because if he had tried to force Shakur into coming forward, make Shakur the aggressor. But once he was the aggressor, it was all over. With Shakur's distance control being just that half step out of range, you can't take the half step and make the hit. You take the half step, and then you're just in range, and Shakur is out of range again. It's just the way things go. So, listen, I got some stuff to do. I appreciate your time, and I got to get out of here, though.
Hey, I appreciate you hopping up here, kicking it with me, bro. Yeah, I think this is your first time on this panel. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, I think this is my first time actually on your panel. I've been in the chat a few times, but it's the first time being on the panel. I appreciate it because you're the first person I argued with on YouTube. So, and we've had some good back and forth over the years. So, I appreciate you having a channel, and I'm out, man. Cool.
All right, salute, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, Tommy Hill, what's good, bro? I see that you said Tio never had a chance to beat Devin, Loma, or any elite boxer ever. He does too many things fundamentally flawed to beat them. Period. Point blank. Well, I'm gonna say this. I think that T.O. got past. He got by in a lot of his fights because of his athleticism. But one thing I think you wrong on there. You say he never had a chance to beat Loma, but he beat Loma though. T.O. definitely, if anything, he did beat Loma. But I do think that I do feel like Loma beat itself. You know, Loma beat itself. I gotta hit myself with this one right here though.
Pause.
But you know, it was because of Loma. You know, Loma taking off. You know, on the championship rounds, and Loma always start slow. You know, the first few rounds, maybe the first 5 or 6 rounds, he didn't have any activity. You know, inactivity is what killed Loma. You know, in that fight. You know, that's what I believe. You know, because I don't think Loma really won a round until like maybe like round 7. Like he really got into the fight like round 7, and you know he started making Tio look real uncomfortable when Loma got desperate. He started stepping on the gas. Once he started pressing on the gas, I feel like he was getting the advantage. You know, he was like getting the best of the exchanges that he was having with Tio. Tio looked very uncomfortable whenever Loma pressed the gas, but at the same time, you know, I think. I feel like I remember Tio catching Loma. He cracked him or whatever, and Loma slowed down because he didn't want to get knocked out or whatnot. You know, at one point in one of the later rounds, while Loma was pressing on the gas, Tio cracked him, and you know it looked like he hurt him, and that slowed Loma down. But I think it's the inactivity that killed Loma. And the same thing happened in the Devin fight too. Those early rounds, he wasn't busy at all. You know, he was losing those rounds, just giving them away. And then when he started pressing the action in like the 9th, 10th, and 11th round, he looked the best. Those was the clearest rounds of the fight, I would say. Those rounds that Loma won, and I think that's what imprinted in people's mind that Loma won the fight because the rounds that he won was more one-sided than the rounds that Devin won. But Devin clearly won more rounds. He won more rounds. Loma took off the last 2 rounds, just like he did in the Teofimo Lopez fight. He lost the fight the same way. But yeah, Tio definitely did beat Loma, OG. I don't know what you maybe that was a mistake. You ain't mean to say that, but yeah, I agree with the rest of what you said though. Let me see what else you said. You said Loma didn't throw 10 punches in the first 6 rounds. That guy, he won the next 5 was very easily and took off the last round. He barely lost the fight, not fighting for 6 rounds, my man. I mean, I guess you're saying like close to what I was saying. Loma lost all of those early rounds, and then he took off the last 2 rounds. You know, he did that in both of those fights. You know, I don't see how people can try to argue that Loma won. It looked like he had Devin in trouble. In the 9th, 10th, and 11th round. Well, not really the 11th round. I think the 11th round, I would give that round to Devin, but you got some people, I wouldn't be mad at some people who gave that round to Loma or whatnot, but when he fought Tio, it definitely was, he never had Tio. He had Tio looking uncomfortable, but he never had Tio in trouble. I don't think, it looked like Tio cracked him, if you ask me. And Loma, he got rocked, and so he slowed down. He didn't want to get knocked out, so he slowed down. Oh, hold on, let me drop the link for Joseph Jackson. Hold on, bro. I need to pin it, but I don't have my other device handy. Hey, dig go the link right there, y'all. Anybody want to click the link, come up here, give me your perspective on this. Let me see what else Tommy said. Oh, he talking about the link. No, Shakur definitely did his thing. What's
Nah,
good, bro?
man, that was a mistake. I meant to say Core instead of Loma because they already fought and he did get the victory over him. But what I was doing was responding to that guy because he had saw the mistake I had made, and I was wondering why he said Loma, and then I looked at what I said. But in that fight, Loma threw 10 punches, and they counted him 10 punches in the first 6 rounds. His pops then got into his ass, and then he started throwing punches and didn't even. Now, what T.O. was able to do was pressure him, but he didn't really do much effective work, but he was winning because Loma had inactivity. But when Loma fought, that nigga Loma whooped his ass, and then he mistakenly just took off the last round. I don't know why, but T.O. did step up and press a little bit harder, but it was still close. It just was around that favor T.O., and he won that fight strictly because of the inactivity. What I meant to say was that he was never going to beat Devin. He was never going to beat Core or any other elite fighter that was grouped with him. Hell, I don't even believe he beats Ryan. I believe Ryan sleeps his ass. But that being the case, dog, I'm not taking away from Core. Core, a good fighter, a really good fighter. He's an elite boxer, and he's going to struggle. He leads the lead hand down. He lunges. He goes over his front foot. And if you make him chase you, you really going to tag him all day long, as what he's exhibited in the Zandor Morton fight. And to a certain degree, if your boy would threw more punches in his fight, the Jermaine Ortiz fight. So I was just saying that I don't believe he has what it takes to beat those type of fighters. Now, he can beat a lot of fighters because he's definitely athletically more gifted than most, and he can get away with that. But them, you can't get away with it.
Hey man, I feel like you I agree with a lot of what you were saying. I don't agree with Ryan Garcia beating T.O.
I
though.
know, because he
You
put
know,
your boy on the canvas like 7 times, and
you
they didn't award for him, and y'all
know,
mad at that.
no,
Y'all
I
gonna blame that on
understand.
Osterine instead of the fact that you watched JoJo Diaz, a little ass dude, do the same thing.
No,
That's
I
Ryan
understand. I
Garcia, though,
understand.
who known to hit people and put them on the canvas.
I understand you wanted the usual suspects.
Nah, I'm no
but
usual suspect,
but
bro.
no man, listen, Ryan Garcia, man, we saw Ryan Garcia get
You
dropped
Rolly, right?
by huh?
By
No,
Rolly.
not Rolly, no, Campbell.
Oh
We
yeah,
saw
yeah,
him
Luke
get
Campbell.
dropped by Luke Campbell.
He
And
wasn't hurt though.
I mean, but I'm just speaking on his flaws. Devin hit him too, because of that flaw. Ryan Garcia, he tried to go straight back and lift his chin up right for the punching. When you rush in on Ryan and throw a shot, that's his way of getting. Ryan don't got a good defense. That's why he kept turning. Like, it was a lot of
I
things
agree
that
with
happened.
that.
It was a lot of things that happened in some of those fights that Ryan had that shouldn't be allowed to happen. And since they think that Ryan, they try to portray Ryan as this big bag in the game, saying that, he's popular and all of that stuff. So they give him a lot of chances and he's allowed to get away with things just like Tank, getting away with the knee. Ryan Garcia, just like getting away with the knee, Ryan Garcia is
So
able to
getting
get
away
away.
with the knee and getting away
Let
with
me hold
4
on. Let me say,
knockdowns is not
no,
similar.
no, no. Listen, you ain't let me finish.
Okay, go on, my bad.
His knee in boxing is his turning his back. Ryan, he keep getting away with turning his back. You're not allowed to turn your back to the other fighter in boxing, but he's allowed to do this multiple times in fights. And even in the Devin fight, they even warned Devin for hitting him while he turned his back. Bro, you're supposed to be warning him for turning his back. It's supposed to be a standing eight count, and you can even call the fight. It can even be considered a disqualification for turning your back to the other fighter.
You're
But
right.
they let Ryan countless times get away with that. He was doing that to Duarte, turning
You're
his back.
right.
Ryan don't have a good defense. He don't when Ryan get rushed and bombarded with punches, he don't know what to do. So he just turns his back and curl up like a cat or whatever. He turn like a scaredy cat. He turn around and ball up. He don't know what to do.
Yeah,
And
that's garbage.
when you rush in and throw the right cross at him, or left hook, he'll put his head straight back and try to go straight backwards. He don't. somebody needed to correct them fundamentals for him, me to think that he can just beat some of these other guys like that. I always give him the chance, the puncher's chance for the left hook that he got. We saw him put, soon as that left hook land, usually that means it's the end. But we don't know as far as elite fighters, though. I mean, these higher tier fighters, he could do that to the lower tier fighters, but when you start moving up in competition, those knockouts, it started to get different. When you fighting some competition, I don't see him doing that to TOT. He got to show me.
You
But
don't
y'all
see him
smash
doing
the
it.
like button. We got
Hey, that's a fight that
Joseph
could happen
Jackson in
though,
the
bro.
building.
If T.O. is to continue to go forward, because I think what T.O. really battling with is with inside the home, bro. Like the fact that he was by himself, yo, that speaks volumes.
Excuses.
I should say you didn't let me finish my point, like you said. I was
Hey,
talking
Tommy,
about moving
man.
forward. I don't ever
HLD was
believe
saying,
when we talked about it. I said I find it very hard to give him 3 rounds in the fight. I don't think he's gonna win 3, but if he do, that's about all he was gonna get. So I never believed he was gonna beat Shakur. I'm not gonna make no excuse. Shakur is just better than him all the way around. Period. Point blank. But I do believe he's been dealing with a lot of things since the Kambosos fight, and I think it's only getting worse. And I could tell because he was by himself. Now I understand why his promotional team ain't there, because they was tired of him and they wanted to get rid of him, and that's them getting rid of him. They released him of this contract with this fight because they never wanted to put him in there with Devin. They never wanted to put him in there with Shakur. They don't want to put him in there with him.
I had to hit you with the excuses because HLD was talking all of that same stuff.
Who is HLD? That
come on,
Mickey
man.
freaking.
He's the biggest TO fan that we know, bro. That's who he is.
He
Can't nobody.
sounded
You
just
can't
like him.
defend. Yeah, you
Joseph.
started acting like him. That's why you started saying the
Joseph.
things he's saying. That's why I hit you with it, bro. He said,
Joseph, what did I say?
hold
He said,
on, Tommy. Listen, when HLD came back here after Shakur did what he did to TL, you know what he started saying? The same
His
things that you
family
were
life.
saying, bro. But he went a little bit deeper. He started
He
talking
said
about
he
it's
knew.
more than just his father, it's his family and all this other stuff that's not ring related, man. We don't care about none of that stuff, man. You should have
No. When you
called the
go in
fight
that
off
ring,
then.
yeah, you're right. When you go in that ring, that means you good to go.
Yeah, so don't be giving them
But
no
they don't
excuses,
impact
bro.
it though. If it is true, I mean, look, he was there by himself, bro.
I
Nobody
don't
was
care
around
who he
him.
was there. You can only get in the ring by yourself, man. It's
Hey,
just
that's
you in
true.
there.
But you got 3 people coming with you though, right?
Hey, man, he said the
Ain't they
same.
a part of that ring
Come on, man.
activity?
No, come on. You sounding like HLD now, bro.
Nah,
He
dog.
said
I'm
the
just
same thing. He
saying.
came here talking about he was by
I'm
himself,
saying
man.
this.
He ain't
I'm
had no
saying this. At
entourage.
his
What his
best, with
entourage
nothing
got to
going
do
on.
with him
So let me
winning in
say
the
it clear
ring?
for you, Mickey Freaky, so you can understand. At his best, with everything pristine in his life, he is not going to beat Shakur. He's not going to beat Devin. Period. Point blank. I'll say that for you, so you will understand. There was
I already
nothing he could
understand that, but
do.
when you start making
No.
excuses to
What I'm
why,
saying, dog.
if you saying he
Can
can't
you
beat
still
him,
go to work but not feel well?
if you saying he can't beat him regardless, so don't even bother to throw no excuses
So
out for him, bro.
so
He
now
just
he
lost.
didn't feel
So you didn't let me further explain. I said if he is to continue in box, that still can be a fight that they can make with him and Ryan. So we can find out. I said, but I don't know, because it does seem like he's going through a whole lot. And that dude is acting really weird. That's all I was going to say. I
Yeah,
wasn't making no excuse for what happened in the ring. I don't never believe he was going to beat him. Never, not never. I
it
never thought it
sounded
was
like
going to be close.
excuses to us, and that's why people were saying it, bro.
Nah, because you niggas is just weird, bro. Like weird
No,
talk,
bro.
dog.
So
Y'all be doing
everybody
weird stuff.
weird.
I ain't
So
say that he was going to win. I never said he was going to win. I didn't even say it was going to be close. I never
Well,
said that.
it's people in the comments were
I feel
saying
like
it
when
was
you say that
excuses, bro.
stuff,
Remember the last time I was up there and you was talking about comments? I'm talking to you. Let them that's up in the comments, let them come up and talk.
No,
Then we can
but
talk.
that was to my point though. You saying I'm crazy, like when you tell somebody they're crazy, that means that they're thinking something that other people wouldn't normally think. But you got multiple people, saying the same thing. So what you saying? Everybody crazy? That's what I mean.
Who did I say was crazy?
You said I was crazy.
Yeah, for thinking that I was saying that he was going to win. I never said he was going to win. I never said he was
excuses. No,
not going to.
you said I was crazy for thinking that it was excuses, right? But you had multiple people in the comments
I
saying
may have
excuses
said that.
too,
I
bro.
don't know. I don't know if I said it to that. I thought I was talking about you saying I'm thinking that's the reason why he lost. Nah, he lost because he was never good enough.
Tommy
He was
Hill, but
never good enough.
I think when you say that stuff, even though I know you're not trying to take credit away from Shakur, it just like sound like you taking
I'm not
credit
taking
away.
away nothing from Shakur. Shakur is better than him. Period. Point blank. I'm not, and I'm not saying because he's going through things, it affected his performance. He was going to get beat no matter what, even on his best day. I don't think he beats
Look,
Shakur. Period.
next problem said y'all
That's
keep
no
making
problems,
excuses.
not next problems. No problem.
Okay, no problem then. He's saying y'all keep making excuses for T.O.'s inconsistencies. T.O. is just
So ain't that
inconsistently
what I said?
inconsistent.
Ain't that what I
No,
said?
you said, oh,
I
he ain't
said
had
he's
nobody with
fundamentally
him.
flawed and he does too
You
many
said he ain't
things
had
that
nobody with him. It's family
I just said at
problems,
the
and
end, and I
you
was
know, I started
segueing that
hearing
to say that
violins.
he can
I gotta get a violin, John. You know what I'm saying? For
get the
when y'all be
violin
making
joint,
these
dog. You got
excuses,
time. You
we
got
need
all these
another
other junks.
excuses, John, for
Throw up in
violins.
there and then bring
Violins
somebody
in
to
the chat.
co-sign that
If
stuff.
Tommy was making excuses, violins in the chat, y'all. Violin emojis in the chat.
Yo, Flyer,
What's good, bro?
what I agree with you was talking about earlier with the Dev and Loma. The Matrix did come out at the end of round 7 through 11. Like that, it came out and we seen it in full effect. But Dev did have enough composure around 12 to like, yeah, he said this shit ain't going on no more. You ain't finna keep doing me like this. But like, yeah, it did come out. That's why I think like Dev banked enough round early. But when it came out, it was out in full effect. I can't lie about that.
Yeah, yeah, facts. And that's why I said, the rounds that Loma won, they was more more lopsided, more convincing than the
Yeah.
rounds that Devin won. Because Devin just subtly won all of those early rounds in the beginning, and then Loma taking off the 11th and 12th made Devin win those 2 rounds too. But the rounds that Loma won, it was more convincing, and then Devin haircut didn't help either, because you saw every punch, make his hair snap back and everything. So it looked worse, the whole image
It
was
looked
worse.
worse than what it was, bro.
Yeah, it looked worse,
Devin
bro.
was in a hell of a fight right there. That fool was lucky to get the win,
Loma's
dog.
body was getting
Honestly, I
beat up.
thought he was fortunate to get a draw. So he was fortunate in that fight, man. In the
Loma
back
went to
half,
the
he lost
hospital
more.
after that fight, bro.
Hey,
He
man, the
went
I
to the
know you
judges said he
hospital.
went to
continuously say that,
8-4
bro.
though.
You
No, I don't
continuously
know.
say that, bro.
Loma wept.
Hey, that's real rap,
You know
dog.
how
I
y'all
think he
say
was.
Jesus
I
wept?
think he believed
Loma
he
wept,
actually won
bro.
the fight, dog, and he felt like they took it from him. And he said he let his kids down, dog. So yeah, he
Hey,
gonna definitely
No,
cry.
when you crying and you show your teeth, that's a deep hurt right there,
yeah.
bro.
Nah, what he was crying was he tried to be undisputed and he didn't get it.
He
Devin
tried to
won.
bite
So
down and bear it, but he just couldn't, and he had to let it out, bro.
nah,
He
dog.
wept.
The reason why he was upset is because he knew he would never get a shot to be undisputed again.
No, he knew
Hey,
he would
hey.
get a shot again. He almost got a shot immediately after that, man.
With who, y'all?
He the master of getting he get so many chances, it don't make no sense, man. His second fight, he got
And
a
he was
title
done
shot
after
and
that
lost.
fight.
He lost his second fight. His second fight, he got a title shot and lost. And then his very next fight, he got another title shot and won. Come
Yeah,
on,
but
man.
Haney was done at that time, dog. They were
Loma
about
is
to.
Mr. Privilege,
So
man.
you saying Dev broken? That's what it sounds like.
Yo, he was about to get.
I ain't
You
say
said
dead
that, but he
broken.
was
What I
about to
said
get
is
the fight
this:
again.
No, you no,
the
hold
Yo,
on, hold on.
opportunity
Hold on.
to get a undisputed
Hold on,
joint
Tommy Silver.
again was
no,
never going to
Tommy,
be. He was
Tommy,
going to have.
listen,
Done.
Tommy. No,
He said he
listen,
was
Tommy.
done.
Listen, Tommy.
I said Devin was done after that.
Immediately after the fight, Loma wept, right? And then I gotta keep putting that out there. People need to know that he wept, man. But then after that, he said he didn't want the fight, the rematch when they asked him. But then enough people convinced him by saying that he won and pumping him up and all of that, putting the battery in his back. He actually petitioned the WBC to put him back in the number one positions for the rematch, so he could fight him again. And they obliged. They put him at number one. They bumped Shakur back and put him back at number one, bro.
which is wild because the nigga was lost. I mean,
Yeah,
he
so we
lost, so
can't
I don't
say
know
he
how
wasn't
that.
never gonna get no chance. He was
But
well on
Devin
his
wasn't
way to
gonna
get
fight
another
him again,
chance.
though, bro. This is what I'm saying. Devin was
No,
done at 35.
Devin would have fought him, but he wept, and so Devin was mad. He's like, man,
Devin was
crying
done
and
at
stuff,
35,
man.
bro.
Forget him,
He had
man.
fought 3 fights too long at 35, bro, and I think it affected his time frame over there at 40.
Yeah, it did.
So I don't think he was gonna break his body just to fight that again. He already had won the fight.
No,
He
he was
gave
gonna do it.
everything he had at 35, bro. He couldn't. It wouldn't
Drainos,
have been
man.
smart for him to go and fight again at 35, bro.
Drainos,
Nah,
man. Y'all can't tell what Devin was smart for him, man. He was Drainos, bro. He never missed weight, man. Y'all
I'm,
can't put that on
I
his
didn't
jacket.
Yeah,
He
say.
never
Did
missed
I
weight.
say he missed weight?
I know, but you
I
saying
told
that
you
he
that I
wouldn't have did
believe
it.
he's
You
one of
saying
the
he
most
wouldn't have did it.
professional boxers there are. Dog. He does make his weight, but making weight ain't always a good thing. And for that fight, I don't think he had
You try to
nothing
say
else
he wouldn't have did
that
it,
weight to
man.
give.
We talking about Drainos here, bro.
Man, Dev was not fighting at 35 again, bro. I'm sorry.
Drainos would have fought at 135.
What's
I'm
the
telling
biggest
you,
fight right now? What did
if
you say
Tank
was
would
the
have
biggest
said
fight
he'd
right
fight
now?
him, if Tank would have sent him the contract, I bet you he would have fought
All right,
Tank.
he would
Joseph.
have fought.
What's the biggest fight right now in boxing?
The biggest fight in boxing right now.
Yeah,
I think it's Shakur and Dead, but
for Shakur and Dev, right?
he
Who
ain't
was in the
opposing.
ring that night?
I'm not gonna call him.
It's a couple big fights that I think is
Yeah,
real big.
but who
Would
was
be
in the
real
ring?
big
Because
fights,
if it's
man.
the biggest fight right now, it would have been a big fight right there. Now, Dev said
When
he
you
would
say
stay
biggest
there
fight,
for
what
the
you mean?
right
Like
fight.
what's worth the more? Or what's worth the most, or what would make the most money? What you mean?
No, I'm just saying it's a big fight. So he would have stayed and fought Shakur if it was a big fight, right?
Because listen, because Boots and Virgil don't even have belts, and I think that's a big fight. That tell
It
you
is.
something
It
right there.
is. It
They don't even
is.
have belts, and that's a huge fight. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
I think that might be low key the biggest fight in boxing. I think it'll be bigger than Devin versus Shakur because you got the dynamic of the black community, boxing community, and you got Virgil Ortiz.
But that
It
one
You
looked
got the
like we
already
getting
Latinos
that
and all that.
fight.
I think the
already
dynamics will
go.
make it a bigger fight, man.
It looked
Already
like we
go
getting
about
it. So
that.
we gonna see.
You
We
said you
gonna
don't
see.
agree with that, Joseph Jackson?
Yeah, it's just because yeah, they stars, but they ain't cracked the scene yet. That's what I'm looking at. Like,
I
Man,
think the
I think
dynamic
that
is
might be
big.
low key. I think low key that might be the biggest fight in boxing. Because imagine that fight in Dallas Stadium, bro.
Now that I don't think they
I
put
think
would they put that in Dallas? You think so?
they can't. They
I think
probably
that'll
fill
go
up the
crazy. I think
little
that fight
room.
will go
They
crazy in
can they can
Dallas,
fill
man.
up the little room in Dallas Stadium, but not that. They can't do what EJ was doing. No, no,
Is
I
it
think
that
it could
many
do what
people
EJ
behind
was doing,
Virgil?
bro. I think that could do what EJ was doing, man. I think it.
no.
But is
Come
it
on,
that
man.
many people
EJ.
behind Virgil though? Because in order for that to be the case, that's who's going to have to show up.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it'll be a big fight
If
for
you would have
Virgil,
said
man.
something like Madison Square Garden, what's the Philly Arena name, something like that, I could see 20,000 people in there, but not in no dang Dallas Stadium. No, you can't. No.
Now, when it was Canelo versus Earl, it could have been potentially a place for it because you would have brought a whole lot of people for Canelo for sure, and then Earl had a pretty big backing, but Boots backing not like Earl and Virgil definitely know Canelo, bro.
No, I think
So
Virgil versus Earl would have been a big fight too. That's
That's
it.
because
That's a
of
huge fight
Earl,
too.
though. That's Earl. He fought in Dallas Stadium already.
Hey man, I think I don't think it's just no one person. I think it's the combination of the people. Like with Tank, we always got to look at Tank with Ryan Garcia because that's the unicorn situation that happened in Tank career. That was the biggest one. It was 1.2 million, right? So we look at that, and
they not selling out no
They try
damn
to say
Dallas
Ryan Garcia
Stadium,
is.
no.
They try to say that Ryan Garcia, you know what I'm saying, is a draw. But we ain't see Ryan Garcia in no pay per view before then.
No,
Before
I
Yeah.
agree with you. So this is
before that,
what
we
that
ain't see him
Or
in
we
was.
no pay
didn't
per
see him
view.
in one
And
right after the fight either. Like if he was
yeah,
that big of a
and
star,
after
he
the
would have
fight,
been right
look at his
after.
paper. Look at his numbers after the fight. So that's proof that it's the matchup. You
Yeah,
know
he
the
wasn't on pay per view again until he fought Devin. You read about that. So because he had
And
another
I
fight.
think that low key, I think that would have been a bigger fight if Ryan didn't have all the antics and stuff that he was dealing with. I think he was in a mental health institution or something on one of them videos. I'm like,
Nigga
what the heck?
still
They got
is,
this dude
dog.
in
That
a
nigga been
straight jacket.
tripping.
What's going on?
He been tripping. He
You
really
know what
been
I'm saying? All of
tripping.
that stuff. You had people wanting their asking for their money back because they didn't even know if Ryan was going to make it to the fight, bro. They had to have
Nah,
a backup
I
and all
agree.
of that
I
stuff.
agree. I believe that affected the sales too, because he was wilding. He was doing
No,
some
because at
wild
first
stuff.
the tickets they were selling, and then when he started doing that crazy stuff, they wanted their money back. So like,
Yo, it made Devin so mad. He changed his whole mind because remember before then he was saying that he from now on he's just trying to fight big money fights. So that's why he was fighting Ryan
So
Garcia.
so
Ryan
are
ain't
you
had no
saying?
belts or nothing. And
So are
then
you
after
saying
that
he
fight,
been?
I think that fight put a nasty taste in his with the whole situation. He just ain't want to deal with
You was
trying
worried
to do
about a
that no
pause
more.
moment, dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you was. Hey,
evaded
look
that. You
at you,
like the
boy.
way I turned the corner on that, right? I
So
thought
you
to
saying he
myself
was
like that would have
messing
been
with dead
crazy if
money,
I would have
right?
said that.
He was
Matter of
messing
fact,
with dead
just
money,
thinking
right?
about it now, I gotta hit that button
Pause.
because
He was
that was
he was
diabolical. I
effing with
almost
the
said
church's
that. Now,
money, right? Hey, where church at, dog?
what
Joseph,
you
where
say?
church at?
What you talking about?
You know the dude that was in the corner? He need to bring him back, dog. That dude was funny as hell.
Who?
Church.
I don't know who you talking about, bro.
The dude that always said,
You don't know who the nigga that called him
what do you call him, Joe?
that nigga be like feast so sweet, make your mama something.
He
That
was
nigga
like
say some
Bandini.
crazy shit.
He was like Muhammad Ali's Bandini. He come
Yeah, I
out
don't
there
know.
rhyming and talking stuff. He be going to the press conference. You hear him.
Oh, I know who you talking about. You talking about for Devin, the dude
Yeah,
who
that
be
Yeah,
like
nigga be like
hyping
church.
that his
Where
hype
he at,
man.
dog? I miss that dude.
that nigga be like pound for pound. Greatest
Yeah.
fighter, greatest fighter alive.
He used to call him something too. I forgot what he called him. Was it Lord Devin Haney or
Yeah,
something
Lord
like
Devin Haney.
Hey yo, that's
Yeah,
where that
where
came
he
from. They
at,
try to put
dog?
that on us though, bro. They try to put that on the Hanos clan, talking about y'all call him the Lord and Savior. I'm like, what? Man, I ain't never said that about no Devin. What y'all talking
Hey,
about,
hey,
man?
but I miss that dude. That dude was comedy.
Yeah,
He
I
used
think
to
Church, he
make
he's
it
probably
sick
hype.
one of
though. I
the.
think he's sick.
Yeah, he
Oh,
probably
he
one of the
ain't doing
best hype
well?
men. Yeah, he probably one of the best hype men in the business. I
Yeah,
got
he
the
was.
famous.
I agree,
He
Jonathan. He
what? He
was.
ain't there no more. What happened?
No, I think he's sick or whatever. But he got one of the best quotes I heard. He said, Devin Haney is TGE. He ain't TBE. The greatest ever.
Yeah, that dude
Um,
was pure entertainment, man. I used to
Yeah, he the
love when he came in there to do his thing. And he would
he
piss
the
the
one who
other
called
fighters
him.
off.
Bro, he
That's
had
what.
JoJo Diaz so mad.
Yeah, he was like
hey,
Lord.
Jay Grant
He was
Jr.
like
said they
Lord
fell
Devin
out with
Haney.
Church. He said they fell out with Church.
He was like Lord,
Some.
They fell out
Lord
with him.
Devin
What do you
Haney.
say? Some.
Yeah.
He going down and I forgot what he said, but he did have JoJo pissed.
He said, Lord Devin Haney gonna tattoo your ass. You going to the tattoo shop.
He said
Yeah.
the Lord came and spoke to me, and he said that the Lord Devin Haney gonna run shot over JoJo Diaz.
Hey
JoJo
Tommy, I
was
wanted to ask you
pissed.
about what I was talking about earlier though,
What up?
man. What you think about how everybody, trying to they trying to scrutinize Devin, for the other fighters in the division not wanting to fight him. Like, shouldn't we be holding their feet to the fire? Rolly Romero openly ducking and all of that. You got all these other champions up there, dancing around Devin. They don't want to fight Devin. They ducking Devin, but then y'all don't want to admit that people ducking Devin. Y'all don't want to, hold, y'all don't want to scrutinize them for saying they don't want to fight another champion. Just blatantly ducking.
Man, the CEO or the president, the CEO or the DHP Haney fan club is here, man. The CEO here, man.
Yeah, I see. Hey,
Of
it's
the
a
of the
full house
fan
almost,
of the
man. It's gonna
fan
be
club,
more people
yeah.
from
Hey,
us. Let
hey,
me say this about Dev though.
hey,
Damn.
we got Ray Davis in the building. I think this Phoenix the assassin too, the king of hating in the
Oh,
building
we
too.
got
You
King of
already
hating
know
up
who
in
the
the
hell it
building.
is. I be
He
hating
came up
everybody.
here. He came up here to support you,
Yeah, he hates
Tommy.
on
No,
I came
no.
up here to support. I came
He
here to
said he
cause
saw
chaos and dissension.
he saw he saw you he saw you we had you surrounded, Tommy.
That's the
So he came up
assassin.
here. Yeah,
Man, he
Phoenix
hate
third
on
sister. What's
everybody
good,
though.
bro?
He hate on everybody. He
Oh,
don't fuck
y'all
with
y'all know
nobody.
what it is. I'm here to cause hating this. What?
Yo, he
Oh, they
transforming,
trying to
bro.
silence
Uh
you
oh.
already, bro. They trying to
Uh
silence you.
That ain't him.
You got too much
That's the
time on
agent
your head,
tapping in
nigga.
with him, bro. That ain't us. We ain't do nothing.
They trying to
Uh
silence you,
huh.
man.
Uh huh.
The
Hey,
agent
that's what
tapped in
happened.
already.
That's what happened. No, because they don't like it. It hurts. It hurts,
Well,
We
who,
didn't
and
hear
I
what you
understand
said. You
that.
got to
Lord.
say it again, bro.
That's Lord
You
Devin
broke.
Haney
You was
messing with
breaking
your
up and
internet.
stuff.
Lord Devin Haney, we seen him get crucified already. We seen that. We
yeah.
saw what
Nah.
happened with Ryan Garcia. He didn't rise again
Hey
after
man.
3 days. He was done.
Hey
hey, that
hey,
sound
man.
like the water worker to me, don't it? That sound like the water worker to me. He came back walking
Well,
on
it was
water.
out. It was out that
Hey,
the Lord and failure of the Devon clan, Devi
Yeah,
Shice, was
And,
crucified by the hands
and
of
on the
Ryan
third
Garcia.
day, and
yeah.
on the third
Who you
day he
support
rose
again?
again.
And
King Six
on the
Nine?
third day he ain't rise again. He was on ESPN giving his own eulogy.
Uh huh.
We
Yeah.
seen that.
Yeah.
Wait, who you
That-
You
supporting
They
can't
had
be
again?
that
no
they had that man eating cake through a straw after that fight.
you
I ain't
can't
never
be
Yo,
seen
calling
nothing
your
like that
man
Phoenix,
before.
dead. That don't
you
even make sense.
yo, your moniker. It say you the king of hating. So what fighter do you actually support? Like you hating on, you just hating on everybody. Like who is a good fighter though?
You know he got a
Who's a
green
good
purse.
fighter?
He got a green
There's quite
purse.
a few of them. There's quite a few of them, but you got to pay attention. I know a lot of people focused on like all
Name
these
one. I want to
guys who've
know.
been
I want
around.
to know
So
who.
I'm
Who is
about to
your
tell you. I'm
fighter that
about to
you
tell you
support?
one of them. Scooter Davis. He's an up and comer, and he got a fight coming up on the 21st. They say Kamel Moten's
Oh
back on the
yeah.
Oh
28th.
man.
They got
Yeah,
Abdullah
you got your
Mason.
green
So
purse on, huh?
yeah. So
O-
Oh,
I'm
Only
paying
one of
attention
them.
to the
Only one of them
up and
guys
coming
proved
fighters.
something.
Yeah,
Only
Only
one
we
of
one
them
of
guys proved something that you just named.
yo,
The
that's
rest
What do you
didn't
mean?
crazy.
Let them
prove
prove
shit.
something? Like what? You saying we not
all of them
supposed to?
fighters you name. Hold on,
First of
all of them fighters you name got potential, man. I don't got nothing negative to say
except
about none of those guys. All of those guys got potential. I agree with you so far. You cooking, but I'm asking you, of the established fighters, and the so-called four kings or
The
whatever.
so-called
Who's
four
good and who's
kings?
not? Yeah, because
No, they ain't got clowns no more. But
oh,
I'll go ahead and touch on a few of them. We got Tank Davis. Everybody already knows that.
Fuck him.
Successful
he was waiting for
non-champion
that
that we
moment.
don't
Look
ever
at this
seen. We
nigga.
got
all, he's a
Virgil
successful
Ortiz. We
champion.
got Boots Ennis. We got
Virgil
Shakur
Ortiz and
Stevenson
Boots.
even. We
Thank
got
thank
Boots Ennis
Shakur.
is a
Davis come
We
four
got
second.
K.
Shakur with his plaster of pampered, brittle ass hands. Even he doing something by beating Tiafimo. Even though it was just death by 1,000 jabs, we got to give Shakur some credit for that. I said Virgil Ortiz already. I said Boots Ennis already.
Rick Ortiz is
Who else
four
we
K.
got? Oh, Keyshawn. Even though I don't like his ass, we still got to
He's
give
a
him
four
some
K.
credit for what he did to Jermaine Ortiz. And I still think
I want to fight him, bro, because he been tricking the boxer.
Light
so.
skinny.
Yeah, yeah, Frank Martin. But then again, I'm not big on DB3. I call them failures. DB3, we gonna call them the down bad three because ain't none of them been looking good since Nahair Albright done smacked up two of them.
I thought you
Keyshawn
so
ended up.
you ain't had wait
Talk your
you
talk,
oh
man.
hold
Talk
on
your talk.
hold on
Now
this
let
too
him cook.
much
He cooking. He
positivity hold
cooking.
on this too much positivity you can't be the king of hating and you
Damn.
loving on all these other
Oh,
fighters and stuff man bro
I just
you see
told you
you
I don't
just
like
said
Keyshawn.
you
I
like
just told
king
you I don't like him or his brothers. Because that's why I call them the
It
down
seems like
bad
he
three
only
instead of
got
Davis
hatred
brothers
for
but
three.
at
Dev
first
today.
you said he was good and then
Yeah,
now you saying he was
No, no,
bad
no.
Flip flop is your shit. Flip flop shit on me. Flip flop on you and shit like this in your face. Don't pray to be flipping the shit.
Was a good performance because we know Jermaine
y'all
Ortiz has been
y'all
tricky
know
for
Bam is
people
the king
like
of flip
Lomachenko
flopping, not
and
the king of hate.
Tiafimo because of his movement. But Keyshawn was able to cut him off and then end up getting the stoppage. So you got to give him credit for that. Even though I don't like his ass, I wanted him to lose because I
but
didn't
we
think it
know
was
why you
cool how
don't
he
like
did De
him
Los
though
Santos.
you just don't like him because he said he wanted to fight Tank because Tank was
No,
tricking the game
I
too
don't
long
like him
bro.
because he part of the Bud Buddies crew with
The
Bud,
collective.
Shakur
No, he not
Stevenson,
part
You
of the
look
crew
like
no
he
more.
want
Remember, he
him to
Raymond
left
fight
Ford.
them.
Tank.
The
He
You
No,
not
look
he
part
like
of
ain't
the
with
crew
them.
no more,
Shakur's
bro.
still supporting his ass. Shakur's
Hey,
still
fire.
supporting his
Look,
ass.
look.
He out there.
Fire. He got a
They
pack of Skittles in his hand. That's why.
they
I
out there
know,
trying to
bro. I
fake.
oh,
know.
Fly love to
And
taste the
he was
rainbow.
buddy buddy with Tiafimo. We seen them
Yeah.
whispering to each other at that
What's
press
Tank's
conference
favorite
behind the
color?
book.
What's Tank's favorite color? What's Tank's favorite color?
Hey, go on and tell
I
us
don't
because
His
you
know
love
favorite
it.
candy, bro. Go ahead and tell us his favorite candy, bro.
who.
You know
Oh,
who.
Fly like to taste the rainbow, dog.
He
So
trying to play dumb now.
gonna.
So what we
He trying to
talking
play
about? We
dumb
talking
now.
about boxing or you talking about gay shit? Which one is it?
No, bro. We talking. We asking you what's your favorite
What
fighter or
what
favorite color, bro?
what the hell
Because
what
we
the
know
hell
how
do
that's
Willy
y'all
Wonka
get
got
down.
to
We
do
know
with
that's how
this?
y'all take a
Oh,
maniac
that's what you
split
call
Now
down,
it,
bro.
my
You
favorite
call it
fighter is Floyd
Willy Wonka,
Mayweather.
bro?
He not even fighting, bro. Cut it out, man. You know
He's
your
He
Girl,
favorite
you
gotta
fighter
asked
fight
me,
Floyd
coming
you
up.
talk
Mayweather.
about my favorite fighter. You didn't say active or whatever. My favorite fighter is Floyd Mayweather, like overall.
Your favorite fighter is Tank Davis.
We know who your favorite
Nah,
fighter
that ain't
is,
my
bro.
favorite fighter.
Come on, bro. We know who your
we knew
favorite
you
fighter
wasn't gonna
is.
say that.
If we talking active fighters right now, I got a top three.
We see you
I
in
got a top three.
Candyland. We
We
see
got
you
Tank
in
Davis, we
Candyland,
got
bro.
Deontay Wilder, and we got Scooter Davis. That's my top three favorite right now that's
Damn,
active.
a bunch of losers, bro.
My top three of all time: Floyd Mayweather, Ward, and Tommy Hearns.
What you trying to say?
Damn,
Tank ain't
hold
active?
on. Did he just say he don't like Bud Buddies and Andre Ward's a Bud Buddy?
Yeah,
The
that's
He
obvious.
biggest.
Yeah.
The
Bud Buddy
biggest.
adjacent. I'm still hurt that Andre be out there cheerleading for him.
He part of the
Like
collective.
that shit kind of pissed me
Damn,
off.
bro.
I ain't gonna lie, because it
Part
started
of your
making me look
fucking
at Andre Ward in a whole different way.
So
Because I was like, damn it.
he can't cheer for his little homie. Like I'm
No,
confused.
I don't mind him cheering for his little homie when he start
Yeah,
doing
you
the same
obviously mine.
fugazi
You
stuff.
obviously
That's your
mine.
favorite fighter,
When
bro.
he start doing the same fugazi thing, hyping him up and all this and that, trying to
So
like the
support
other day.
his little
Here's what Andre
dude.
Ward
Like
has
that don't make
said.
no
He was
sense.
one of
Listen.
the first
Let
people
him
to
just keep
sign.
talking himself
Wasn't
into
he?
a circle.
I'm not confused.
He about to explain to you.
Here's what Andre Ward has said that have made me a little upset. Well, more than a little upset because he's been saying some shit the past few years. But he was talking about how him and Bud was like before Shakur even got to the waiting room. Like, man, you could have done more. Like we felt you could have done more. I was like, well, shit. Obviously, he didn't feel he could have done more. Otherwise, he would have. And he's talking about that's how you got to motivate him. Like, nah, some fighters either got it or they don't. It's their mindset. And you're
So
not going to
him
be
being
able.
honest
You're not
about
going to be able
support
to
made you
speak a
mad.
mindset into existence. You can't speak a mindset into existence. You got it or you don't,
You were
depending on
So
talking
what you've
about
him
been
the
through in
being
life.
Ricardo
so
fight,
him
and he
being
said
Yo,
that
honest about
somebody said you a
support.
distinguished tankamaniac,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Him being honest
Yeah.
Hey,
about
hey, tell
If
support
I'm a
made you
somebody to
mad.
distinguished,
hit the link and come
then
up.
how
The
come
link is down
why is
there.
y'all talking about Tank more than me if I'm the Tankamaniac? Explain that shit
Oh,
right
they
quick.
love them some tank. Trust and
We just
believe.
asked you
Fuck
his
'em.
favorite color.
Other
Hey,
fighters,
they
y'all keep on bringing
hey,
Tank.
hey,
We
So
just
I
asked
need
you
to
his
know
favorite
who's
color.
the Tankamaniacs, the
I'm
people who
just
talk
You.
about him or
these
the people who
ninjas be
don't.
You a
tank
No,
withdraw
tankamaniac,
I'm
meetings every
trying to
night. It's
understand
Tank
it.
Anonymous over
hold
here.
on.
So we not even talking about Tank. Y'all keep bringing them up. See,
Nah,
this
it's
is
just
like
we
that.
just saying you
They
hating on
chat love
everybody
some
else.
Tank.
So you was
Why
about to
not
do
put
a
a little bit of hate
15-hour
on
stream
Tank?
about Tank too? Is that what it is?
Nah,
Yeah,
just
they
hate
do
on
it
him
every
too.
day.
Your
Not
hate
around
supposed
here.
to be equal, bro.
Not around
Always
here.
around here. Always
I ain't
around
believing it,
here.
Your
man.
hate
It's not
supposed to
moving
be
me.
equal. You
You
can't be
better
King of
believe
Hater
it.
and
I
not
need
have
to see
equal
the
hate.
definition. What is a tankomaniac? Somebody up here explain it to me. I need to know.
You the
Give me the
definition.
definite. Nah,
You're
The
you
looking
king of
at
hate is one of
5M, bro.
them.
You're looking at 5M.
YOU is a descriptor. I'm talking about a definition. I'm going to need a few
Where's
sentences out you
Tank
motherfuckers.
Maniac?
Now
The king of
tell
I'm about to
me,
tell you what a
the king
what
of
does
hate.
tankomaniac mean? I need the
Get him, Phoenix.
Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of this shit.
Nah,
If y'all can't explain this shit, then I ain't trying to hear none of this shit.
we got the frequent flyer definition. You.
Now tell frequent flyers don't even know what a definition is. So
I'm about to I
I need somebody to come up with it. Explain it. What is a tankomaniac? Come
We
on,
already
y'all
told
be
you.
using that word. Y'all done
We
said it
already told you.
52 times in the last 52 seconds. I need a definition, damn it.
This is a tankamaniac right here, bro. You want to
Oh,
know?
no.
Y'all on
Take
some
that off.
weird
Take that off,
energy
dog.
right
Take that
now,
off.
bro.
Mute up and listen. Mute up and
What you
listen.
putting up there?
I
I'm
know,
listening.
I know,
Y'all on
I
some
know,
weird
I know.
energy
Hey,
right
hey,
now,
listen,
bro.
listen. I know Tank like Skittles. I know Tank like
How
Skittles,
you
nigga.
know
Shout
that,
out to
bro?
the OG
That's
biscuit.
something I wouldn't even care to let nobody know that I know what kind of candy you like, bro. Y'all on some weird energy right now, bro.
Okay,
That's the definition for a tankamaniac, and you one of them.
so the
Y'all all
definition
look
of a
the same.
tankomaniac.
All
So
y'all tankamaniacs look the
I'm
same,
trying to
bro.
make sure. I understand the definition of a tankomaniac is somebody who knew the tank like Skittles. That's it.
Yeah, you
You
nigga.
told me your
So
favorite fighter
Hey,
like
no,
the
no, no.
taste of the
Answer the
so
question.
rainbow.
Answer the
You know his
question.
favorite
no,
color is green.
I need you to
No,
answer
answer
this
the
question,
question.
nigga. Hey, you can't be running from this shit the way
Play the
Shakir be running from
stampede.
punches. You
Play
got
the
to answer this
stampede. You don't
question.
understand. Play
You
the
You know
met
how
That
you
bitch.
you
asked. You
met
know how
see
you asked me. You know how you when I asked you and you asked me What
Answer the
any of
question,
that had to
Fly.
do with boxing? That's what we talking about. Take a
Now
What
mania.
do you
answer
mean
the
what we
question,
talking
Fly.
about?
People,
So no, you got to answer the
people who
question.
want to,
You got to
people who
answer the
know,
question because
right?
I still don't know
What
the
kind of,
definition, son.
what kind of potato chips do Tank like?
Don't
I bet you
deflect,
probably,
nigga.
I bet
Answer
you
the
probably
question.
know the answer to that too. Because
Hey,
I
Fire,
don't. I don't be
ask him
caring
has he
about the
ever
food they
favored
be eating.
before.
Hey, you
Yes,
know his
Ask him has
favorite
he ever
flavor, huh?
favored before,
yo,
Fire.
Hey,
You
y'all
know his
know his
favorite flavor,
favorite
don't you,
flavors,
Fly?
man.
right?
Y'all
Oh,
diabolical.
You a tankamaniac.
Yo,
oh, what?
you
See,
Y'all
like
know what
oh,
color
so,
That's
his
a
favorite
good
purse
one. That's a
is.
good one, Phoenix. Good
no,
stuff right there.
I must be a Devin Haney fan because I know he like to eat left hooks.
Ha ha ha! That was funny, bro.
yeah,
No,
Fuck.
if
Phoenix
that's
like
all it takes is
that's
knowing
why.
what a fighter like to eat. If that's all it takes to be a fan of him, then shoot, y'all is bigger
Yo,
fans of
you
Tank
rather
than me.
Shit.
Because I
would
didn't
y'all
even know
rather
that he liked to eat
Get him.
Skittles.
hold
Get
on,
Now
him,
let me
y'all,
ask
now
Phoenix.
you a
y'all talking
question.
about what they like to eat.
Don't come
I done
over here
seen
and
Devin
lie.
eat
Don't
left
don't
hooks.
don't try to
He
pretend
giving
like you
y'all
don't know he
medicine,
like to
dog.
eat
What's
Skittles
his
and
favorite?
Let me ask you a
What's his
question.
favorite Skittle, nigga?
Was it the
Hold
hair
on.
He
You
grease
know
like the
or
you
was
know.
green
it
ones,
or
right?
was it Lamar
He
Odom?
like
You
green,
Oh
right?
wait, wait.
Take
tankamaniac,
out the
I
fool.
know,
green.
I know Devin likes to eat cake too because he added cake
No,
right after Ryan whooped his ass with them candles on it, talking about still undefeated.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
I'm the biggest Devin Haney fan there is. I know he like to eat left hooks.
Phoenix,
He
hold
like
on
to
a
eat
second.
cakes, and he
Phoenix,
like
hold on a second.
lawsuits.
Phoenix, hold on a second.
Hey, dog, you need to
Hold on.
come on the panel a little bit more
Bro,
often, baby boy.
don't play me, nigga.
It's like he only
I
hate on
know I
one
told
fighter,
you.
but he say he the biggest
Yo,
hater.
hold on. Let me
He
ask
ain't
you a
He
living
question.
up
not
to
the
his
biggest
Oh,
name
that,
at
hater.
all.
oh that's because this is the first time you've been hearing me. You ain't heard none of
Bro,
the shit I done said about Shakur.
Hate
listen, let
hate
me ask you a
supposed to
Don't,
be
don't
question.
let me deny
equal. Hate
Shakur
supposed
now.
to be
Joseph, hold
equal.
on,
Give
hold
some
on.
Oh,
Let
hate
me
they
to
ask you
know
a
Tank
about
question.
it.
Davis, bro.
I ain't have to say he
Hold on,
did. Hold on.
Ray Davis in the building, y'all. Let's hear what Ray Davis
They
got to
be
say.
over
What's
there
good,
hate
Ray?
watching.
Damn, bro. You know what I mean? I mean, I just have to ask a question real quick. Would you rather get dropped by a left hook or take a knee from a jab to the eye?
Hair grease, dog,
I'm
is
just
undefeated,
saying. I'm
remember?
just
When he
saying.
get jabbed in the eye.
Yeah, we know your
Nah,
punk
because
ass would.
we seen the slow mo.
You know,
The slow mo show clearly that.
I never seen nobody take a knee from the jab.
Oh
And even then,
man.
that's not
I don't
nah, because they
know.
had the
We
slow
got excuses.
motion
We
on
got
that shit.
excuses. Oh
Nah, nah, nah,
man.
nah.
Here
Because
we go.
everybody got the
Hair
slow
Ostarine,
grease.
bro.
motion clip.
Take the
Bro.
pads off.
Ostarine, huh?
Take the
Excuses,
Nah,
man.
pads
You
off,
got
man.
excuses.
I
Hey,
thought it was a jab.
Excuses.
I thought it
Take
was a
the
jab
purse
because
off.
I ain't
Take
seen.
the purse off,
I thought it
man.
was a jab until they played the slow mo. I
The
thought it was
hair,
a jab
yeah.
until they played
Yeah,
the slow
So
that's
mo.
what he
grit.
So
did.
the
Yeah,
hair
So
would
yeah,
have been the
green
yeah.
eye.
He
socks.
thought it was hair grease, right? Just like everybody. That was his excuse. That's his
Now,
excuse.
I just remember what happened to Amanda Serrano when
Yeah.
she had that fight canceled in
He
Puerto
swore
Rico
they
over
gonna
hair
grease.
grease.
That's
I
He
what
remember
swore
that
they gonna
shit.
grease.
Tank is
Oh,
trying
you
to
could
be
Tell
never
them
her.
take
about
no
it.
female,
Tell them
huh?
about it,
Tank is,
Phoenix.
Man, take
Oh
no
no,
Tank
female,
trying
they
to
huh?
be
forgot
her,
about
bro.
that. They forgot about how Amanda
You ain't
Serrano.
noticed? Yo, you
Hey,
ain't noticed your boy
hey.
trying to look like
Take the
Amanda
female,
So
He
huh?
you
ain't
telling
living
me?
up to your
Hold on,
name.
You
hold
can't
on,
even be her,
hold
bro.
on.
This
Here,
nigga on
here,
y'all heads,
hold
dog.
on.
No, he not.
If
He
Don't
ain't
look
living
hold
up
like
to
on,
his
wait a
her.
name.
second. Get something straight. So if Tank
Tommy,
was
that's
really hurt,
diabolical,
if
Tommy.
Tank was really
My
hurt by
bad,
that
my
jab,
bad.
no, like for real, because we seen referee Jack Reese do an interview with Boxing Scene where he said that's not even shit that's in the rule book. So
Who
I will
said
take
that?
his to
Who said that?
Jack
Yo,
Reese,
He
referee.
must have made
Yes,
his
and
dumb ass.
Boxing.
This dude is crazy.
Scene
yo,
put the
Phoenix, whenever
article
you
out,
start seeing
and they
that type
he
interviewed.
stuff,
said it
you
was
getting
He
them,
never
just
in the
trying to
dog.
rule
cry
book.
for
They
Oh
him.
trying to
man.
break up the
Nobody
So wait,
monotony,
hold on,
dog.
hold on, hold on,
doing
hold
shit.
on. Let me ask a question.
You
I'm
can ask me
supposed to
whatever you
believe a
want.
bunch of random
I'm that
niggas on
Haney. You
YouTube
want to go
instead
at
of a
Haney,
me?
bro.
referee
We
with
supposed to
1,200 fights
believe
worth of
it.
experience.
We
What?
supposed to believe it was hair grease, nigga.
Bro.
We
You
supposed to
cooking
believe it
them,
was
dog. They
hair
trying to
grease,
Instead
burn
Everybody
of a
you
know
up.
that.
referee
Joseph,
that's
Everybody
been
know
Joseph,
that
1,200
taking a
fights.
knee
hold up.
is counted as a knockdown. You
It's
telling
not
me you
counted
ain't
as a
know that?
knockback. No, I'm talking
Slow down.
said
about
the
what a
rest
referee
discretion,
Jack
Slime.
Reese
I can't hear.
said.
I can't hear you.
Jack
Hold on.
Reese
Finish. I
Jack
can't hear
Reese
you.
has ref
Finish. I can't
1,200
hear you.
fights.
Slow
Listen,
down.
And we
listen.
ain't trying to
Jack
hear that
Reese
bull you
Everybody
Jack
talking
talking.
about.
Reese
Hold on.
has
Slow
ref
down.
1,200 fights, and his opinion is worth more than a bunch of niggas on YouTube and
I
Twitter.
thought you
Yeah.
hated
And
on
he
everybody,
said
man.
that
Live
that
up to
rule
your
is not.
name, man.
He said that I
Hold
am
on.
hating. I'm hating on your
Nah, you gotta live
ideological
up
right
to
now.
your name, cause it
Hold
don't
on.
sound like
I
you
am
hate on
living up
one
to my
person.
name. I
Hold
am
on.
living up
Okay.
to my name.
You're
With that,
not
hey,
living up
I'm
to
hating
it.
on
You're
y'all's
not
logic
living up
right now.
to it.
I am
You're
so
not
what
hating
living
on
up
happened?
y'all's
to it.
Okay.
logic right now.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, right? Let's take it to another fight where the referee missed a call and it went back to the replay. Why did PBC replay didn't work?
I don't know about why PBC replay
Exactly.
didn't work.
Yeah.
But
It's
here's the
locked
other.
down.
Here's the other thing.
Look,
Here's the other
it's
thing.
locked down.
Here's the other
It's
thing that
locked
Nah,
y'all
down.
is
don't change the
forgetting.
subject.
Hold
Don't
on,
change the
hold on,
subject.
hold
Talk
on.
about it.
I'm not changing the subject because it's still the same thing about referee
No, talk
discretion.
about what
No,
Ray just
no.
said.
I'm talking.
Flip flop is this shit. Flip flop shit on
Ray.
me. Flip flop on you and shit like this in your face. Don't pray to be flipping this shit.
Plays to go back and change the scores a few times in the past few
So why
years.
the refs
I don't.
start counting?
Listen.
Why the refs start counting?
No, the refs stopped because again, referees
Oh,
Because
discretion.
oh,
PBC said
got
he wasn't
That's
Listen,
him.
crazy.
y'all want to learn something? Y'all want to learn
Got
something? Y'all
PBC
want
him.
to
said
keep
we ain't paying you.
interrupting? Listen,
He said we ain't
listen,
paying you
listen.
if you
You
count
ain't
my
Because
guy
saying
hey,
out,
nothing,
y'all,
bro.
bro.
hey,
You're not
hey,
saying
y'all
nothing.
ain't even listening to the whole fucking point. Y'all
He
ain't even
start
listening to the
counting,
whole
bro. He
fucking point.
start
Cause we
And
counting.
no,
trying to
hey,
get out of the flames, bro. The
He
flames is
start
in the
counting.
diet, bro.
I live in the flames, and I'm about to
Oh,
burn y'all's asses with them. So
he
listen,
start
Burn
counting.
their ass,
here's the
dog.
way. Here's the way
What
that this
flame?
shit works.
What flame
One,
you live in?
it's not a written rule. Jack Reese already said that.
Hold on. What's that a written
At
rule?
the
Yo, it's a
at the
written
time,
rule right
at
now.
the
It's a
No,
time,
written
you
it's
rule
think
in
you're
every
yes,
sanctioning
talking
body.
about.
What
right,
you talking about?
right now it's a rule. At the time that fight took place,
It
it was
was
not a
already
rule.
reported.
That's
What are you
what Jack.
talking
Now
about?
listen. There's more to the point than just that. So y'all keep hanging on that. There's more to the point than
Yeah.
just that.
So
You
so
keep
Jack
so
hanging
Reed,
on the
forget the
bullshit,
ref
listen,
counting.
because
Forget the
y'all
ref
ain't even
counting,
heard
bro.
this. Y'all ain't even
Forget
heard the
forget it
second half
counting.
of it.
Hold on, hold
Y'all
on,
ain't
hold
even
on.
heard
Let
the
him get
second
done.
What's
half
the
of it.
What's
loss,
that?
man?
What's
They
that? What's that
Y'all
overturned
have
second
it.
not
half
even
of
heard
it?
the second half of
Let
it.
him
The
get done,
second half
play.
of it,
Let him play. Let him
we've
play.
seen we've seen recent fights where fighters start acting funny in the middle of the fight. There was
Oh.
like that one dude in Africa who ain't even get hit by a punch, and then he all of a sudden start acting weird and start swinging on the referee, and then
Yeah.
later on ended up in a coma and died. That's why it's
What
referees
the
Hold
hell
on.
discretion.
You
do that
saying that
got to
was
do
Jay
with
Evans?
anything,
Jake was
bro?
about to hold on. Jake was about to
And
contradict
That's
every
listen,
liars.
that's
That's
what
Man, you fool ass earth man. Listen.
Thomas, this your
He
king.
about, he
listen.
about to diagnose.
So
That's
when a
why
nigga
it's
don't quit and
see
make no sense, you
y'all
play
y'all don't
dirty.
even
why
listen.
why
Listen,
Jay Evans why
y'all,
is Jay
y'all,
Evans
y'all
not
is not
he
listening.
start
He keep
fighting?
on
Man,
diagnosing every
y'all
black
some
guy.
ignorant ass niggas, huh? Like
He
y'all ain't trying to listen to
diagnosing.
shit.
They
Man,
ain't
come
trying
on,
to
man.
let you get it
This is
out, dog. They not trying to
this
let
is
you get it
this
out.
is why it's
He's starting to
referees
feel the
discretion.
fire. Y'all, hold on, bro.
Listen,
Nah, this nigga
Hold
was
on, hold
listen.
on.
See,
Y'all
hey,
burning it
like
too
if you
quick,
so he can
bro.
go into a
here's the
coma
thing.
for hair
Here's the
grease.
thing. Here's
Damn,
the thing.
bro.
Here's the thing. If y'all want to have a conversation, hear what someone has to say, that's cool. If
You
y'all just want
having
to
a
keep on
conversation, you
interrupting,
talking some
that's a different thing.
bullshit.
But no, you're not gonna have a conversation if you're not listening. If you're not gonna listen to
The
my whole
ref
point, you ain't gonna
counting
learn
You
don't
the
matter.
shit.
only
The
one
You ain't
ref
gonna know
talking
what
right
you
counting
was.
now.
don't
Go ahead
matter.
and
I'm
get.
not the only
Go
one.
ahead.
I'm not the only one talking. Who the other niggas interrupting this shit if I'm the only
That's
one
me.
Yeah,
talking?
Go
let's
ahead,
let
bro.
the,
You
the
got a
Come
lot
on.
of
conversation in the
flame,
back. Let
bro.
him
Go
get it
ahead.
off,
Come
dog.
on now. So situations like I just named in that fight is why it's referee's discretion. Because if a referee notices a fighter do some shit that ain't right, then they have to check them and make sure they okay. That's why there's sometimes they're not gonna do the count. Or that's why in that situation they went ahead and stopped the count. Now
Yeah.
if that's not true, then there would be no reason for them to do anything else other than count to 10 each and every single time there's a
He
knockdown.
spread
You
he
know
Okay?
said
that
he does
sound. You
that
know
anyway.
what? That sound good. What you were saying and everything. If it wasn't for the fact that he started counting, he started
Okay, then they
counting
Hold
already,
on, hold on,
bro.
hold on. Let's
Oh shit,
He gonna
this
change the
nigga
subject
dead,
again.
y'all. Oh no.
you. I got a
you
question.
say
No, you said
referees
what
have
you
never
said.
stopped counting before.
Hold on. You said what you said, Phoenix. Hold on. Check this out. So Tank was about to die because he took a knee, right? Because he got hair grease in his eye. Then he ran to the corner to make sure he ain't died. So did the ref,
Daddy help me.
yo,
He was about to die. I don't know many
that's
people
what
about
you
to
just
die who's
said.
gonna be
He
running.
said he stopped. He said he ain't count because he took a knee and he's about to die.
Oh, so you're looking at it as a one-to-one
So
comparison
he thought
instead
he
of
was
an
running.
explanation.
Hold
Okay,
on. He thought
see
Tank
now
was running
I
to a
understand why
coma.
y'all's logic
Hold
being the
on. Who was
dumpster.
about to die? What you talking about,
You ain't
Ray?
hear what he said? He
He
said the
ran to
ref
his
didn't
daddy.
count because Tank was
Hell
about
y'all
to
in
die, bro. He
trouble.
about to run into a coma.
Daddy help me. I'm
Wait,
about
who
to
said that?
faint.
Come on, y'all.
I never
Now
said
you
that.
see what you're dealing with, right,
See,
Phoenix?
Yo,
and that's
this
why
is what you're
y'all
dealing with,
niggas be
bro.
blending yourselves up in these arguments.
Nigga,
Nah.
you
Hey,
I
said
should,
King.
it, nigga. You
I
said
should,
that's what you
I didn't say
said.
Tank was about to
No,
die.
you
I didn't say
said
Tank
it.
was about to
So
die.
I'm gonna tell you
No,
what.
No,
I'm
no,
y'all
gonna
had
no,
to y'all had to
no,
mishear him.
no.
He did not say
See,
that, bro.
see,
Y'all had to
this
No.
mishear him.
goes
What
on
did
on
you
a
say,
daily
See,
Lola?
basis,
don't.
Let me
twice
tell
on
you. All right,
Sunday.
I'm gonna tell you
Hey,
what he said.
hey,
Let me tell you what you said.
that's
So that
not
way
what
I'm
I
not
said.
mistaken. Let me
You
tell you what I
compared
said so
it
I'm not
to
mistaken.
somebody dying.
You said
Okay,
it was a
you
dude
could
in
you could
South
try to tell
Africa.
me.
Hold on. You said it was a dude in South Africa. The reason why they didn't count for Tank right? And they stopped counting because the dude in South Africa took a knee. He later went to a coma and died. So they're taking precautions on people when they do
Well,
weird
actually,
shit.
that's not what I
Hold
said.
on, hold
You
on, hold
notice
on.
that
You
That's
said
that's
it,
exactly
not.
what
nigga.
you
No, you
said.
can't tell me
Said
hold on
that's
when you're not
exactly
telling
what
me
you
what I said,
said.
nigga.
I'm not done talking. I'm
Talk
not
to
done
him,
Now
talking.
Phoenix.
you're
Exactly
gonna
what
have
you
to be
said.
done if
I'm
you're
not
saying the wrong
done.
shit, because that's
Doesn't
not what
matter.
I said.
You can
No,
What
correct
type
me
of
after I'm done
interruption
you
is
can
that?
talking.
be done. You
You
can
get
be
no,
done if you're not
no,
gonna say
nigga.
what I said.
Listen, hold on.
Don't
You
put
get the
words in my
fuck
mouth
out of
and
here. You don't
misrepresent
give
the
a
point, because
fuck.
that's
You
not
don't
what
Hey,
I
he
tell me
in
when
said.
his
to stop
feelings
talking,
Hey,
bro.
now. He
if
in
it
his
Hold
ain't
on.
what
feelings
I
now.
said,
Let your
this is
punk ass talk for like
no.
20 minutes anyway.
You need to
Yeah,
go
listen.
ahead. You need to
I
go
don't
ahead
give
and
a fuck.
rephrase it as what your
Yo, I
You
don't
in
give
interpretation
your
a
is of what I
feelings.
said.
You in
listen.
your
That's what
You
you need to
feelings.
said
rephrase
that,
it as.
bro. You said that.
Nah, that is not what I said.
Listen, nigga.
That is exactly
Listen.
what you said.
Yo,
You
that's
telling me
exactly what
listen,
you
you
Can't
ain't
shut
even
said,
listen
stuff
to
bro.
what
up.
I
Go
said.
ahead.
All
We
right,
can't
y'all.
shut
Y'all.
stuff
Let
Now
up.
let me
let
finish talking. Let me finish. And you can
You must
respond.
have ate more
You can
leftovers than
respond.
Devin to think like that.
Yo, you can respond, right? After I'm done. Hold on. Let me finish.
If you say
So,
one wrong shit, I'm gonna interrupt.
I don't give a fuck what you do, bro. Just let me talk. I'll let you talk for
Okay,
like
then I'm gonna
20 minutes
interrupt
when you've
that.
been here.
So you said you don't give a fuck, so I'm gonna interrupt.
Okay, yeah, keep interrupting. That's
Dang,
cool.
Phoenix crying?
Yo,
God
he's a
damn.
clown, bro. He's soft as shit. Anyway,
I
he
thought
mad
he
because
was
he
I'm
got
so,
caught.
I'm
man.
soft as shit, and you
He
can't
got
even
caught.
repeat to me what I said.
I
Yeah,
just
he
said what you
said
said, you
exactly what
Wait,
you
dumbass.
wait. Did
said.
Phoenix get you
You didn't
guys
say
up in
it.
the
Hold on,
ceilings,
listen,
man? Come
listen,
on, let
listen.
my
He
You
man
ain't
said
even
you
finish.
finished
said
Oh,
you
talking.
said
He
you
ain't
said
even
oh,
finished.
so
exactly what
y'all,
you
so
said.
y'all don't
Bro,
like interruptions now? That's mighty
no,
convenient.
because you
Phoenix
emotional, bro. You
crying. You
emotional, bro. I just
emotional,
want to make sure
I'm,
you
Phoenix?
get it out.
I'm emotional.
Listen,
I'm
if I
sitting
get,
here.
I'll allow you to
Hold
Hey,
on,
hey,
y'all. Let my
frequent.
guy Faze get on the
yeah,
floor.
I'll
Let
let
him
you
get the
correct
floor,
Okay,
me.
y'all.
bet, frequent.
Let
But
let
you got to
let
get
let
the
me hear
lux
what my
Hold
guy
split.
on.
Be
Faze got to say
emotional.
about whatever he
Finish.
trying to cook on.
Go ahead,
Faze, you
Faze.
here, bro?
You got it.
Hey man,
Faze,
what up, Ray? What up, Flyer? What's
Yo,
good,
what up?
man?
what's
Hey
good,
man,
bro?
man, I'm trying to see what's up with the players, man. Y'all
Salute.
see what's going on? Y'all see what's going on, right?
Oh,
What
yeah.
about what?
Tate took a knee in court.
You talking about
Um,
Spence?
oh yeah, I'm talking about Spence, man.
Oh
It's
yeah,
been
we
bad.
know Spence. We know about Spence and all of that, but right now we's in the middle of cooking somebody, bro.
Oh, y'all was talking
Nah,
about
they was
that.
in the middle of getting sous vide, bro.
Y'all
They was
talking
getting
about
We
sous
that.
in the,
vide.
You
we
Some
in the
of
you
the
middle
talking
of
them
about
cooking
niggas
some
had to
Hey,
get
we
out of
Tommy,
the
cooking some
water,
Don't
dog.
maniacs
talk
in.
easy bake
We
me.
got
I'm
the
going to
tank
put
of
some
maniacs
glasses
in
back
here,
on.
man.
Tommy's tripping.
We was in here talking boxing, and
Ray
Phoenix
got
said
Phoenix.
Assassin hopped
And
in
then
here and ripped his
frequent
shirt off.
show what
I
makes
would
you
have.
Yo, let
a
him
tank
talk.
of
Bro. He
maniac by
come off
knowing the
mute,
color
bro.
of the or the favorite
Yo, let
flavor
him
of
talk.
Skittles, and that nigga know it.
Hey
Hey,
yo, we had Tommy cornered up here, and
Nah,
Phoenix the
you ain't never
Assassin
had me
hopped up here
cornered,
and
dog.
ripped
If
his
I'm
shirt
cornered my
off,
back
bro.
against the
Hold
wall and
on.
I'm
Correction said
swinging.
his name. It is Phoenix the
And
See
assistant.
Flyer.
now we talking
Phoenix
about
the
boxing.
assistant.
You talking about people ripping their shirts off. What's wrong with you, nigga?
Hey
It's Phoenix the
Flyer.
Hey,
That's
assistant.
what you
Hey,
you hopped up here and did. You tank a
You know what I
maniac.
mean? Yeah,
hey
Phoenix the
Flyer.
hey,
Now
assistant.
hey.
Ask
you talking about what dudes' favorite candies is and dudes taking their shirts off. What's wrong with you in the boxing
Listen,
conversation?
Phoenix
See,
the
this
Hey,
is
he
why
like
we
to
assistant.
can't
taste the
take you
rainbow. I
serious.
already told
Yo,
you.
let Phoenix the
Bro,
assistant
we
talk,
gotta
bro.
ask Phoenix if he ever fainted before, man, because he tripping.
Phoenix,
All
yeah,
right, let's
Phoenix the
get some
assistant.
order,
Yeah,
y'all. Let's
bro.
get some order, man. All
But
right,
what you
let's
talking
get some
about, though,
order.
Phage, man?
Let's
Come
get
on,
some
and
order, man. We talking about the 147-pound division,
I
man,
know. Phoenix
and
the
how
assistant.
how
He up
these
here
how these
crying.
champions is playing duck goose and not fighting each other, man. How y'all feel about these champions not being willing to unify
Yeah.
and we not holding their feet to the fire, man? I feel like these fighters should be pushed to fight each other, man. We should be voicing our opinions to see the best fight the best. And
Yeah.
champions not wanting to fight champions is not the best fighting best. I think
You're
we
right.
need to
You're
say some.
right,
How y'all
frequent.
see that, man?
Let me
I
keep
finish.
it
agree
top
with
dog
that.
at 40
I
seconds.
agree with that, and I'll say this: we got to look at who been the champion at 147 the longest, because Devin just got there. there. Rolly just got there. Barrios about to fight. Who is it now? Shit. What's his name?
Damn, man.
Ryan. He
Louis
about to fight
Crawford
Ryan
need
now.
help, bro.
And Barrios been the champion at 147, the longest out of all of them, I think. And he just had a fight with Pacquiao. So I mean, if we looking at it like that, I'd say like, shoot, it depends on Rolly and Devin. But Devin just fought, so he need to take his time off. Rolly, we don't know what he's
Huh?
doing. They were saying that he was probably going to fight Manny Pacquiao. But yeah, we got to see them go ahead and eventually scrap. So I
No,
agree with that.
Rolly can't
You
fight
see how
Manny
he
Pacquiao.
Rolly and Devin?
He the only one that won a belt from somebody, ain't it?
Yeah, because Rolly, who the Rolly fought?
He won the
Rolly beat
awarded
Ryan for the
belt though,
belt.
right?
Right? No, Rolly beat Ryan for the belt because it was
He
vacant.
defended
It
that
was
belt
vacant after
3 times.
Bud
At least
dropped it.
3 times.
No, that's
No, it
not what
wasn't.
happened.
No,
Jerron Boots Ennis was the
Phoenix, you gotta
champion up
come
And
with
if
the
there.
he
facts.
he had
Jerron,
somebody won his
hold on,
belt,
Jerron Boots Ennis
probably
was
won his belt awarded
somebody echoing.
Somebody got a hella echo.
Yo, hold on, y'all. Jerron Boots
as
Ennis
saved.
was the champion up there at 147, and Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia was about to fight. And that secondary belt was just thrown in there.
Yeah,
And Rolly
secondary.
Romero won the secondary belt, but at the time, Jerron Boots Ennis was still the champion. He was the unified champion, so the WBA gave him the super designation or whatever, so he was the super champion. And then once he left the division and dropped his belts, that's when Rolly Romero became an actual champion. So
And he
no, it
got
wasn't a
elevated
vacant
like
belt or nothing like that.
It was a vacant belt because here's the thing. There's a
he was
difference between
elevated, bro.
There's a difference between the WBA World Champion and WBA Super Champion. And guess what? The WBA actually has the history of it on their website, so people can go there to look it up and read it. But nobody ever
Yo,
wants to.
he's as
So
good as
that's
Hold
the
on, hold on. Let me.
the belt that Rolly has right now is the belt that's been there since
Yeah,
1962.
we know that. We know that, guy.
Yo, Uncle
But
Uncle Phil,
listen,
They
hold
into
on, y'all.
designations,
Hold
man,
on,
because it
y'all.
makes their
Hold on,
fighters
y'all.
look good.
Hold on. So when Rolly Romero got that belt and Jerron Boots Ennis was, still in that division as a champion, who was the actual champion?
They named Rolly the WBA
then he was an
World
interim
Champion. No,
dumbass.
not
Who was the
interim.
actual?
World Champion is what they named it.
Listen. I
I'm
know
going
you
by
want.
what it says on the WBA website. You telling me y'all know the rules of the WBA better than them?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you what it says
You
on the
do.
WBA
You know
website.
the
It
rules of
says
the WBA better than the
yes.
WBA.
No,
Oh,
I'm not saying no. Listen, hold
you
on,
said
y'all.
it twice. You
No,
said
I'm
it
not saying
twice.
that. And what I'm saying is on the WBA
We ain't Uncle
website.
Phil's channel. Calm the fuck down.
Hold on, Ray. On the WBA website, it actually says that when the WBA Super title is in the division, then the WBA championship becomes the regular belt or secondary belt.
Well,
Whenever the super
WBA
title was
World
in the division.
Champion.
Listen,
World
frequent.
Champion.
Check
Whenever
this
the
out,
super
though. Hold
title was
on.
in the
Check this.
division,
World
the other
Champion
one becomes
since
the world champion
1962.
becomes the secondary
Remember.
champion. You don't know
Since
that?
1962, WBA World Title.
The regular
Not
belt.
regular, not regular,
Reggie
not
belt.
anything. Yeah, maybe if you're looking at
They
Wikipedia and
into
Twitter, when you look
designations,
on the
them boy.
website, WBA World Title.
Interim belt.
Regular does not exist on their belt. That's the original title that was there after the WBA changed their name from the National Boxing Association to World Boxing Association in
Let me say
1962.
this.
That is the original belt.
Let me say this real quick, man.
Yeah, you
We
tripping.
all know, y'all all know boxing more than me, man. We ain't gotta be smarter than each other, man. Let's talk some jabs and hooks, man.
We would love to,
Let's
FaZe,
talk
but
some
this
jabs and
nigga is
hooks,
a
man.
hater,
It
bro.
was just
Why
trying.
gotta be all that?
Come on, man. Y'all all smarter than
He
this
said
shit.
it's in his name. Phoenix the assistant. Hating
Y'all all
that
smarter than this
law.
shit.
But
Yo,
his
look at
uncle
his moniker, bro. Look under what his title is under his
I
belt.
see
King of the
that, but
Haters.
you told him that the definition of a tankomaniac is a nigga that know Tank's
no,
favorite Skittle. You
No,
know
No, I
that
said
he
idiot.
went
no.
beyond
I
that.
said no.
He
He
went
said he
beyond
knows
that. Hey,
Skittle.
talk,
Thomas,
nigga.
Thomas, he went beyond that
Y'all
because
on
he
some
went to
weird
go find a
energy right
video of
now.
somebody who
Hey,
knew.
Flyer. Hey, Flyer.
He went
You listen,
beyond that.
Flyer?
I'm listening. Y'all on some weird
I know.
energy right
Hey,
now,
listen,
bro.
listen. I know Tank like Skittles. I know Tank like
How
Skittles,
you
nigga.
know that, bro? That's something I wouldn't even care to let
I'm trying to
nobody
get up
know
there
that I
with
know
him,
what
bro.
kind of
What
candy
I,
you
what I
got.
want to know, what
Look
I
at
want to
the
know
That's
is why
that's
you
what a
have a video of
tankomaniac
the
is,
dude.
bro. They care
What I
about
want to
his
know is why
favorite
you got a
color,
video of the
his
dude.
favorite
Like
candies,
not only do you
all
know
of that
his
stuff,
favorite
bro. That's
candy,
what it
you
is.
know who knows his favorite candy and got them on video. How much extra time you have on your hands to go and do that?
You know you took a
Bro,
class to be a Tank fan, nigga.
you
On
can't
some
you don't
weird energy
recognize
right
that's
now,
me. You
bro.
don't see
Personality,
me.
nigga. That's personality.
You don't recognize that's me right there, bro, on the screen. You know what I mean? Talking to this dude.
Go,
They
Tommy up there
traumatized me
too.
with this, bro.
Yo, Tommy up there too.
I
Look in the
thought one of
corner.
them was up
He
there
start
trying to
laughing.
touch me or something crazy, bro.
Tommy start laughing when he said it. He up there too. Tommy was like, "Yeah, he got it."
Hey, I was up there. Look at me right there. I'm in that top
He
left
started
over there,
laughing when he
chilling,
said it.
dog. Cause y'all make you pretty wildin'.
Yo, all the
Y'all
people
lost
that
the
was up
victim.
there,
Shout
they
out to
try not to
victim.
acknowledge that they was there, but it's documented.
Wait a minute. I never said
They
I
try to
wasn't
say they
there, bro.
wasn't there and stuff. It's
Hey,
documented. Y'all was
Victor,
You
there.
my
was the one
guy,
who
he
you the
wild
one
at
who
times,
led
Y'all
that
dog.
tank
shit.
maniacs by association.
You know what I
He
mean?
wild at times, dog. He passionate, you
Yeah,
know.
man.
But Phoenix was in here cooking though, and
Cooking
y'all didn't
what?
let him
No,
finish
he
his
was
cook,
in. Yeah,
dog.
Yo, you
you
know
right. He was on the pot. He was in the
he was
pot
cooking.
cooking.
He
Yeah,
was cooking some.
he
He
was
was cooking
cooking all
some
right.
crow, nigga. He was
Let's
cooking
look at the
crow.
replay of what happened to him, bro.
Oh shit, this nigga dead, y'all.
Nah, I agree with what Sage
Oh
said.
Yeah.
Sage said, let's start talking some jabs and some hooks, Sage.
He's been
But
trying to do
before
Yo,
we
that.
that's
do
why I
that,
was trying
bro,
to
We
can
ask.
I
started
say
I
that.
this?
tried to. get some order restored,
Yeah,
bro.
You
we
I
did,
did.
asked
you
y'all
did,
the question.
you
I
did,
said,
Fly, you
what
did.
y'all
I
think
admit
about?
that.
I said, what
One
y'all
more
think
thing. We'll
about the
get back to that.
147-pound
Okay,
division, bro?
Fade.
We'll get back to
Fade.
that. One more thing. One more thing. I
Oh,
said I was
Get him,
coming in
Fly.
to cause hate and create dissension. I think I did a pretty good job of that, don't you think?
and
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
laughing
you
at
Yeah.
it.
got cooked in the
Yeah,
process
we
too, though.
laughing at
But
it.
That he had you
it
cooked
was
though.
kind of
So, Fly, he
counterproductive.
had
But
you
yeah,
cooked,
We
dog.
it's
You
all
definitely,
right
you
though.
we
you
It's
over
all
there
right.
admitted you was a
How you talking
tankomaniac,
about
dog.
cooking? You
You
burning
came
the
in the
By
cheese and
middle of
bacon?
by
you came in the
wine
association.
at a
middle of the
barbecue,
clan and
bro.
got cooked. That I mean,
No,
you got
no,
some.
Flyer. You was right though. You was right though. They cooking. They putting Devin out the. They breaking him out. He's not gonna be able to fight. Ryan. Ryan talking about fighting Conor Ben. After he fight Barrios.
Bro, I
So
was trying to
I
show
know
all of
we
them
know
that,
that.
but the
yeah,
king of
true.
hate, the king of hating, and the rest of them tankomaniacs, they try to say Devin is the one that's ducking, bro. But
So let's just say Conor Ben.
Nah, we know Devin
Hold
ain't ducking
on.
because we seen what
Hold on.
happened
Let
with
him
them
talk.
left
No, we
hooks.
get serious. Let's be serious.
Let's just say Conor Ben and Ryan fight each other or whatever like that. Who y'all want to see Devin fight good competition at 147?
But he
I would
probably
want to
gonna put
see, I would want to see, I would want to see Devin fight Ryan,
First,
Lewis Crocker, maybe even Keyshawn Davis if
we know
Keyshawn
Rolly
Davis come
about
up
to
there and
lose.
get a belt.
Yeah, Rolly
we
Somebody,
about to
know
lose.
somebody,
Devin ain't about to fight Conor
Hey,
Ben because Conor
Fade, you
Ben
got to take
tested
your
dirty
radio
more than
back.
Ryan.
Connor, Connor been ducking.
Yeah, take his Fade's radio because I can hear
No,
myself.
that was, I think that was Phoenix to that. Oh yeah, that it is still going. Hold on. I was trying to figure out who it was. I muted. Hold on. Let me see. No, he already muted, so it ain't him. It's somebody else.
Hey, hold on. Let me sure it ain't me because I got my head. I
No,
got
it
my
was no, it
head.
was yeah, I
Oh,
think it was Phoenix the Assassin or whatever.
Hey,
oh.
Ray Davis. Ray
Hold
Davis.
on. Hold on. Hold
Nah,
on.
my
Hold
shit
on.
ain't happening.
Hold on. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, real quick, Fade. Go ahead.
Let,
Nah,
let, let me
I
ask
just
you.
gonna say I'm heading back to the office. Y'all have fun with that.
All right, assistant. Carry you later, bro.
What? My bad. My bad. Hey, what round you got
Yeah,
Earl Spence
tell him you
stopping
got
Tim
cooked
Zoo?
over here. You know?
Hold on. Oh, what you say? What
I
round?
said,
What?
what round you?
Oh, oh. Matrix time. All right, try it again. What round? What?
What round you got Earl Spence getting Tim Zoo out of there?
I don't know, man. Listen, Tim Zoo's been through his turmoil, man. I'm not going to even try to predict that right now because Earl Smith's been out the ring for 3 years, bro. By the time that fight happens, it'll be 3 legitimate years, and to think that he could still do the same thing with a guy who's been active, regardless of him taking them losses, it's hard to really predict that. I would say at least the eighth round. By the eighth round, he got him up out of there. If he applies the same pressure as he did in previous fights. But here's the thing: Tim Zoo is the same type of fighter, and to say the least, like he's a pressure fighter. He's not really like he'll stand in the kitchen and go back and forth with you. So that can end up bad for Earl as well. So we seen what happened when he thought he lost his teeth with Ugas standing in the kitchen. So we don't know, man. I don't know. I think Earl has the reach advantage. So I think right then and there, Earl will utilize that jab though. And I think he, like you said, eighth round, probably about the eighth round. I think Earl get him out of there. But that's just me speculating. I'm not taking a like
I
I
feel
really don't know.
I feel like Earl been out for a while, man, but Tim Zoo was coming off some devastating losses, man. So I think,
Devastate.
yeah, so
Nasty.
I feel like Earl got a good chance, man, to go in there and beat him.
Me too. What say you,
Yeah.
Joseph?
Hey
What's
man,
your thought,
I'm still man down. Is that me with the echo?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it turned up too loud.
Yeah.
No, he got the thing going too.
I'm mad down promotion too.
Hold on, let me go out and come back in.
No, just turn it.
No, he
I
got the
think the
YouTube
volume.
app going as well. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. His volume on the YouTube app is, making them echo. What I do is when I click on the StreamYard and it takes you into the browser, you gotta take the YouTube app out. I swipe it out, from the
Yeah, but they don't have the
memory.
access for iPhones frequent.
No, I'm not. I'm dealing with a
I know. I
Android
said
phone.
they don't have that access with iPhones. Androids have that
I can't
access.
hear shit now.
You can't hear us?
I hear y'all
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah,
Joseph,
yeah,
you
I use
here?
the
but Faze, we
StreamYard
was
app.
cooking on this though. We was cooking on the fact that these champions up there at 147 don't want to fight Devin. They want to dance around him. Ryan Garcia don't want to fight him. And
Well,
I feel like we need to hold their feet to the fire. Like I hear people complaining about Devin Haney wanting to fight them and telling Devin where he need to go and what he need to do. Whereas I think that the energy is aimed the wrong direction. I think we need to have our crosshairs aimed on these dudes that's ducking. Rolly
I
Romero
mean,
saying he'll never fight him. I think that's unacceptable for the reason that he gave, talking about he don't want to be sued. I know that was tongue in cheek, a comedy from him or whatever, but still, man, you talking about you ain't gonna never fight
I
Devin and
I understand we want to get a Devin a fight, but Rolly Romero fighting Conor Ben ain't a duck. You know what I mean? It's like Barrios fighting Ryan Garcia. That ain't a duck. You
no,
know what I
that's that.
mean?
No, that is a duck, bro. Because you ducking a
Damn,
unification.
them is
You
guys
ducking
that
a
can knock you
unification.
out.
You ducking a unification to fight.
Damn.
Yeah, he echoing. You ducking a unification, to fight Conor Ben or
That's
whatever.
a that's a guy that can knock Rolly out though.
But here's the thing. Here's what I want y'all to know. Right? I
That
don't.
that don't mean that he
We,
that don't mean that
we
he ain't ducking. He think he could beat Rolly Romero.
didn't somebody on the panel state that that Golden Boy would extend Ryan's championship if he wins the belt, right? So
You mean in the contract? If
yeah,
these
so
fighters
if
win
that's
a
the
belt,
case,
it be in
I'm
the
telling you,
contract a
man,
lot of times
I
that
don't think
if you
Ryan
win,
going
it's
I don't think
extended.
Ryan, yeah, I don't think Ryan either he would lose this fight, or he like Clay mentioned, he might come in overweight. So he don't get an opportunity to win a championship, even if he wins. So if that's the case, we're not even talking about him defending that belt. So I don't even want to hear about the situation, because if he wins, right, he's already talking about going down to 40, bro. So I don't even want to hear nothing else from Ryan Garcia until he wins that fight.
And this my thing. I mean, Devin gonna have to he gonna have to offer some guys some fights, man. It's nothing wrong with Devin offering Stanionis a fight, Roman
He
Villa a
he
fight.
can. Yeah,
Y'all just go fight some guys,
I
man.
don't
I
think
feel
he's
like I feel
I don't
like
think
those
that's a
meaningless fights though.
no, I
Every
disagree with
fight
that.
ain't a big fight. Every fight ain't the home run
I
fight.
This is what
Right?
happens. Faith, I understand what you're saying, right? So let's just be clear. Devin ain't worried about who he fights next. I can promise you that. I just think that his mission was, right. Let's be on key. He was on a
Yeah.
mission of collecting the belts. I said this yesterday on Jab Queen channel, right? Why is it different for Devin to try to unify 147 when it was okay for Boots to do it? Boots didn't take on every big fight because
Yeah.
he had the opportunity. No, he had to take the fights they were given to him or they forced him to take. So at the same time, and that's as champion, right? It took him he had to give up bags to fight Stanionis and almost try to fight Brian Newman for the unification.
Yeah.
So
Yo, I think
I
It's
think the
okay.
same. I know. Let me land this plane real quick. So Devin, if he has to do the same thing, he has to do the same thing. It
Yeah,
is
do
what
the
it
same
is. I'm
thing.
not even mad at that.
Terrence
I
Crawford
feel
fought
like it's
a
more
B-plus
to it
fighter.
than just. I feel like it's more to it than just that though. Because Devin is signed. He signed a 3-fight deal with Turkey Al Sheik for
Yeah,
36 million, right? And
right.
so Turkey Al Sheik is not going to just be willing to put anybody in there with Devin.
That's true
He's
too.
not going to he's not going to pay for no
That's a
Roman
good
Villa
point.
fight or whatever.
That's a good
So
point.
if he fight one of them other guys, one of these meaningless fights, Turkey Al Sheik already expressed that he not interested in no tune-ups or nothing like that. We found out with Boots. As far as what he was saying about Boots, not saying that it's true what Boots said or nothing like that, asking for the tune-up or none of that. But one thing we do know is Turkey Al Sheik expressed his dislike for these meaningless fights and tune-ups and stuff. So Devin, knowing that, he's not going to pick somebody that he know Turkey Al Sheik is not going to fund the money for.
Right. So
He's trying to pick a champion. Turkey Al Sheik, he had to present that list to Turkey Al Sheik as far as some of the fights that he would fight that Turkey Al Sheik will be willing to put up money for. And I don't think that Roman Villa is one of them fights.
Hell no.
I don't think that
Stanionis
is one. I don't think Stanionis is one of those guys.
Roman Villa
That
is at
Turkey Al
54, bro.
We saw Boots beat him already.
Alex Rocha 54, Roman Villa 54.
Turkey Al Sheik is trying to make the biggest fights, bro. He already made that known.
He might, and at the end of the day, he might put if Liam Parr wins, that's a big fight, right? Because that's an Australian matchup, so we know that they got a big fan base. He might even put Liam Parr in there with Dev. We got to see how this works out. And Rolly probably not going to win his mandatory. So if he don't take a fight soon and get his guy step aside money, he gonna lose either way, because Conor Ben gonna either beat him up, or that dude Gusov is gonna beat him up, or whatever his name is. So
I got Rolly winning that.
Giasov, there, huh?
I got Rolly beating Conor Ben.
You crazy? Nah, hell, I ain't gonna call you crazy. You ain't one of them other cats. I respect what you're saying. So I won't do that to you. But nah.
Dang, how you got Rolly beating Conor Ben? You think I think Rolly got a puncher's chance against Conor Ben.
I'm gonna tell you what you see with Rolly when he fights pressure fighters. Fear. He fear. Look, old man Barroso was chipping the shit out of Rolly when he lost that fight. The twin brother he fought in the division, he basically barely won that fight.
And neither one of those is on a level of a Conor Ben.
Right, and then you figure Pitbull Cruz, who pressured him, won that fight. So technically, he won on paper. So Rolly don't like pressure fighters, bro, and you gonna see him get his ass handed to him. That's why they took that fight.
Yeah, I got Rolly outboxing him. I think he gonna be able to.
He gonna be able to.
It's easy to outbox Ryan Garcia, but I don't think he's gonna be able to outbox.
Conor Ben ain't gonna let nobody outbox. He gonna pressure the shit out. He gonna get under. He gonna make that mid-range fight happen. Rolly gonna sit there. He gonna get lucky, or he gonna get beat up like he did with Pitbull.
Yeah.
I mean, see him. Hold on. Matter of fact, I gotta say that I'm not so willing. I don't think that Rolly Romero could beat Conor Ben.
Yeah, he looked nervous.
I'm the guy to say, well, I want to see the fight. I'm not going to just give it to him.
No, look, they had 2 interactions, right? 3 actually interactions. Every single time, Conor Ben drunk as hell, whatever, roughing him up. Rolly running from him, bro. Like Rolly don't want no part of that fight, bro. And when they asked him if the fight was gonna happen, he's like, at the gala, what'd he say? He's like, I don't know. I'll let you know. Like he was ducking him and shit, but. You know what I mean? It is what it is, bro. Like, I don't really care. I would like to see the fight. I just need Rolly to get out the driver's seat with that, you know what I mean? That elevated interim title. So we can see what really happens.
Yeah, he holding that belt hostage, man. That's what he doing right now.
Because he definitely
dropped the belt. That's why I was waiting for somebody to say some of these guys need to drop the belt.
Look,
they not
let me tap in on what the assistant said earlier, right? So he said that he said somebody got their belt through receiving it through what's the name? Not through a championship. Like it was basically something that was won, not from taken from the champion. When is Tank taking a belt from the champion at 135? That's why I was trying to ask him, but he never did.
Davis, why? I just want to know this. I like Devin Haney a lot, but why does Tank get all that hate?
No, listen. No, it's not about the hate. It's about what he said. I wanted to ask him that, and now that you know what I mean. Why didn't that happen? I mean, we can move the topic. I have no problem with that. I don't hate Tank. I just like to bring the facts.
Hold on, what y'all talking about though? As far as heat?
No, I'm saying Tank is one of our brothers, and every time certain channels they just think anything Tank do is just shit.
No, listen. I'm gonna explain to you, FaZe. This is what happens, right? So every single channel that enjoys Javante Davis's thrills and excitement runaways in the ring and taking knees or whatever, bending his knee. What happens is they criticize every fighter in and around the division that either calls him out, has the opportunity to beat him or fight him. Everybody gets criticized, puts on a good performance against them. They all get criticized. They get buried in the dirt because they just had to put this guy on a pedestal so high.
Yeah.
It's not about Javante. I'll be clear. It's not about him. It's about
the
the fan.
fans.
It's about the
Okay,
fan base. So he
that's how I
said
feel.
something significant. What he said was, Devin took the fight off a guy who got elevated, and he said the other fighter won the belt, and then he was elevated or something like. No, he said he won the belt, won a vacant belt, right? So he was putting that out there, talking about. I think he was talking about Barrios, right? Won a vacant belt. So he said he did beat somebody. So I said, okay, when his Tank took the belt off a champion. That was my point at 35, because you guys celebrate it, but you forget that your favorite fighter has done the same thing as Barrios. He took the
I
belt.
was
He beat what's his name, Gamboa, right? And then here's another thing. While we're on Gamboa, who was the next fighter that fought Gamboa after Tank beat him?
Devin Haney.
Thank you. So why was he old when Devin fought him, not old when Tank fought him? It was like 6 months later.
I feel like,
But that's the hate
I
train
was
right
going
there.
I was gonna say y'all basically diving way deeper than need to be. You just keep it simple by just saying that, people just criticizing Tank for not fighting, for not unifying, not fighting other champions. People seem to think that we think that anybody that Tank fight has been trash. No, I'm not
No,
saying
no, we just want to see him
I
fight the
definitely
best.
don't think that. I just wanted
Better
to see Tank
competition, man.
unify. You had Devin became undisputed at
But
135, all while he was trying to get a Tank fight. Tank never fought him. Lomachenko was trying to fight Tank at 130, calling him out. And Floyd was, I admit, Floyd seemed like he was the one playing keep away, keeping Tank
he
away
kept
from
saying, "Hey,
Lomachenko. But
y'all
then,
let Tank do what he doing." Yeah.
yeah, but then once Tank got away from Floyd, he kept the same energy. He still was
No, he
moving the
said
same.
he was going. He said he was going to fight. He had a list of 4 fighters, put them all out there. Refused to say Shakur's name. Said he was going to fight all of them. As soon as that time
He did.
came,
He did. He did.
as
He
soon as
had a
that
lot.
time came, what list?
Yeah.
I ain't say no names. I ain't. You know what I mean?
He had a
Like,
lot. He had a lot going on. This
yeah.
what I
Hold
can
on.
say is this. This
Then
what I
the
can say
man,
is this
the
real
man
quick,
was
right?
also on record saying when he left Floyd on the record saying he going to unify all the belts. He going to go undisputed. Right? For a
This what
person that don't like the belts, he said he was going to undisputed. So all this being said, I'm not mad at Javante. Like I said, I'm cheering for him. I'm rooting for him. When he gets, I listen. He could beat any of these fighters at the end of the day. And I don't second guess that. But
right.
at the end of the day,
Yeah,
his
it's just like we got expectations for him that he's at the point where I think
I don't
dude
have
has made
expectations anymore. But go ahead, I hear you.
made so much money, and he's looking at it. Look, man, I'm just a kid from Baltimore. What else you want? You know what I mean? So if he don't got them expectations, hey, I mean, shit, he's limiting himself at the end of the day, but I
But
mean.
but then when he wanted to fight Loma, he wanted to fight this dude when he was damn near retiring, and wanted to unify with him.
Hey, I
But
wasn't
then
mad. I wasn't mad at that. I gotta be honest. I
I
wasn't mad at
understand.
him
Look,
trying to
I'm not
fight
mad at
Loma
it either.
because
I'm not mad at it either.
that was a
But of
grudge
course,
match, if you ask me.
yeah, but at the end of the day, let's keep it real, right? They talk about this guy going after older fighters, Devin. And what was Loma? They talk about Devin going after his leftovers. What was Loma?
I
You
mean,
see what I'm
but yeah,
saying? It's
I see
crazy.
what you're doing, but I would look at that as being tit for tat, because
Of course.
because what they accused Devin of, then he turned around and do the same thing, but the same can be said, all around. My whole thing with him is I just wanted to see him fight some of those guys, the other guys that we thought was the
Absolutely.
best, because we look at Tank, and see that he fights on a high skill level. We like the things that we see Tank doing. We just wonder, can he do that against the Shakora, or can he do that against Devin? Like, we want to see who's the best in the division. If they're in the division, we expect them all to fight each other. But Tank fans they don't want nobody to fight Tank. It seems like they want to
Right.
defend him for not wanting to fight people. When they asked him if he was ever going to fight Shakur and he start talking about what has Shakur done, you know how crazy that looked to me, how crazy that sound. He's more accomplished than you. And you talking about what has he done? Shakur is a multi-division champion. Tank is too, but Shakur was a 3-division champion at that time. And now he's a 4-division champion. I mean, come on, man.
But who is
2 times unified?
I mean, comparing. I mean, come on, Shakur really ain't got really no notable names on that resume like that. Like Shakur got the worst one on the pound for pound list.
I mean, but listen, we can pick apart these fighters' resumes. We could pick apart Tank resume. We could pick apart Shakur's, and
you could pick apart everybody's
anybody
resume.
the resume say you find if you're looking for something to some kind of excuse, you can say, "Oh, that guy was too old." Well, what about him? Oh, he ain't had no power. Or what about him? Oh, he was bigger than him. You can do that to everybody. We can do that to everybody. But the point is, he's an accomplished fighter. Why would you say what has he done?
And Shakur
People trying to find out. Hold on, people trying to find out if you would be willing to fight him if you ever going to fight him, and you're saying what has he done? Yeah, that's duck energy to me. You saying you making up an excuse not to fight him. Well, and this guy's calling you out. You got people calling you out and stuff. That's a duck, bro.
Don't want to hear his name.
You had Tank at 135 before Devin even got the shot. When Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez, Kambosos was trying to get a shot to Tank. He said, Tank got first dibs. Tank told him to drop all the belts. Come on, bro. That's not realistic.
He said, "I'll whoop your ass, but you can keep them belts."
Yeah, he said, he didn't want to fight him for the belts.
So Kambosos and Tank, come on, man. Fire.
Kambosos and listen, I don't think that Kambosos beats Tank, but I think Tank I think subliminally Tank, he had that doubt in his mind, man. Because why wouldn't you just go ahead and take that? Why wouldn't you go take that?
Because it forces a fight. It forces a fight with Devin, who wanted that fight.
I mean, I'm not even looking at it that far that he was thinking. I'm looking at it for the accolades. You had somebody who had 3 belts. This guy had 3 belts.
I'm listening to.
I'm understand this though, Flyer, real quick, Ray. My bad.
Yeah, you good.
Saying, Floyd is laying out the blueprint. Fight Mexican American fighters.
But that's not.
That's not commendable. That's not commendable, bro.
That's not. One error don't transition to another.
But that's what he's telling him to do.
That's what he told him to do.
No, that's what Floyd was telling him to do. But when he got away from Floyd, there wasn't no excuse. He not with Floyd now.
He put a list out, and he said he wanted to fight all these guys, and he didn't fight none of them. And now
I'm talking about around that time that you guys are talking about. That Devin and was doing all this running around and Kambosos winning them belts. He was fighting Mexican fighters.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was out there being disrespected, man.
So what? What about Shakur? Why? You think he was scared? Do you think he was scared of George Kambosos?
Hell no.
Exactly. So
so that's your excuse? You think he wanted to fight a Mexican fighter? That's why he ain't fighting?
And that fight was big.
You realize how crazy that sound?
I feel like that's how he got most of his fan base, and I feel like that's how he got a lot of his money.
So you feel like his fan base wanted to see him fight Mexican fighters? That's what he believed, and that's why he didn't fight Kambosos.
I'm saying when he came out there against Leah Santa Cruz, and he was wearing all the sombreros and shit, that's how you get Mexican fans.
They wanted to see him lose, right? They wanted their Mexican fighter to win, right?
A lot of them dudes was a Mexican though.
You're gonna see him again, and then you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's that guy Tank. That's just how it happens, bro. That's how you expand your brand, bro. He was on an expansion brand. Now he's it's like what Floyd was, what they say he was, an attraction. He's an attraction now.
No, I mean, you can argue that, but Floyd Mayweather fought just about everybody though. He ain't just fight Mexicans.
This guy. Hold on, let me see how many Mexican fighters he fought. Because right now, I don't even have like.
I don't even feel like that's a good argument to say.
I know
that's why he didn't fight Kambosos because he wanted to fight Mexicans.
Yeah, Isaac Cruz, like he didn't fight that many Mexican fighters, bro. Like,
and y'all talking like them numbers did crazy numbers. He fought Isaac Cruz and it didn't do crazy numbers.
His third Mexican look from Isaac Cruz.
He did like 250,000 pay-per-view buys, right?
Real quick. So I'm counting the Mexican fighters he fought, right? So,
I mean,
the last
Wait,
three
was it?
Mexican.
Yeah, I
Hold on,
think
real
so.
quick. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
The last three Mexican fighters he fought was Mario Antonio Marcias, Mario Barrios, and Pitbull Cruz. Everybody else, none of these other. Oh, I'm sorry,
Those wasn't he.
Ryan Garcia. I'm sorry, add him too. And he's Mexican American. He technically Mexican either. Neither is Leo Santa Cruz. They're Mexican American. But to say the least, if you want to go through their heritage, fine, they're Mexican. So that's his last four Mexican fighters. Everybody else, Argentina, Costa Rica, Cuba, um, Cuba, Hugo Ruiz. I didn't even see him. Where he
I
from?
mean, but
Oh, he
but
from
but
Costa.
listen to what you saying though, Fade. Oh, Fade's bounce.
Where'd he
That's
go?
basically saying that you a manufactured fighter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that too. That and this that to be
Oh,
said
here you
also.
go. That's you basically saying that he a manufactured fighter though, Faze.
Right.
You're
Who?
saying,
Who?
and
Tank
that's what he
or
was trying to
Floyd?
stick to it.
Tank or Floyd?
Tank by
Oh,
saying
Tank.
that he just fight. He was told to
Yeah,
fight
they all
Mexicans, and so he
manufactured.
was
Fly,
manufactured, to be
fly. They was all manufactured. You know that.
no, bro. We not
I
gonna do
don't know.
that.
You can
Who
give or
wasn't?
take.
Who wasn't manufactured? Shakur wasn't manufactured. Keyshawn wasn't
No,
manufactured.
them dudes out there
I,
Ryan
moving like
Norman.
they
Ryan
out there
Norman wasn't
moving like they want to
so
fight
manufactured.
the best. They fighting other champions. They
right.
unify and they chasing the belts and stuff like that.
I
Where
agree
you
with
got
that.
the other guy, you saying he just wanted to
Okay,
fight
okay,
Mexicans.
okay. So Oscar Valdez and JoJo Diaz.
Okay.
Okay, them guys is little as shit, bro.
He won
Jojo
belts off of
Diaz.
them guys, man.
They are little as shit, bro.
He won belts off of them guys though.
Jojo Diaz is not as small as you think he is.
Hey, yo.
What
Pause. Thank you.
compared to
Hit me
who?
with the button.
Compared to who?
Definitely hit me with the button.
JoJo fought Devin, right?
Yeah. And he also
And JoJo had like an 8-inch disadvantage in reach.
okay.
What he
Reach
supposed to
advantage has
do?
nothing to do with height though.
Hey yo, hold on. We got hair for boxing on the panel. I don't know how long he got. Let's
Yo, you
let him
missed
get
it.
the floor real quick.
Your boy was up here. Phoenix the assistant.
I don't know. I just said, I'm what you talking about. I'm
What?
just a kid.
I don't know what he said.
Right.
What?
Right. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. You static though.
I don't know. I said, what's up? Man? Drop super chat on my boy and then get to my workout. Man, that's crazy.
Like I
Oh,
think
you
that
working out.
Mayweather is manufactured. Some guys are manufactured, bro.
Mhm.
It's not a knock. It don't mean you're a bad fighter, but you
Well,
made
here's the
steps
difference
to make
though.
yourself an attraction.
So phase, what I think Flyer is saying, I'm gonna let hear for boxing when he get his mic right. Um, this is what I think Frequent is saying, right? I think he's saying that, yeah, Floyd may have did the same thing and laid out that platform or that pattern, right? But
Right.
Floyd fought champions. He took belts off of champions. Like he made it his point to go get the belt and fight who was at the top of the division or whoever was like high in the division. He took the top ranked guys. To say the least, Javante didn't move that way, bro.
The
And
only difference it's a real quick difference. Floyd wasn't this big this soon. That's why.
okay,
Floyd wasn't this big this soon. So Tank already on Floyd's status as far as like popularity once Floyd
so
became Money Mayweather.
so when did Floyd become money with Mayweather? What about the
He
eight?
had already was like 30 fights in, but people weren't even looking at him like that. He was winning a lot of like I'm talking about like he wasn't Money Mayweather, you know what I mean? So it's just
And that was
different, you
after
know what I'm
Oscar De La
saying?
Hoya, right?
Probably
That's what they
after
said.
Oscar. He had a gang of fights. How many fights he had when he fought Oscar? A bunch,
I'm about
right?
to I'm about to tell you right now. I don't think he had that many fights, but we're gonna look.
I think he had a bunch.
When
Like
Floyd and him fought.
No, but basically we just saying like Tank he just ain't unified.
yeah,
He just ain't he ain't fight the other champions. A lot of
yeah,
people looked at Tank as the best at 135, but he
right.
ain't prove it to nobody. He ain't fight the other guys that
One
people
thing,
thought that was the best.
but Devin ain't either though. Devin
How
ain't
you say
either.
that? Devin fought the top guy in the division. Everybody thought that
Lomachenko,
Lomachenko was the truth.
man, come
He was
on,
he
man.
was so overhyped, bro. I really
You
that's why I
can't be
stopped.
the
Yo, listen,
you can't
I used to be a Tank fan, yo. I used to be a Tank fan. But you know, when Lomachenko started calling him out, and you know, Tank seemed like he was afraid to fight Lomachenko. That made me second
That's
guess if he
cool.
was the best fighter there. I'm like, hold on, man.
That's cool.
You know, because I wanted him to fight Lomachenko because I felt like they was disrespecting the game with Lomachenko. Not Lomachenko really disrespecting or talking crazy. Lomachenko's supposed to want to fight other champions and stuff like that. He was trying to move like he's supposed to move, but you had people saying that he was the best thing since Ali and all of that.
No,
He
not at
already
that
had a
time,
lot.
bro.
He already
Not at
had
that
a
time.
loss.
Not at
Yes, it
that
was.
time.
And he already had, bro. I remember he already had a loss. He only had like 10 or 11 fights. And you know, you had somebody interviewing Bud Crawford and Andre Ward, who was undefeated with, you know, a bunch of people, you know, a bunch of fights on the record.
Listen,
And you had people telling them that Loma was pound for pound better than they was. You know, the two top
that's
guys. You
true.
know,
That's
he
true.
was very overhyped. And
No,
you
he
know, he was
was.
very
You saying
privileged
it. You
at that.
saying it. You
He was
exactly.
getting
You
out,
saying it. He was very hyped. He was manufactured, right?
but
Okay, that's my
before then,
point.
he was
But
at
this is this.
130. At 130, who was he calling out?
One thing about it. One thing that's for sure. That's a fact. Them three dudes ain't fought each other. None of them dudes got no skin.
Devin
None of
beat
them. None of.
Lomachenko.
No, I'm saying. I'm talking about Tank, Shakur, and Devin.
But Shakur
None
was
of
in
them.
the
Shakur
Shakur
was
was
in
in
the
a
small.
lower division.
Shakur was
Yeah,
in
he
a
was in a
different
lower
division. He
At,
division.
wasn't
at
in
the
it. It
end of the
was
day,
Tank. It was
at the end
Tank.
of the day, it ain't gonna be. You're not gonna you until them three somehow lock up. You can't put one over the other. I just think like that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
But
think
the
until they
point is,
one
we
of them
want to see
three
them
link
all
up.
mix it up, though, right, Faze? We
Yeah,
want to see
hell
them fight
yeah,
each other.
hell yeah, hell
It
yeah,
seemed like all of
hell
them
yeah,
is willing to fight
hell
each
yeah.
other, except for Tank, bro. For some reason, Tank don't want to fight them
See,
guys,
Tank
and
say he
his
don't want to
fans
become a
make up an
meme.
excuse for him not to fight them
Well,
guys.
Ryan, well, Shakur want to fight Ryan now. So I mean, shit.
No, it was the
Now
opposite.
Shakur want
Opposite. Ryan's dad
man,
called out Shakur.
man.
Well, they did
It's
have a little
always
back
something.
and forth where they
At
was
the end
talking
of the
about
day,
fighting each other. So I
Back in
will
the
say
yeah.
that
at the end of
that's
the
you know
day,
that's mutual. Either they do want to fight each other, but
Right.
if any of them
you
fight
know.
each other, then we can have a conversation. But
Tell
we
tell
can't
me
really
tell
have
me
a
when you can
conversation
remember
without
it.
them three.
Tell me when you can remember Tank calling out any of the other guys that you're talking about. Tell
Because
me when you can see Tank asking one of those guys to fight him, or you know he was the A side, so all he had to really do
it's
was
the
send a
thing.
contract.
It's the
You had
thing.
them guys calling him out, right?
And here's
When do you hear the fighter that's at the top of the world call out a fighter that's lower than them?
okay. All right, fine.
When they have the belt, when they have belts or whatever, and you want to prove that you're the actual champion, so you want to
But
take
what
their
happens when
belts
you
and show that
making
they not a
20
champion?
million and you don't care about their belt? Have your belt.
Okay, he
Allow
That's
don't,
what I'm
bro. He
saying.
don't make.
See,
do it.
He's
and
making the money off tape.
this what we talking about. You got to
It
make
don't.
up.
It.
You got to
I'm
make up
telling.
all
It's
types
not
of.
my.
You got to make up to all
It's what
types
he
of.
feel. I'm just letting you
But
know what he feels, but it's articulated.
I know. But what I'm saying is, you got to make up all types of unnatural excuses for Tank not fighting these guys. You got
And
to
not
make up excuses that you can't make for nobody else. That you don't got to make for somebody else. You got to make up
At the
special
end of the
talking
day,
points and special
right.
excuses
Byron.
for Tank.
But we
But
all gotta accept it. Till they fight, we can't say
so,
nothing about
but
none of them.
here's the
Cause
thing. Here's the
Shakur could
thing,
have fought
Faze.
Devin. Devin could have fought Shakur. They all could
Okay,
have fought each
but
other.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. And they moved on, right? They all moved on
Yeah,
from
they
Javante.
all moved on. And
Hold
they
on.
moved on. And
Let me no
Shakur
no
and
let me
Devin moved on from each other too.
let me finish. Let me finish real quick. So they all moved on for Javante, right? And they all willing to fight each other. It seems like they just like, yo, he just waiting us out. He waiting for the last one to stand. Maybe he'll fight us after we went through the trenches. He want us to do all the dirty work. That's what it kind of seems like. Number one. Number two, if you actually look at what took place, he was out there. He had the WBA, right? They ordered the fight for the unification, not once, and then Devin asked for the unification another time. And with that being said, what ended up happening? Both times he said he'll drop the belt. The other one said, no, you can't offer the A side a fight, bro, because he didn't want that privilege. He didn't want to have the fight. He didn't want to unify the belt and just become that champion of the WBA. So there is high evidence saying that he did not want to fight Devin. Matter of fact, he's even on the record saying, I'm not fighting him over there. He didn't want to fight him, period, because he said I will have to knock him out. He can't beat him, so he didn't want to become a meme.
He's
He didn't want to get picked apart. He knows his
Well,
weaknesses.
to be fair and not really put words in his mouth, he actually what he said was he didn't think that he could. He not sure he could win a decision against
Right.
Devin over in
I
Saudi.
mean,
In other
I
words,
mean,
saying he don't think he not sure if he don't knock him out that he can win. So I guess that's a form of fear. It can be looked at as saying that you're
okay.
not confident that you can knock him out. And all of that.
And
So
and again,
we might get robbed or something.
all right. So thank you. I mean, basically, you just doubled down what I said. Okay, so I put it in my own
vision
words. Still said the same
and come
thing.
back and start,
I
fighting
hope he
some of these
does.
dudes.
He need to go.
I
He
hope he
need to go
does
get
too.
that list and start checking them off. At the end of the day, that's what everybody wants. I don't care who wins the fight. Trust me. I just want to see him in the ring with the opponents, the right opponents. He's not. He's not taking these opponents on, and he's not taking them serious. You see what happened? The guy was pulling up guys from 130, man. And
Hey,
it's not like
let's say like Tank get off from whatever the problem issues he got outside of
he gonna
the
fight.
ring.
He gonna
Let's
fight
say he get off. Let's say
Chris Colbert, bro.
he actually even gets his belt back. If he get all of this stuff resolved, before somebody else get a shot at the belt and he just become the champion again. I would be okay with him fighting any of the champions down there, bro. If he unified with whoever, it would be okay for me. I wouldn't be mad at a fight with him and Abdullah Mason, to unify. Shakur. Well, Shakur don't got the belt no more, but any of the champions in his division. If he don't want to move up to 140 and he want to stay at 135, I would be cool with him fighting any of the champions in that division.
Yep. And if I was Shakur, I would go back to 35. I would get his belt. Since he's the champion in recess, he got to come get it through me. That's exactly what I would do. I would force that fight. Then he ain't got no choice if he want his belt back.
There you go.
I mean,
There you go.
Shakur fed up. He trying to move. Shakur fed up. He trying to move on. He trying to move past Tank. He trying to,
That's
because
not what I'm
Tank saying
saying.
like he don't want to give him an opportunity because he don't
I
want to help that
right.
side or whatever he trying to
But if
say
he
or
get in the
whatever.
way, what I'm
So
saying is if he get in the
ultimately
way,
Fuck him.
that's what Shakur had to say, bro. That's what Shakur had to
and if
say.
he want to get in the way, he go grab that WBA right now and make
Don't get in
Tank
the way.
come
He
back.
don't want to
He
get in the way no
Don't get in the
more.
way.
Shakur said what he said, bro. He tired of trying to
yeah. They all are. They
call
all
Tank
moved
out. He
on,
called him
but
out enough, bro. He been
moved
calling
on,
them
bro.
out, pursuing them. He ain't trying to go. He went through the same thing that Devin went through. He said
Right.
now
That's
he
what I'm
see
saying.
firsthand himself.
Right. But that's what I said. They all moved on. We know that. Why did they move on?
Well, a lot of guys want to see everybody fight. So, like, a lot of guys want to see
But
Gary Russell fight Shakur, but
that's
he's too
not
little
not
for
even a
140.
big
But he's
fight
too
though.
big for 170.
It's
I
not
mean, I
even
like all of
Okay,
them
so
fights, bro. I
yeah,
like
but
all of them
that's not a
fights.
big fight. And I think Shakur's looking for the money
Tank and
value.
Ryan is a bigger fight than Shakur and Devin.
We
It's just a
saw
bigger
him
fight.
fight. We saw him fight
Tank
Ryan already.
Tank and Ryan is a bigger fight.
It might be.
Yes.
We can
It
say
might
it might
be.
be, but we already saw him fight. What we gonna fight Ryan forever? Just keep fighting him over and over
Right.
because he did
And
a lot
Pitbull
high
because
numbers.
because of Mexican privilege.
Yo,
It
that's what I'm
helps.
talking about. Us as fighting fans shouldn't care about how much money they gonna make on the
Well,
fight. We just want to see who the best. We
why
know he could beat
everybody?
Ryan.
Why do everybody got to care about Shakur?
Well,
Nobody don't care about Shakur.
rehydration clause, Ryan. We know he could beat that Ryan.
Well, listen, it sounds like everybody wants Shakur or Devin. How about nobody care? How about I don't find Devin or Shakur attractive if I'm a fan? What if a
That's
fan says
fine.
that? What if a
Devin,
fan says that?
But they're the title holders.
I don't think he should fight Devin because Devin is at
How about
147.
I find Abdullah more attractive than Devin and Shakur in as far as attraction in the ring.
I hate to bust your bubble, but y'all don't be surprised when he lose soon. Oh, I can hear you now.
Yo, I'm can y'all hear me?
I can feel that way.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I'll let y'all cook. I just want to speak real fast when homie finished talking.
Go ahead,
I'm done, brother. You got it, bro. You got it, bro.
I've been listening for like the last 10, 15 minutes now. Listen, Tank don't want to fight. Tank wants the biggest payday, be a path of least resistance, as we saw with the Jake Paul incident. And That was his exit strategy. He was going to disappear without ever fighting Devin, without ever fighting Shakur, without ever fighting any of these dudes. And you know what? I'm fine with that. But like Bill said a long time ago, stop pissing on people's head and telling them it's rank. You don't want to fight. If you wanted to fight, you'd be actively pursuing these guys. When people say Devin name, Devin's like, all right, when you want to fight? And then it's, oh, well, I want Lewis Crocker first, or I want to fight 140. See, they don't think that Devin going to answer the call. And when he pick up that phone and answer, like, okay, when you want to fight, let's get it. Let's do it next. Now all of a sudden you got options that you want to explore. Tank doesn't put people in position to have to fight him. He doesn't care to. Like when you're supposed to be big dog and you're supposed to be a big man on campus, you're supposed to be making it clear, like, this is my shit. I run this. And anybody who claim they run it, you got to come see me. Tank doesn't do that. Tank wants the biggest payday, the path of least resistance, and he's fine not fighting anybody. And he was firmly primed to run out the back door after the Jake Paul fight. And he said he was sick of boxing and boxing is trash. That's what he said. That's how I knew the Jake Paul fight was his exit strategy. Now that he can't get his exit strategy, it's like, shit, I gotta fight now. But you said boxing is trash and you was done with it. So with or without the Jake Paul fight, you should walk away because you hate the sport, right? And this is furthermore telling you that he's telling his fans, I'm only going to come back to get a payday. And then I'm out the back door again. Like, don't think that I'm here for long. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I don't know why people.
That's
no,
okay.
it's not okay.
It is
not
okay.
It's not.
It's bad
not
for the sport, man.
Not when y'all fight for him the way that y'all do. No, it's not. Because y'all say if y'all would just be like, listen, he gonna do what he gonna do. He ain't defending no more. It is what it is. And I'll be like, all right, cool. But y'all don't do that. Y'all fight for him tooth and nail. Stop fighting for him.
Y'all know
stop.
that Tank is the truth, and people be
mad
at that.
No. See, that's where you're wrong. I know he is, but does he know he is?
He know he is,
exactly.
and trust me,
because you see, that's the thing. Y'all keep trying to tell us what he is. Y'all keep trying to tell us what he is, and he telling y'all what he ain't, and he's showing his actions every single day. Y'all got to stop this.
We ain't trying to give him no. We ain't trying to give him no credit for no work he ain't do, bro. As far as I'm concerned, he ain't better than Shakur. We got to see it.
And I just killed your argument because you're trying to say, oh, y'all hate him. No, I don't. Now we can move off of that. And y'all say, oh, you don't think he's the truth. Yes, I do. But does he think it? It don't matter what I think. It matter what he think. It don't matter what
fighters
you think.
know it. The fighters
they don't.
That's
and they don't though. That's why they lined up to fight him. Because you got to show me. Show me.
Yep.
Stop telling me.
They want to prove that they better than him, but he don't want to get him the opportunity because he's scared.
Flyer, this is the problem though. This is the problem. As a fan, I can tell you right now, I'd rather see an Abdullah and Tank than Shakur and Tank.
Why? Because Abdullah
easier.
Why?
Yes, because Abdullah walking forward.
Because Abdullah Green,
bro.
No, because he's going to get clipped. Abdullah's going to get clipped. He's going to walk right into those shots. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Let me get this off real fast. And this is why. Listen, bro.
Let Shakur fight him.
Listen, let me say this. Let me say this real fast, and I'm gonna be quiet. This is why it's easy to be a Devin Haney fan because I don't have to do this to defend Devin. Look what y'all got to do to defend this dude. I don't got to do this.
I'm not
all I got to do.
You
are defending him. You telling me what he is, but he don't even believe he that.
No, that's cool.
You believe in him more than
you telling us, you telling other fighters to fight each other instead of fighting him.
Listen, turn y'all into matchmakers.
Listen. This is the thing. This is the thing right here. When it comes to Tank's opponents, Tank fights a lot of big punchers, bro. I'm just looking at these guys like I haven't seen Shakur fight a guy that can just hurt him.
I know a guy.
So why you don't want to fight Tank? Tank, why Tank don't want to fight?
What is wrong, yo? Do you hear yourself right now, bro? You're drowning right now. You're drowning, and I hate doing this to you, but you're drowning right now. Stop, bro.
No, bro.
Support fighters who don't make you do what you're doing right now. I don't have to do this for Devin. I don't have to tell you why Devin don't want to fight nobody. Devin will fight anybody. Support fighters who will fight people. Stop this, bro. Y'all got to stop this, man. Seriously. This is crazy.
I'm a like who I like. So I like.
Cool.
We're not telling you not to like him. We're not telling you not to like him, but push for him to fight somebody.
But stop trying to spin us, bro.
The argument. There's the argument that the Tank fans make. And it's not all Tank fans. I legitimately believe that you would like to see him fight, right? Because I'm hearing certain things you're saying, but it's the defense of it, right? It's the mechanism that you're bringing into the courtroom. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Into the situation.
Why do you want him to fight Abdullah Mason, but not Shakur? Tell me why you prefer that fight over that one.
Because I think it's a more attractive fight. I think Shakur is going to be a boring fight.
You know, Abdullah Mason is green, and he walks into shots. He'll destroy Abdullah Mason, bro.
Shakur stood in front of
I ain't even gonna give him that. I don't know that he could beat Abdullah Mason, man. We gotta see that, bro.
Listen, let me say something. Shakur Stevenson stood in front of Teofimo. Shakur Stevenson stood in front of Teofimo Lopez for 12 rounds, didn't run, didn't take a step back, stayed in range the whole time. You can't use the running narrative no more. Can't use that one because he ain't run.
Did he use the left hand on him though?
I don't care. Knock him out if he easy work. Fight him. Why won't you fight him? Because we can't do what we do. Bro, y'all got to stop this, man. This is why
You
this
should
boy
be
gets
able
so
to
much
easily
heat.
knock him out then.
Get him out the way. Knock him
Yeah.
off and let's move on.
Get him off the
What's
chessboard.
so hard about that? Keyshawn said, I want Devin Haney. Devin said, all right, come on, let's go.
I'd
I got other
rather
options.
see Tank and Keyshawn.
So in other words, you know Shakur could beat Tank and you don't want to see it happen. That's what you're telling us.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
He can fight Shakur. If he signs a fight with Shakur, I'm gonna be glad he did it. But Shakur,
No, you're not. You have no phase. You have no confidence in Javante against Tank. Against Shakur, you have no confidence. None.
That's what it sounds like.
You have no confidence.
Unfortunately,
none.
Honestly, I think Shakur can beat Tank.
No, he will beat Tank, and that's why you don't want to see
Shakur
it.
can beat
He
Tank.
will beat Tank. He will wash Tank. Tank know it, and everybody else know it. He will wash Tank.
But I think Tank can beat him too.
Man, listen, you believe it more than Tank do, because if Tank believed it, he would have did it already.
Because you believe, just because you believe both can probably happen, should compel you to want to see the fight, to see which one is right. What will happen?
But I think Keyshawn got a chance to clip a motherfucking Javante Davis.
We want to see that fight too.
I am a Devin and Shakur fan equally. I want them both to fight each other next. I don't care who wins. Just fight.
And what was Tank's response when they asked him what's the problem with him making these fights? And he said, "I'm afraid to lose." He said, "Why are you afraid to lose?" Because I don't want to become a meme. Right? Is that I'm not saying he said it verbatim, but I'm just saying that's what he said.
It's about what he said.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is we have to understand the guy sees fear. And I'm not talking about like fear, like anxiety. He's scared. He's scared. And it shows when he says stuff like that. I'm not mad at him. And that doesn't mean like he won't get in the ring because he's scared. I'm pretty sure he gets emotional in certain situations anyway, right? When he fights. Because he got bigger fighters in the ring and maybe they punch hard or whatever the case may be. But he's always weathered the storm. So why doesn't he take the chances to weather the storms? And you can't talk about money because I think in our community, and I think throughout boxing, if he fought Shakur or Devin at the time or Loma at the time, you talk about money, bro, he would have made more money than he made with Lamont Roach. He would have made more money than he made with Frank Martin. He would have made more money than he made with like a host of fighters, right? Gamboa, probably not. Well, he did because he didn't make that much with Gamboa. Leo Santa Cruz was his biggest fight until he fought Ryan. So
hey, this the thing. Tank don't got no more Devin Haney problems no more. So
I'm not worried about.
You would think that he would fight all the other guys, but you know, it seemed like he more scared of Shakur. He's just as scared of Shakur as he is with everybody else, bro.
He letting all these dudes outgrow the division, and then his fans turn around and say, "Oh, they ran." How long are we supposed to wait? I've been at 135 since I was 22. I'm 27 now. How long do you think I was going to stay here? But that plays into his game. Everybody who leaves the division is a duck. No, they're not waiting no more. They can't.
Correct.
He don't insert himself in none of the conversations about like with I'm on the treadmill. I mean the stairmaster. My fault. With Keyshawn and Devin, Shakur and Devin, Tio and Devin, everybody. Why Tank don't put himself in these conversations? Because he don't want it.
It can't because he think he the biggest star in the room. Because if you're the biggest star in the room, you take on.
Well, they had when it was the Four Kings, they had Ryan, they had was it Tio and Tank and Devin, and he fought one of them.
It ain't no Four Kings. It ain't no Four Kings. It is ever. It ain't no.
Yeah, he fought Ryan on the rehydration clause.
He waited to Ryan.
He did fight him though.
As Here for Boxing said, right? He went up a division. Right, he knew Ryan was struggling with the weight, and he went up a division, and then he called him down. He didn't go chase him. Shakur just went up a division and chased Teofimo Lopez, right, and dominated him in the ring. Tank didn't go up and fight, but he fought him at his strongest, right? He fought Teofimo at his strongest, as far as we know. We didn't see Tank go up and fight. Hold on. You're right. But he
fought Ryan past his strongest.
Yeah, he had the super serum. That's why. It's cool.
He was past his strongest, bro.
Right. But at the same time, I'm okay with that. Right? That's fine. He did. But technically, even he fought him at his strongest, that fight was competitive. right? You want to take the knockdowns down because that's what everybody highlights the knockdowns. The knockdowns don't mean shit. It's the boxing match. He was outboxed and outpointed that whole fight. So we can look at it a certain way, but let's talk about the other side of that match. If you want to talk about it, you know what I mean? I'm good with that. So technically, it
I
was a
don't even want
majority.
to talk about it because
I
it's
know, no,
tainted with Osterine.
right. But I'm just saying it was a majority decision with a cheat. So that's crazy. That's crazy. But then
So
you
we
have
gotta see that again. We gotta see
hey,
that
he
again.
won his, he called him out, bro. I wish everybody stopped saying that. Devin is not calling him out. All I keep getting, well, his dad said otherwise. I don't care what his
So
dad
hey,
said.
so let me ask you this, Ray.
Go ahead.
You think if Devin fought Lomachenko again, he'll win?
Yup.
At
This
He'll
time by
stop
a
135?
Loma.
lot
He
You
would
more.
think?
stop Loma this time.
Yup. Exactly.
Oh
By
man.
a lot this time.
He would stop Loma this time.
See, we gotta
First of
start.
all,
So we gotta. You know what I think, Ray? I think what they were saying last night. Some of these fighters, they just get away with these little decisions, man. We got chances, bro. Because
but
these dudes get away with these little decisions. They squeak out of there. Oh, I got the win. Oh, I got the win.
well,
Nah.
they squeak out of there with
Can you
draws
really
The
too.
fight?
goal is to win, right? It don't matter
Right.
how you win as long as you win.
Right.
Man.
And squeaking out with a draw is just as bad as getting no decision overturned. Actually, it's worse. Because everybody knew in that ring that man lost. Everybody knew he
Yeah, he
took a
lost.
knee.
He lost 100%. He lost, and everybody
Yo,
know
he
it.
lost on
And
points and he lost taking a knee.
you know how I'm gonna tell you? I'm gonna tell you how he lost too. Go to Fanon live stream for that night and watch when they was reading the scorecards. Them niggas look like they had frogs in their throats because they know he
I
lost.
had it a
I don't
draw.
go over there.
I
I don't
know,
go.
but I'm gonna
I
find you
had
the
it a
clip. It's a
draw.
minute. I'm gonna send you a minute-long clip to look at. The whole panel was up there like, oh shit, he might have lost. Then the cards get read the next day. Oh yeah, I know Javante won. No, he didn't.
I had it a
He
draw.
lost.
There's
That nigga
no
lost.
way. There's no
That
But
nigga
way
a lot
that.
of
lost.
people,
So
a lot of.
let me tell you
Tank,
about the first round that
Tank
everybody
lost.
gave
Tank lost 8
Javante.
rounds.
Javante didn't even win that first round that everybody gave him. This guy he landed 4 punches, right? Javante didn't even throw a punch into the third or fourth round, bro, that landed.
So
They literally did
right.
the CompuBox didn't count him as punching until the
Listen,
fourth round,
right?
third round, fourth
Can I
round.
back
Go
you up?
ahead.
Can I back you up on that? And this is the
Yeah.
other thing that Tank fans do. Until Lamont Roach, what do they say he do? Oh, he gives the first couple rounds away to get your timing down. Then he knocks you out. This time
You
he
guys.
gets wait. This time because he lost, y'all start giving him early rounds, and the other time y'all cool with him giving away. Bro, y'all full of it, man.
No, this is the misunderstanding that people have when you speak about a fighter, because I guess some of these guys are Tankamaniacs and
Exactly,
Devin
T.
Haney fans and stuff like that. So when people hear you talk about, you say a comment about Tank or Devin, you're a Devin-aniac or you're a Tankamaniac. Okay, cool. My thing is this: these guys all are good fighters, and they all got they got decent resumes and fought decent people. Until they fight each other. I don't see how one is ass and one is not. I'm hearing
Okay.
that one is the Hall of Fame, Roy Jones, and the other one is just a little scary puppy. That's what I'm
Well,
hearing, and it's
I
like,
mean,
damn.
all right. So
I
let me
think, hold
respond to
on,
that.
let me get in there real quick.
Go ahead.
I don't think you interpreting it right. You know, nobody's saying that Javante Tank Davis is ashtray. You know what I'm saying? We just want to see him fight the other champions. We want to see him fight these other guys that other
Step his
people
game
think
up.
is the best.
That's it.
We
That's it,
tired of
though.
seeing him
It
pull up
should end
people
there.
from lower
It
weight
should end there.
classes or
No, stop.
fight
See,
other
that's where
people who not
you go too
champions
far when you
in his
say
weight
that.
division.
You go too far when you say that, because then I could say, oh, Lomachenko is a 126 pounder. That's
He's
what they
not
want to
though. He was
call him
fighting at
for. He is.
135.
Hold on, Ray. Hold on. No, it's not about Lomachenko. I'm talking about him fighting when people come in your division and they become champions. You don't want to fight them guys. You don't want to prove that you the champion. You the
All right.
actual champion there.
After Shakur put up in the ring, when Devin Haney was undisputed and Shakur jumped in that ring
Bro,
and
you
told Devin,
deflecting.
I'm just
Yo,
saying,
all right.
bro,
So let's talk about that for a
we
second. I'm
can't
glad
do
you
No,
this.
said that.
no,
We
let's
can't.
not
No,
talk about
real
that. We
quick.
talking about
I know we are. We're gonna get right back to it. Let me just answer that, freaking. Please, let me
No,
answer
we
this.
don't want to spin the
She said
corner
he
and start
saved you.
talking about something else, bro.
He saved you. He saved you.
No, we're not. We don't want to turn the corner and talk about something else, bro. We're talking about Tank at 135 fighting his contemporaries. You know why y'all try to make so many excuses for him not to fight his contemporaries, the people that he's supposed to be fighting in his division? I'm not even talking about him and Devin Haney no more. Devin
Bro,
is all the way
you
at
knew,
147 somewhere.
Bro already told you what it was when he told you he'd rather see Tank fight Abdullah Macy. He don't want to see Tank lose. Let's stop sugarcoating this shit, bro. Y'all, you're sugarcoating it. He don't want to see him lose, so he don't want to see him fight the best. He'll watch him fight the group
I
of
didn't
up
want to
and
see
coming.
Earl Spence
You
lose.
will.
It'll happen, bro.
But
Yeah,
you thought he was gonna beat Bud.
because you thought he was going to win. That's why. All y'all thought he was going to win.
Fuck
That's why y'all
no.
talking so
Fuck
crazy.
no.
I did.
Come on, man.
I bet $1,200 on Blood, nigga. You need to stop it, nigga.
But you bet $1,200
on
on Bud, but you wanted Errol to win.
No, I didn't want to see him fucked up, but I mean, shit.
Do you hear yourself right now? You bet 12 on the guy you wanted to lose.
No.
Yo,
listen,
look, man. Listen,
I
hey,
like
Freakin',
Earl Spence as a
listen,
fighter, but I don't want to see him get fucked up like he did.
Look, listen. It's
I can't
bicep
like
day,
I
man.
know
I
what you're
I'm out.
can't
saying,
like Earl
FaZe. I
Spence.
understand. I got
I
you.
didn't want to see
You
him
ain't
get
got.
fucked
You ain't
up
got to.
like
Yeah,
that.
You
But
knew he was going to lose,
I
though. All right, I
knew,
got
I
you.
knew it was gonna happen. I knew it.
Is
He
that
had a gut. He had a
One of
gut
them.
feeling. So he
But
went
yo,
with his
listen,
It
gut.
wasn't
listen.
a gut feeling. It wasn't a
So,
gut feeling. I knew it.
Damn.
so who you?
Listen, what
So,
do this
so
have to do with
let
fighters
me.
fighting
I'm gonna ask
their
this:
contemporaries though?
if
Earl
if
did what he was supposed to do. He fought
if
the other person with the belt.
Right.
if you had to bet your last $2,000 on Shakur and Tank, who you betting on, FaZe? If they fought tomorrow, who you gonna put it on?
Tank been out of the ring, bro. I gotta see
All
how
right, hey
Tank
yo, I see y'all
Okay.
later, bro.
out of the ring.
Damn.
I gotta
You
see how
just
Tank
made
look,
He just
bro.
did a mic drop, bro. He just did a mic drop.
Hey, so nobody else
I
get
don't
to see
know,
how
man.
Tank look. I'm not betting on that nigga. You act like I'm a diehard Tank nigga. I don't
I
know
know
what
you.
the
I
nigga
know
look
you
like.
not. I'm not.
That nigga could come back
I'm
slow
not
feet.
saying that.
That nigga has slow feet.
We
I
think
ain't
you
betting
not,
on no
but you
nigga with slow
you
feet.
kind of sounding like it a
Yo,
little bit now,
I
though,
knew you was
bro.
gonna say that.
No.
I ain't
Nah.
gonna lie.
This the
I'm
thing.
gonna keep it a buck with you, right? I don't
I'm just going off what I see.
I think you're basically being you're trying to like play devil's advocate for a second. That's what I believe
Yeah.
you're doing. And you're using your points and the things you learn to support your argument, which is fine, right? But we also have to look at it from the standpoint of if you look at the reality of everything, these things just aren't happening. These things are just not transpiring. And the main course of it is Javante. Like he's the reason why it's not happening. At the end of the day, he's the guy that controls the yes or no.
Look,
And it's
we
all
gotta
been
stop.
no.
We gotta stop though. But to say that you would rather see Tank fight. To say that you would rather see Tank fight Abdullah
Abdullah
Mason
Mason.
than Shakur Stevenson
Wait.
is
That's crazy.
diabolical to
That's
say the
crazy.
least, bro.
He took it.
That's diabolical, man.
Yeah.
Wait here. Okay.
Nobody's calling
He's
for
not
that
listening
fight,
right
bro.
now. Yeah, but yeah, nah, you got to repeat yourself. I don't think he heard you.
You back phase?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah, I was saying to say that you would rather see Tank fight Abdullah Mason than to see him fight Shakur Stevenson is diabolical, bro.
Because he can lose that fight.
You look like you run
Because he can
around
lose that
with
fight.
the
Fire. Is
Tank.
that what you want me to say? Is that what you want me to say?
He could lose
He
what
can lose.
fight?
He can lose any fight.
Hold on, Ray, hold on. He could lose what fight, Faze?
He could lose against Shakur. That's why. I don't want to see him lose.
I mean, that's come on, bro. You don't want to see him lose. We ain't into protecting these fighters, bro. We know. I mean, you might have some kind of affection for Tank. You know what I'm saying, as a fighter, because you've been riding with him for a long time. But to be serious, man, we can't be out here holding these fighters' hands and protecting them and crapping on these other fighters because they want to fight them because we want to protect the fighter, bro. Because we don't want to see them lose. I didn't want to see Earl lose like that, but I didn't want to see Earl lose like that. I liked Earl. I really thought that Earl was going to win. I like Earl in the ring. In the ring, bro. In the ring. Let me clarify. In the ring.
Hey, come on,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
in the ring, you know what I'm saying? I like what I saw from him in the ring. I was thinking that, he was. I was thinking that he was one of them guys in the ring,
man.
but for him to lose, bro.
Good.
Bro, hold on.
I gotta show my face for that shit. You got to be kidding me. Oh my God. You got to be kidding me. Did I just hear him say I don't want to fight you because I don't want to see him lose?
I think he's trolling though. He's trolling, bro.
No, you're not. That is the mind of a tank. We are done.
No. This is what I'm saying. It is.
Oh my God.
Hey, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If Tank gonna lose, knock his ass out. Don't fucking go in there and just jab and move. I don't want to
But
see
that's
that
not
shit.
how they
If he gonna
box,
lose,
bro.
knock his ass out.
So here's the funny thing, FaZe,
So
and
you
I
don't
know you
want to
was
see.
your
Hold on. So you don't want to see Tank get outboxed. You just want him to get
No,
knocked out. So
get
if
knocked out.
nobody ain't
Yeah.
gonna knock him out, then you don't
No,
want them
don't
to
get
fight
it. I
him.
don't want to see it. No, yeah.
Yeah, because them
Bro,
niggas
this
going,
is
because them
this is
niggas,
That's
contradictory,
crazy.
bro. Because you saying you
because
don't
them,
want to see him lose,
because them
but
young
you
niggas
would
going,
rather see him get
man.
knocked out and lose
Listen,
brutally.
because them
You
young
rather see him
niggas,
get brutally knocked out
listen,
than to
Live
just
by the
get beat by
sword,
Shakur.
die
listen,
by the
because them
live by
young
the
niggas going,
sword, die
because them
by the
young niggas
sword.
going to dance around him for 12 rounds and they don't want to see it, so they try to use the conversation of, oh, it's not going to be an exciting fight. Who gives a fuck? Fight, figure
I
it
don't
Yeah.
out,
want to see.
make them
No, you
fight.
just want to see him lose. I
No, I
want to
want
see
to
him
see him
get
who
knocked
fight.
out if he lose.
Tank should be able
Whether
to cut the ring. Look, hold on,
whether I want to
hold.
see him lose or not, it don't matter. What I want is irrelevant as far as what happened in the ring. Fight. You a fighter. Fight. Fight.
Hold on, a
Oh, you
phase,
want to
man, a
see him
phase. Look
lose? I'm
when.
real
Hold
about it
on,
though.
Bro,
hold on,
bro,
phase. I gotta take this over to the boots
yo, listen.
conversation, bro.
Niggas
But
want to
hold
see
on,
Devin. Niggas want to see
hold
Devin lose. I don't care. I
on.
don't be like, oh,
Yeah,
I
if he
don't want that
lose, he
fight. I
lose,
don't care if
bro.
he lose, he lose. He not my fucking brother. I don't care. But fight.
I don't want to see him get knocked
Hold
out.
on. I hope you ain't one of the ones who was cooking boots for not cutting off the ring on
Karen,
Karen.
because yeah.
And
No,
you know, even
no,
though Boots
no,
beat him all them
no,
rounds, but you know, Karen was
no,
able to evade being knocked
no.
out.
But what I did say about that flyer is it's it's starting to be like a little bit of a sketch of a blueprint. I
Do
did
you
say that.
think? Do you think? So you think that Boots was exposed by by not being able to cut off the ring?
I said it was a sketch of a blueprint. Now, if Boots fight Josh Kelly and he cuts off the ring spectacularly, then I can shut the fuck up. But
But I
if he
mean,
doesn't,
I mean, I suspected that you was probably gonna be one of the guys who said who think that
no.
Boots was
So wait. So
exposed. You know
Boots.
that
So
he couldn't cut off the ring. But
Boots got it.
so you're admitting that you don't think that
Chris,
Tank can cut off the ring, so
I
you
was
don't even want to put him in the
that
situation.
bro.
Come
I
on,
said
bro.
so
well,
Boots got to
Stop
cut
that
off the ring,
protecting,
but
man.
so Boots
Tank,
got to cut off the ring, but Tank could go fight Abdullah Mason. Man, come on, bro.
Tank could cut the ring off better than Boots. If
So
we
why
So
really
he
why won't he
talk
can't
fight?
about
So
fight?
why
So
won't he
why he
fight
can't fight
Shakur?
Shakur then, bro?
because Shakur got that front foot, man, and it's hard to
What
get
does that?
around
What
that.
does that
Okay,
mean? What does that
yo,
mean?
I don't even want to, bro. Let the record be known, let the record be
I'm just
known that
telling
we
you,
got. Hold on, let the
we
record
gonna
be
chop
known
this
that we
shit
got.
up, brother.
Hold on, because this probably true.
Man,
We going deep into the mind of a tankomaniac right here,
yo,
bro.
Hey, no,
I
if
no,
mean,
Tank,
no, no,
listen,
not to
yo,
say
yo,
you a
Yo, he
frequency.
is
tankoman.
If
bringing this
Hold
shit.
Tank,
on.
yo,
Hold on,
if
y'all.
Tank,
Not to
Chop
say
if
that,
Tank
this
was
not to
listening
shit
to
say
the,
that. Hold on, y'all. I ain't gonna say. I'm not saying not to say that you a tankomaniac. You
no,
don't
he
even
is.
no.
have to be a tankomaniac. But we looking at
That's
we
crazy.
seeing a glimpse to what they be seeing,
Like,
bro. Let the
like,
record be no. Let the record show that we got people out here terrified of Shakur, bro. They terrified of the way
Ability.
that he
no, no,
fight.
no.
His
If I'm
distance
being real,
control, his
if
front
I'm
Damn.
being
foot.
real, hey,
No,
no,
bro,
no.
you
Yeah.
All right,
can't
let's
back
be
it up.
real.
You can't. No,
No,
you
no,
can't
no, no,
back it
no,
down.
no. Listen, listen, listen,
You
listen.
can't
I'm
go the
saying
other
this.
way
Damn,
with it. You
bro.
I'm
said it,
saying
bro.
this.
It's out
Let me say
there.
this.
Yo, this
Let me
is
say it. Let me
crazy.
finish. I'm saying. I think it's a bad style for Tank, and we talking style for style.
No, don't say it's a bad
But
style. Say you
if
terrified
you
for
the
Tank,
best,
bro. Say it.
Bro,
You
if you the
terrified
best
for
fighter,
Tank,
he's
here's the
bro.
fine, man.
best,
He's
It,
if you
good
the best, you
face.
can adapt to. If you the best,
it's a
listen.
bad style because
If
Shakur
you
is
the
got that front foot control, man, and that
No,
shit
you
hard to
got to
get
go to the
by.
extreme with this
bro,
one,
Yeah,
bro.
if
It
you
can't
the
be
yeah.
just a
yo,
bad
listen.
style.
But
It got to
If
be a
you
but
terrible
no.
style. Go all the
But
way
It's a
with it,
bad
what?
man.
style.
if you are
No,
the
no,
if
Oh,
no,
you are
no.
the best fighter, you will adapt to any style. It
But let
doesn't
me let me
matter.
right.
understand. Let me
Terrence Crawford
can I
adapted
tell
to
you? Can I
Sean
tell
Porter. He
you?
adapted to Errol
He
Spence. He adapted
terrified for
to
Tank,
Canelo.
bro.
He's scared to
But they
death,
was all the same size though.
and he still didn't
Ian
fight
from
them.
boxing. But they was
And he
all the
still
same size.
no, they wasn't. Canelo was bigger than Bud.
Shakur's they the same height,
Okay,
nigga.
I'm
At
gonna
least
kill that.
in
Okay, how tall is Mario Barrios?
This nigga scared.
So
but
is he
Hey,
5'11"?
thanks
it's
for the hoop
different.
right there.
Faze.
Blue
Mario
Hustle man
Barrios.
It's
gave me the hoop
different.
Okay,
from the
wait a minute.
comments right
Wait a
there,
minute.
bro.
But it's
Mario
not
This
that
Mario
ninja
Barrios
style.
is
scared.
Mario Barrios is 6 feet. Mario Barrios is 6 feet tall. Don't give me the hype shit. I don't want to hear it. Mario Barrios is
It's
damn near
like
6 feet
okay,
tall. So why do you fight Barrios at 6 feet, but he won't fight a fighter that's 5'7"?
because
They
he's a
scared
come
for their
forward
Because he's
fighter,
about
fighter.
Blue
size.
Hustle man.
Jake
He's a come
Paul is
forward
6'2".
fighter.
Jake Paul is 6'2", 225. I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want to hear it.
I
They
Y'all
haven't
kill
scared for
seen.
their
yourselves.
fighter, man.
Y'all kill
I
yourselves
haven't
every
seen.
day. Like the way y'all move the
I haven't
goalposts is
seen.
crazy. This football field is 300 yards long.
Listen,
Damn.
listen. At the end of the day, is
Damn, the
this. I'm
goalpost
saying this.
long like that.
Hey,
This
at
shit.
the
this
end
is
of
the
the day,
longest football field ever.
hey,
Damn. Yo, that's fucked.
hey, I'm just looking at the
Hey,
comments right
Face,
now.
come
This shit
on, bro.
hilarious.
Come on, bro. Come
Listen, I'm
While
on,
trying to
niggas
man.
help him,
kicking,
bro.
No, bro.
Listen,
niggas
you should have
kicking
just said you
150
was
No,
yard
trolling
field
Face.
and
goals.
How am I
stopped.
scared?
You kept
Listen,
answering
how am I
questions.
scared? Ray,
Come on,
Ray,
I
Ray.
didn't
How
say
am
you
I
was
Face.
scared.
Come
No one
on,
said you
bro.
was
how am I
scared.
scared?
I'll say it.
No one
He's
said
How am
scared.
I
you're
He's
scared?
scared.
scared. He's scared to death.
Okay, here for boxing. Let me ask you this. How am I scared
Sure.
if I say I want to see him in ring with a niggas that's killers?
You
I want to
terrified for
see him in the
Tank
ring
though,
with
bro.
So why
Keyshawn
not a
Abdullah.
sharpshooter though? So you
So
wanted to
why
fight
not?
killers
Why
but not
not?
sharpshooters.
You know who I want to see
Not
Devin Haney fight?
boxers.
Yeah.
Let me tell you who I
Cause
want
I
to see
don't want
Devin
him to
Haney
get.
fight.
I
Let me
said
tell you
it.
something.
I said
Let me
it.
hold
I
Devin,
don't
on.
want him.
listen,
Let me
I
listen.
rock
don't
for
want him to
1 second.
fight
Let me rock for
Okay.
1 second.
because Ray. Because
Phase.
Ray.
So
I said I
respectfully,
don't want to
right?
see him get outboxed.
Okay, fair enough, right?
I don't
But
want to
that's
see him get
fine.
outboxed
That's fine. Hold
with
on,
two
Phase. No,
jabs.
Phase. I touched on this. I touched on this the other day, right? What is the name of the sport? What's the name of the sport? What's the name of the no? Just answer.
Boxing,
What's the name of the sport? The name of the sport is what?
it's boxing.
Okay.
It's
And
boxing.
boxing is awarded by the sweet science, right? That's the name of the game. To
Yeah,
outbox your
most of the
opponent.
time.
I mean, not
Most
stop it
of the
just
time.
happened, right? Respectfully, stop it just happened. But the name of the game is boxing. That's the
True.
name of it. So why are we criticizing the boxers that take away the guys that are just barbaric,
Hey,
to
I'm
Bubs
say the least?
boxing.
saying
You feel the
Or
same way? This how you feel, bro? You feel
huh?
like this too, Bubs?
I said, oh, you want to feed?
You terrified for Tank to fight Shakur, bro? You scared of his front foot? You scared of his
yeah,
distance
Bubs came to
control and all of
regulate
that,
you.
bro? You
Bubs came to
terrified.
regulate you and get your tank back, your tank card back. He about to come up here and rip. He gonna come take your tank card, bro.
Hey, this is
No,
even.
Bubs
Hey,
boxing probably feel like
drop
that
him.
too, bro.
Drop him.
He feel.
Dudes, man.
Okay. Drop.
My bad.
No,
Hey,
Bubs. Yo, he
man.
just
Okay,
said
this is
he
what I'm saying.
terrified for Tank, man,
Crazy.
to fight Shakur, man. He said Shakur. He don't want Tank to get beat by Shakur, bro.
But see,
Cause he
that's the
thinks
thing.
Shakur could beat Tank, so that's why he don't want him to fight
No,
him.
no, I don't care. I don't
So
want him
you
to
don't
fight
really believe
Shakur.
in him. Do you
No,
believe in
because I
Tank,
don't like
bro?
Yeah,
Shakur's
he said it
style.
already.
I
We
Wait
don't
a
don't
minute.
got
like
to
Let me
get
his
say
that
this. Let me
back
say
out
style.
this.
of him. It's on
Let me
record,
just ask
bro.
him. Do you think Tank is the best fighter at 140 and under?
He top three, top two. He top two
Okay.
for
Okay.
sure. He top two for sure.
Who's number one? If Tank is number two, who's number one?
In a way.
It's Tank or Shakur. It's either one.
Okay, so why
No,
are we
ain't
There
no
want
you
Tank
go.
or
so
Shakur, bro. Come on, bro.
wait. So what I'm saying is so we can know
Hey,
who's better, why don't you want the fight?
Highlander. The Highlander. It can
1
only be
minute.
one,
So
bro.
1 minute.
so why do we want the second best guy to fight the 10th best guy? Why not the first best fight the second best so we can stop arguing about it?
Facts.
Okay, so Devin Haney go. Okay, if that happened, then I want Devin Haney to go fight Boots.
Oh, I
Is
love when
it?
y'all
But
bring that.
hold
Oh,
on. Is it
no,
Hey,
Boots at
my
154?
profit,
please,
nigga.
please, right. Let me have this. Please, let me have this.
Oh,
Let
go
me have
ahead.
this. Why are you asking? See, this is what y'all do too. Y'all try to use Boots as y'all whip as the boy to whip everybody y'all don't like. I know you don't like Terrence Crawford, so I know you just
But
want to
you
go.
try
Wait,
to use You try to use
wait.
Shakur.
Hold on. Wait a
You
minute.
try to use
Now.
Shakur.
Wait a minute. Because they in the same weight class. What are you talking about? Devin and Boots are in the same weight class. What are you talking about?
Shakur at 140.
For now, he will go back to 35 to fight Tank if Tank drop his nuts. He don't want to fight. Devin will fight Boots. Tank won't fight Shakur. That's the difference. And guess what I want as a Devin Haney fan? I want Devin to fight Boots soon. What are we doing here? You don't have to hear me. Well, I think he.
You don't want to
I
see
don't
that
really want
shit
him to
here for
fight Boots.
boxing. Stop
Yes,
that
I
shit.
do.
You don't
Yes,
want to
I
hear that
do.
shit. You don't
I
want to
am
hear
from
that shit. You don't
Philadelphia.
want.
Boots is one of.
You don't want.
You can't tell.
You don't want
No,
to see
no.
that
See, you
shit.
got me. You got me fucked up.
Yo,
I'm not
yo,
married.
he
I'm
from
not.
Philly, bro. He from
I'm not
Philly, bro.
married. I'm not married to none of these dudes. I want to see the best fight the best and make the best man win because I don't care
Right.
about a nigga losing because somebody got to lose.
Yup.
It's okay to lose. That's what
Yup.
the problem with
I
Tank
want to
fans. Y'all
see
don't believe
if
it's okay
Tank
to.
lose. No, it is okay, but I want him to get his ass knocked out. I don't want to see him lose to a jab
Uh-oh.
here, jab there. I don't
Bro,
want to see that.
bro. How long is a
It's
boxing match? How many minutes is a boxing match, Phase?
About
Hey, I
36
can't
minutes, I
front.
think.
36 minutes. You'll be bored for 36 minutes, and you go
Hey,
back to your regular program.
hey, I can't front, man. It's a Philly bias on here,
I'd
man.
rather
You
see
know,
him get knocked out.
we got two Philly guys on the panel. You know what I'm saying? The Philly bias is heavy in here,
That's
man.
cool.
Phase
So
I
not
love
from
it.
how
Phase
could you
not
say?
Phase not from
Hey,
Phase
hey,
not from
Yeah, he
Philly.
don't understand, bro.
Faye's not from Philly.
That's
And
Philly
no,
not from
no, I'm
Philly, is
talking
it?
about me and you
Oh,
from
me and
Philly.
you. Okay,
I'm
okay.
talking about me and you from Philly. So it's a
Okay, please
Philly,
tell me
it's a
Philly not from
heavy
Philly,
Philly
man.
bias up in here, man. So for you to say that he don't want to see
Can't tell me
Boots
that. I
fight
love
Devin, like
Boots.
that's crazy, bro.
Devin right now is my first favorite active fighter, and Boots is number 2. They got to fight to see who the best. I don't care who wins. Just fight.
Yep.
Same with Shakur and Devin. I like both of them equally. I don't care who wins. Just fight. May the best man win. So we can know who the best is. Knock these chips down and let's see who the best is when the smoke clear. I don't
That's
care
it.
who loses. I don't care.
I
But
agree.
we have to know. I can't do this with y'all every day. I can't keep arguing hypotheticals. Get in the field, nigga. Devin in the field. He firmly in the field. And they moving the narrative now about Devin. Now the argument changing. They can't say he pump faking no more. So now they can't say he pump faking. They couldn't say he clout chasing. They can't say he don't want Keyshawn because he told
so he
Keyshawn, come
missed
on,
the
let's
pull
get
the
it.
trigger because he beat Brian Norman. He missed the pull the
He
trigger.
missed the pull the trigger because he been Mr. Pull the trigger. Whoever wanted could get it. He been telling y'all for
He been
years.
saying that since he was at 35, bro.
He been telling y'all for years. I'm on that. How could you not like Devin Haney? He's stepping. And Tank is not stepping. It's that simple. One is
I
and one
like
ain't.
it. I don't like his style. I don't like his style.
Okay,
But I
but that's
like Devin
different.
Haney.
That's
Whoop-de,
preference.
whoop-de do. You don't like his style. He's still a fighter, and you're gonna have to see him. So see him.
That's
Yeah.
true.
He's very
Yeah, I
relevant.
want to see him.
Devin Haney is the most relevant boxer right now.
I want to see him. I want to see Devin and Rolly, and I want to see Devin and Ryan.
I want to see Devin and Ryan too, but Ryan didn't hold up his end of the deal. He got beat by Rolly, and
And
he
Rolly
got
talking
beat.
about he'd
Hey,
never fight
and
Devin.
this is what I'm
So
talking about, Flyer. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all act like just because Ryan got plans right now that it ain't gonna open back up. Devin just got to the weight class. Let's just
Okay.
hold up.
So Phase.
Let's just hold
Phase.
up.
Rolly Romero. Hold on, first bro, you could go after me, Ray. But first of all, Rolly Romero said he never gonna fight Devin Haney. I think he don't want to fight Devin Haney because he know they got history. You know, they sparred and all that. Well, been in the same gym. You know, sparring and stuff like that. You know, so Rolly already know he familiar with his work. He familiar with Devin did the sink and sparring and all of that. But that's neither here nor there. As far as Ryan Garcia is going to keep making up excuses to not fight Devin.
Did you
If
not?
he don't see no
Hey,
advantage, he gonna keep making up
Jonathan.
excuses not to
Jonathan
fight him, bro.
stupid. Jonathan said, "Hey, Jonathan Jackson stupid." He said that front foot giving him nightmares. Nah, Shakur got a mean front foot, man. He do. I can't hate. He's a
Okay.
spectacular fucking boxer. But if I
Man,
want
this
to see
nigga about
Tank,
to
I want to see him get his ass
So,
knocked out.
all right.
this nigga about to make me change my profile picture to Shakur right foot.
Yo, he crazy, bro. Anyway, yo, that's crazy.
Nigga never gonna come up here again to see that right foot.
Yo, that's crazy.
The
Listen,
title of my next live might be Tank
Shakur's
fans
front
is
foot.
afraid, they terrified of
yo,
Shakur right foot.
Yo, I'm a
that's
dress up.
crazy.
I'm a dress up as Shakur right foot for Halloween and walk around
Hey,
Baltimore. I want to see what niggas do.
hey,
Niggas gonna go in the house like Omar coming,
this
Omar
motherfucker
coming, Omar
good.
coming,
It's
Omar
good.
coming,
Man,
Yo,
Omar
he
that's
know how to
coming,
funny as
use
hell.
that bitch, man.
Omar coming, Omar
Man, he
coming.
put that motherfucker out there, and he put that motherfucker out there, man. That motherfucker real. That motherfucker real.
Word.
You know that. These
Got
niggas know
Shakur
that.
walking around.
That's
Shakur
his.
walking around Baltimore with a shotgun like Omar.
That's crazy.
Hey,
Everybody tucking their
hey, got
chain.
Shakur. Hey,
So,
he should just wear a different color shoe on that right foot. Just a
Yo, one of
red
y'all in
shoe
the
on that
comments got to
motherfucker.
change y'all name to
And
Shakur right foot, yo.
frequent, real fast, frequent. Let me offer FaZe an apology for
Hey,
how
you can
rude
do
I
a
got.
video
Because I
on
got
that.
Let me offer FaZe an apology for how rude I got. I get a little frustrated with the Tank fan narrative sometimes. So I
No.
apologize for getting
I
because that ain't
love all
really
these guys. I like
no,
these fighters,
but
man.
man to man, I'm a tone it down. But I'm a little disappointed in the things that you said today, bro, because you know better. And I've heard you on different platforms.
No,
You know better. I know you know better.
but I can't want to see Tank get knocked out than I box. I'd rather see him
I
get
just want to say,
knocked out.
listen, but we don't have a choice. We don't have a say in how the fight goes. All we
right.
have a say is, and as fans, is get in the field, get in there and find out. That's all we
Yeah, man,
know.
we ain't into protecting these fighters,
And
man.
I honestly think the Lamont Roach fight was enough for you niggas. I don't need to see no more. Let's go fight Hugo Cristobal.
And that was
Y'all
a
saw it
nice
enough.
fight. And Flyer been saying he want to see Lamont Roach and Shakur. And I
Yeah,
think that Lamont Roach, I feel like Lamont Roach got the best boxing brain down there. Boxing brain, why like with his team, they strategize. I feel like it's
but
not
FaZe,
just all just muscle.
I gotta tell you, man, when your application hit my desk, bro, you know, you showed promise. I was ready to push your application through now, but now I gotta
Hey,
it's back up for review,
nah,
bro, because
man.
you can't be in the Hanos clan and thinking like you want to protect some fighters, bro. Come on,
No,
man.
I am.
You could
I
be
am
Yeah,
Deb. I am Team
this is
Debo.
not
I am
the
Team Debo.
protection.
you could
This
think
is not
any
the
fighter you
protection
want to
agency.
be. You could think any
No,
fighter you
no.
want is cold in the Hanos clan. You know, you got
I
people in the Hanos clan who think
I
Shakur
like
is
the
cold.
Hanos
You know what I'm
clan.
saying?
I
You
like
could
the
think
Hanos
that
clan.
Tank is cold, but to try to protect them and you afraid for him to lose, and you
I
terrified of
didn't
Shakur
say
right foot.
that.
Come on,
I
man.
didn't say that.
That's
I
embarrassing,
said
bro. Come on, you can't be like,
I'd rather
come
see
on,
him
bro.
get
You can
knocked out.
put that man in the ring, man. Let
I'd
him
rather see
fight.
him
Let
get
his
What
hand
knocked
go, bro.
you want to choose his manner of death? No, as long as he die, I don't care.
No, he lived by the sword.
Nah.
He died by the sword. He knocked motherfuckers out, so he need to get knocked the fuck out if he
Oh no,
lose.
but he
He don't
decisions
need to
niggas
get
too, so he's
outpointed.
not above a decision. He ain't above a decision, but guess what? Lamont almost had him. Lamont had that nigga do the cha-cha slide.
But he,
Ray Davis, you gotta hold off on sending him his emblem, his Hanos clan emblem, bro.
hold on. Somebody said,
We see the thing
yeah,
about
that's what
Faze
I'm
though.
saying. DJK, DJK.
I think we can fix Faze, man. I think we can fix him.
Yeah, no.
It's something
Because
to
you
be
can't be too
salvaged here.
strongly opinionated on them guys. Yeah,
I mean, we in a
These
boxing.
guys are all
It's a
good. So
boxing.
I like,
It's a boxing forum. It gotta be.
yeah.
And when you claiming you the best, and your fans claim you the best, and you'll knock this dude out, and you'll knock that dude out, and you said, "Oh, Shakur gonna get hit. What he gonna do when he get hit? I don't know. Show me. Let me see."
Hold on. Somebody said, hold on. Somebody said, Mr. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Somebody
Yeah,
said some
aircraft
shit. Let's
carrier
see.
fixed, bro. Yeah, bro.
I'm disappointed, man. Hey, listen, I'm gonna
You want
drop
him to
off.
be all
Ain't
he
it,
could
man?
be, man. Come on,
Look,
bro.
hey, Freeman, I'm gonna drop off for a little bit and finish this workout up, man. I'm gonna keep tuning in and listening. No, Faze, don't say nothing crazy because I'm not coming back up here. Please don't make me.
Hey, you got to come back up here for boxing. Come back up here, man.
All
Shit.
right, man. I'm
You
gonna
ready?
finish. I'm
You
gonna
ready?
knock this. I'm gonna knock this workout out with y'all. I'll get with y'all, man. All right.
Come on, FaZe. You
For
gotta
sure,
you
for
gotta
sure.
shake this off, man. You gotta shake this off, man. You can end up like this, man. You can end up like this.
He gonna definitely do that to you. I'm just letting you know he's chopping and screwing this shit.
You can end. I don't want you to end up like that. I don't want that for you, man. Come on, bro.
Hey, Ray.
I'm
I
listening,
can't want to.
man.
Hey,
I was waiting for him to leave. I was waiting for
want him to live,
him
but
to
I
leave
can't.
because I gotta bring my guy up. You know what I'm saying? I was waiting for some space to clear up, but I'm sorry, man. I gotta bring him up here, bro. You know who gotta come up here, man. I bet you he hit the link. I ain't even gonna say his name. He gotta come up here though. I know he gonna come up here. But that's diabolical, bro.
Yeah.
I can't want him to
His
live by
right
the
foot,
sword,
his
die by
front
the
foot.
sword, Ray.
I
Oh, that
can't hear
front
you.
foot is motherfucking fantastic.
You know, Blue
Motherfucking
Hustle Man about
fantastic
to
front
come
foot.
up.
Come on, Ray. You don't supposed to say his name. He's supposed to just pop up.
He damn, bro.
He's
Pause.
supposed to just pop up. We know
Yo,
he about to
stop.
pop up, but
Yo. Stop saying he's supposed to just pop up, bro.
we already know he about to pop up. See, now somebody else had to pop up just to prove us wrong, man, because you said that, man.
He's loving hair grease. Oh, I know. No, I know who that is. That's your boy. That's one of the brothers.
I have to agree with you, FaZe. Shakur does have a mean right foot,
He do.
but Tank shouldn't be scared of his feet work, man.
No, he better be scared of that front foot. That motherfucker is ending
So
guys. It's hard to beat that front foot. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it
so
ain't.
why
Just
Devin
step
not
on it,
scared of
bro.
why?
Step on it. Step
Yeah,
on his
You
why
front
can't
foot.
Devin?
step on it.
That's what
But
Shakur was
the
doing to
difference,
T.O. He was stepping
if
on his
you're,
feet.
Why Devin not scared of
it's
his
a
front
lot to
foot?
think about right now. I think
You can
Devin is
step on that
terrified of
foot.
that
You
front
scared
foot.
of a foot, bro? Come on.
I
Tank
think,
scared of a foot?
Devin. Hey, Devin
I
know
don't
about
think
that
so.
foot too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
he
think
do.
he's scared of it because he if you seen the sparring, he was
I
able to
think
get
he
around it.
knows. But see, if you get one good day on court, that was a bonus. You know what Bill Haney said. You know what Bill Haney said. That front foot of motherfucking. And now I'm believing on sparring stories about Shakur. Shakur make you believe that he's a really, really good boxer. And Sean Porter said he one of them niggas that you really can't, until you in front of him, see the intensity of that front foot.
So Devin must be a motherfucker because we got clips of him
You
going
talking
at
about this front foot right here?
Let's get off the road.
Run the punch. Run the punch. Down. Leg. Short shot. Short shot. Good. Short. Listen. Good. Now step to it.
That three head, that triple left hook was crazy.
In it now. He ain't got nothing else.
When have you seen Devin Haney fight like that in the ring? Devin Haney ain't fight like that
Multiple
in the goddamn ring.
times.
Not in the ring. He only fought like that
Multiple
against Loma.
times.
That's the only nigga he ever fought like that with.
I mean, it's
He
spar.
fought
I
like
mean,
that
it's
against
sparring,
Linares.
but
He
it's sparring.
fought
But
Linares like that. What are you talking about?
Who?
He fought Linares like that. What you talking about?
Why you bringing that guy up?
Yo, then
that
he
left hook
hold
was
on.
crazy right there,
Yo,
bro.
you mean this front foot?
Hold on, let me see. Let me get back over there.
No, we got Too Rich on the panel.
Hold
Too
on.
Rich, what
Look
you
at
got,
this.
bro?
Hold on. Show him this front foot
Oh
first.
shit. Hold on. Let I can't Too Rich. I can't want Tank to live by the sword.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can want it.
That's what I want.
That front foot right there.
The front. Zoom in on the motherfucker.
Zoom in where? Zoom in where?
He wants you to Google. He wants you to Google.
That front foot right there.
No. We ain't disrespecting Shakur, bro. Shakur got a mean front foot, bro. That's all I know.
He do.
Too Rich, what you got, bro? What you got, bro?
Even the Terran Crawford said it.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Like, I stand on the boxers. I mean, the fighters don't duck. The promoters duck. They the one got to spend the money. They the one got to take the loss. So you got to think about it. Floyd had Devin and Tank in the gym. He had the sparring, and not one time did Floyd think to risk Tank to fight Devin. Because he knows, in the same way Floyd say Shakur is the best boxer. Okay, now that Floyd gone, we still see they moving Tank the same way. It's not about Tank not being good. It's just the threat of the loss, and you're going up against these elite boxers. When you just saw Errol Spence get beat by an elite boxer, how much money would Errol Spence brought it to the PBC in the last 3 years if he would have just listened and not took the fight? So PBC is about the show. PBC is about the show. So if that fight gonna happen, is Tank got a call for the fight? See, what I thought would be good. Okay, Shakur and T.O. got announced. Tank should have said, "Give me the winner. Give me the winner." Boxing
Hey,
world would have went crazy.
we got
But
Shakur
if
front
Tank,
foot in the building, yo.
I get it. But if Tank don't take the initiative, the PBC would never make that fight. Why? Why?
We got Shakur front foot in the building, bro. What you got for the show? Shakur front foot, what you got for the show, bro?
Her niggas avoiding me. I never heard of niggas being scared of a foot in a boxing match. What the fuck? Y'all scared of a foot in a boxing match?
Hey, here for boxing. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yo, I'm gonna be right back, bro. I'm gonna be right back.
I thought we were talking about kickboxing. The way he talking about that foot.
Man, and he got that wide ass stance, man, and he know how to move out the way. You know what I'm talking about.
Then tell your man to do something about it, because it ain't nothing about Tank that I fear for Shakur. Nothing. Easy work. 12-0. Easy.
Dang.
12-0. 12-0.
You heard his foot.
12-0. I'm 12-0. I'm 12-0. I'm stepping.
You heard Shakur foot speaking.
Hey, I'm gonna talk to somebody else, man. Hey, here for boxing, man. Like I said,
yo, he's terrified of that foot. He want to talk to somebody else.
I'm here for the front foot.
Boy, that front foot, man. Hey, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I'm saying Shakur got a good at. It's the way he stand, and it's a trap. It's a trap.
So in other words, Tank ain't gonna win, is what you telling me.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Tank win that fight.
Hey, Tank couldn't get around Lamont Roach front foot. Lamont Roach had the same front foot, and Tank couldn't get around it.
Too rich.
And
I
Lamont
just seen that.
And Lamont was in there talking dirty to him too. Lamont was in there talking dirty.
That front foot is not good for Tank like that. I'd rather him get knocked out. What's wrong? I'm not saying I don't want him to lose. I'm saying
So
I'd
is
rather
he?
him get knocked out.
So by the position you by this position you take it, is he not what you telling us he is? Do you believe what
No,
you think
no,
what
no,
you
no.
telling us?
Tank
Is
is
he?
a knockout artist. That's
No,
what he is.
I
That's
got
his
that. I
Hey, for
got that.
boxing, look at your name, bro.
Let me see, man. I walk away from my phone, man. I didn't know you could change my name. That's crazy. Leave it like that. We're gonna leave it like that. Leave it. Leave it. Listen, all I'm saying is like whatever Devin's destiny is, right? As a Devin Haney fan, win, lose, or draw, I gotta see him fight these dudes. If Devin finished his career 42-2, then he finishes his career 42-2. But I have no questions. I'm never going to watch Devin Haney at the end of his career be like, damn, what if? The only what if is Tank. But I'm not mad at Devin for that because Devin tried. He tried. He tried as long as he could.
And it's my thing. I like the Devin Haney Debo aura, and I like the Javante Tank Davis aura, and I like Shakur aura. But it's just saying they
Man.
not fighting. They not fighting.
Devin aura got an orange light around it. Tank aura got like purple glitter. It's not the same aura.
Hold on, y'all. We got to get Blue Hustle Man the floor, man.
No,
I want to hear what he got to say, bro.
man,
You ain't
come on,
gonna get
Blue
it back.
Hustle. Come on, Blue Hustle.
What's good, man?
You'll never
What
see that
you
floor
think
again.
about this whole front foot debacle, bro? And Tank being terrified. Well, him being terrified for Tank
You know
being
what I
terrified
said,
of the front
man.
foot,
Hustle
bro.
wants to hold
I
your fighter
told you, I
accountable.
told you, I told you, man. Shout out to FaZe, man. You know, it's okay it's okay, if he came out and admitted that, what I'm saying, he's scared for Tank. You know what I'm saying?
That front
You know
foot,
what?
motherfucker.
That front
That's
foot, boy, he don't like.
diabolical.
That
That
front
front
foot, a
foot, he don't
motherfucker,
like.
man. Yeah, I
You
don't like
know,
it. I don't
That
like it.
front foot giving
he was in
that
that
front. You
movie.
got front. You got
Hey,
that
he was
front
in
It's
foot
that.
giving
firm
him
in that
hell.
motherfucker.
He was in
No,
that
and
movie
you know,
minutes. He was in that movie Minute Society eating a banana. I
and
don't
when
like that right there.
it,
I don't
and
like
Blue
that right
Hustle,
there. I'm about to
and
drop
Blue
a
Hustle,
dime.
and this was Shakur know. Shakur know if he stick that foot out firm, right,
Yeah.
and when Tank's height, right, and if I lean back, how I be leaning back, you can't hit me. As long as I keep that foot down, though, I gotta keep that foot down. Right?
Yo, FaZe, I gotta ask you though,
Hey
bro.
man,
How you a Tank
Shakur is
fan,
a
bro? And
master of
you
that shit.
hold on, man. Picking your brain though, and knowing what we know now. How you a Tank fan? How you not a Shakur fan, bro? If you
I'm a Shakur
know his
fan. I'm a
front foot
Shakur.
so cold, bro.
I'm a Shakur
His
fan
front
too,
foot is
though.
so cold. Why you not a Shakur fan?
I'm a Shakur fan too. Like this, that's how I am.
No, bro.
Even with
You ain't want him. You
basketball,
don't want
bro.
him to get the Tank fight. Shakur want the Tank fight. You don't want him to get it because
He
you
don't want it no
scared
more.
Tank gonna
He
lose, bro.
don't want it no more. He don't want it no more. He don't want it no more.
This is diabolical, bro.
Hey, Too Rich, you make a big point because I was just watching that fight with Lamar Roach. Tank really didn't know, and I was surprised by that, man, because Tank got a lot of experience, but he couldn't get around Lamar front foot either.
Fuck him.
No, that's why I say Tank is 5'4", 5'5", man.
You said 05 what, Too Rich?
Have been detected transformed.
Yeah,
Is
he
it
probably
me
going
or
through a
is he
tunnel.
transforming and stuff?
Yeah, he transforming, I think. Y'all heard what he said?
Hey, what it sound right now?
Yeah, I hear you good. I hear you good.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying it's just a stylistic thing. It's not a hate thing, just stylistically. Tank is shorter. He need a guy to come forward. Keyshawn will at least come forward and give him an opportunity. But somebody like Shakur, even a rematch with Lamar Roach, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
It is tough.
Hey, somebody had mentioned earlier that, what about, Shakur? They keep questioning Shakur's hand. You have to stop doing that now. Shakur was playing ping pong with Bud 2.5 hours right after his fight.
He was. I saw that. I saw
It's
that with
not his
Russell.
hands they terrified of. They terrified of his front foot, bro.
Yes,
It's the
yes,
foot.
that's
It's
No,
what
the,
it
it's the
is.
foot.
I know. I'm just saying, like,
And that's
I'm debunking the situation where people keep trying to say that his hands is hurt, and it's not. They have to stop doing this. The
and
people are
Blue
making
Hustle.
excuses for fighters for no reason. People have
And,
to stop making excuses for these fighters and let these fighters just fight.
and
What's up, brother?
that's how they fight in the hood too. They put that front foot out there and they just stomp it. They stomp it and they plant it and they lean back. That's how they fight in Texas. Really though, I'm telling you, in Texas, some of them dudes fight like that where they just kind of lean back. They right in front of you, but you can't hit them. I had a crime. He was from Texas. He fought just like that. I'm talking about leaning back, but he got caught one time with somebody. They grabbed that front right hand and they sweep that right across and caught him before he could lean back further enough. That's why I say Shakur it's not going to be a little fighter to touch him. It's going to be a big aggressive fighter, but it's not the fighters at his weight class can't fuck with him. That's just what you got to they can't fuck with him at that weight class. No.
Yeah.
No.
So you want to protect Tank from him, right?
Nah. If y'all want to see him fight 12 12 rounds and it be like a 7-5 Shakur, hey, that's a good fight for Shakur. That's the best win for Shakur. That's great. But if I want to see Tank lose, I'd rather see him ass get knocked out by a motherfucking Keyshawn or Abdullah or some shit like that. I'd rather see that. But I mean, he could lose fucking 7-5 to Shakur, with the front foot shit. But I'm just not gonna like how it looks. I'd rather see a guy like that go out with a bang. You know what I mean? Scarface. Fucking just, you know what I mean? I'd rather see that. He
Man,
live
I'd
by the
rather see
sword. He
him get
died
beat
by the
up,
sword.
man. Exposed that he can't box. Everybody say he's a good boxer, everything like that. Then it comes down to skills.
He above
You know,
par. He
ain't no
way above
checkers in
par.
boxing, bro. Ain't no checkers. It's chess. You did. It's
I
about, you
just
know
would
what I'm
want to
saying?
see. I just would want to know who would win in the fight. I don't care how they win, how they lose.
Yeah.
How if he gonna get knocked out or not. I just want to know if Tank will be able to catch up. Everybody think that Tank got this knockout power and that's going to stop Shakur. So I would want to see if Tank is going to be able to cut off the ring and stop Shakur. Is he going to be able to deal with Shakur, making him feel like he's out of range with certain shots, and getting countered? I want to see how the fight going to go, man. That intrigues me as a hardcore boxing fan. My mind is going like, damn, how would this fight look? I'm intrigued by, what that fight would look like. So I want to see the fight happen.
Well, Blue
I'm not
Hustle, let me
thinking
ask you
about
this,
these
Blue
fighters
Hustle.
like, oh, I don't want him to lose. No, don't fight him because he's going to lose. No, bro, I want to see what's going to happen in the fight. I want to see if he's really the best fighter at 135, like everybody's saying. Not everybody, but a lot of his fans are saying that. You got a lot of people saying that. You got analysts saying that he the best. People crowning him number one in the weight division. So I want to see it.
Well,
I
I'm
want to
gonna ask
see
Blue
it.
Hustle this. Blue Hustle this. I want you to break down how you think Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney rematch will look.
You want Blue Hustle Man to break that down?
Yeah, I
Yeah, hey,
want
look,
Blue Hustle to
I'm
break that
telling you like
down.
this. That's
All
gonna
right, go Blue.
that's gonna be a good fight, man. But I think that his hook when he comes out, it's gonna be a battle of the jabs.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that hook gonna be sneaking in. And he might actually lead with that hook because his hook is real quick and snap. Quick. He's got that quick step.
Does
I
he
feel like
catch him
Ryan
again?
Garcia don't got no jab, and Ryan Garcia is not going to make the fight.
Right,
He don't
but see,
want that
Ryan
fight.
Garcia got it. Ryan
That's
Garcia
not
got
what
a
I asked.
jab. He got a jab.
That's not what I asked. I said, Blue Hustle, how do you break that fight down? That's all I said. I didn't know about the fight. They might fight again. We don't know. We can't tell the future.
No, they not going to fight again, bro. He ducking, man.
Who's ducking?
He's saying Ryan ducking.
Ryan is ducking, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
He
Well, you
probably
got
don't
his
want to
dad
get
saying.
sued.
No, hold on. His dad is saying that his Ryan's dad is saying that that they ducking. They don't want this one. He's saying it, but then the son saying one thing and the dad saying something else. So
In
you
the
get a fight
same
like
in the
that.
same interview, he's saying after rematch, he wants Shakur at 140.
That's because
See, when people
they
start,
flip flopping. That's why he said that they flip
yeah,
flopping.
yeah, but when people start saying
You
crazy,
can't say
outrageous
yeah.
things that
You can't
is
say
not
yeah,
true.
but because you agree with me.
No, I'm saying when people start saying outrageous, crazy things that can't happen, that's when they capping. When they start talking about, he want to fight Shakur at 140 and all this stuff. Come on, bro. Your son can't make 140, man. You capping. That discredits everything else you said before that when you start lying and making these false claims and stuff. We know you a liar. So we
It's
supposed to
like
believe everything else he said. Your credibility is gone.
you know when you pick up something and you look at it and you look at when I look at Ryan Shakur, I think
Transformers.
have been detected and spawned.
Uncle Shakur. This guy have reach like long arms.
I mean, I don't even think
It's
that's gonna stop him. See, Shakur's mastered his distance, and he does have short arms. He's always had short arms. He's got
right.
short arms. That's why he fights the way he
Yeah.
fights. And I had to start thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? When you really look at it and take a magnifier and identify the situation, he does have short arms.
Right.
So that's the
He
reason why
does.
he fights like
He
that.
does.
He can't sit there and just exchange or throw the 1-2s and to keep the distance. He has to. The reason why he's so good is, and like I keep telling people, he keeps his eyes open when he's fighting. He pays attention to what's being delivered
Who
to
you
him.
talking about? Shakur? Huh?
Keeps his eyes.
Of
He keeps his
course.
eyes open. He does not blink his eyes, bro.
You talking about Shakur?
Yeah.
Man, you make me answer that question again, Fire.
I didn't hear you say. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm talking about Shakur, fam.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, you had to be talking about Shakur. I know you wasn't talking about Ryan, bro, because you was talking
Oh
about
hell
Ryan
no.
that day.
Hell no.
No, but y'all, I appreciate everybody for showing up and anything. I gotta go check on my kids. They homeschooling and everything. I gotta make sure they doing what they supposed to be doing.
All
And
right.
I've been
Yes,
on here
sir.
for 5 hours already. Time went
Yeah.
fast. We was having fun and everything. We
Yeah.
learned about Tankamaniacs being terrified of Shakur front foot and all of that, man. I think this was a fun conversation. We
Yeah.
started off trying to talk about the 147-pound division and everything, but we ended up here. But it was a fun trip though.
No,
But
for
I
sure.
appreciate all of y'all for showing up on the panel and everything. I appreciate everybody for showing up in the chat too. Smash the like button on the way out.
For
And we
sure.
out, bro.
Peace, love,
Salute.
and hair grease.